Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission Conference Meeting this 22nd day of August 2023. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. See, we have a large complement of people coming to participate, so thank you all for being here. We have a number of items on the agenda this afternoon, and we have quite a few people who signed up to speak, so we'll certainly try to get to all of that. And so why don't we just begin with our communications that have been sent to the City Commission. We have one, the Budget Advisory Board. Apparently they made a motion saying that they support the budget as it was presented to them, and in a roll call vote, 7-0, they approved it. Everybody good with that? Any questions? Okay. So next comes CF1. In the conference report. This is a discussion on a proposed resolution regarding identifying available funding sources to help with affordable housing. Mr. City Manager, would you like to present this to the Commission?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, honorable members of the City Commission. As you know, one of the pressing matters is to have housing units available to mitigate some of the homelessness issues that we experience every day, and that we observe every day. And so this is a discussion that staff has prepared, a proposal as a pilot to look at how we can enable housing units that could support some of the most pressing needs for the community. So Mr. Chris Cooper has prepared a presentation, and he's going to discuss how this can be developed. And I'd like for him to come up and start the presentation.
Mr. Cooper.
City Manager, this is CF1?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
CF1.
And I'd like to ask IT if they could put up, is there a presentation with this? No, there's not. Mr. Cooper.
Got to push the button.
Yep. Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services. I believe CF1 is the resolution for the, to ask the state legislature to take action regarding the condo law.
That's why I'm asking whether this is CF1.
Is the presentation, Greg,
I apologize.
a business one?
I apologize.
Yes.
I went to business one. I apologize.
Thank you.
Well, don't go far, Greg, Chris.
I apologize. Actually, this
It's
was
okay.
requested by...
CF1.
Yes, this was requested by one of the members of the commission about how can the commission support urging the Florida legislature to have additional alternative sources of funding. I believe Commissioner Herbst can talk more about that.
Sure. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. So, yeah, this is something that is an important topic, particularly from my district. We have a lot of older condos along the Gulf, co-ops and condos. We've got some of them in the western corridor, too, going down Cypress. So with the changes that have been made in state law as it relates to the reserves that condos and co-ops are now going to be required to fund, as well as the additional repairs and 40-year recertifications and so forth. A lot of these older buildings and folks who have been in them a long time are going to be severely financially burdened by meeting the assessments. Many are going to wind up having to sell their homes and move out because they won't be able to pay the assessments. One of the things I'd like to see is if the state can make funds available to these individuals that are impacted, perhaps on a needs basis. Could be in the form of a low-interest loan. It could be grants, depending on income. But I'd like to ask the state to acknowledge and accept the fact that there's a lot of folks up and down the coast who are going to be severely impacted, and again, probably have to relocate away from places that they've lived for 20, 30 years, and find ways to assist these folks to stay in their homes. These are generally older individuals who have purchased many, many years ago. They're retired. And even though they may have properties that have, you know, some value to them, they don't necessarily have the cash flow or the income to be able to manage these assessments, some of which could be $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 in some of these older buildings. So I'd hope that the commission would be supportive of just a resolution to the state requesting that they explore using some of the dollars that might be available, perhaps from Sadowski Act or so forth, to assist a lot of these elderly residents in meeting the new requirements that they are being imposed on them under state law.
Commissioner, is this an effort that's is taking place throughout the state, or is this something that you feel we should initiate?
So I haven't heard anybody talking about this yet, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not happening. This is something that came up when I met with my folks up at the Galt, and I started talking with Fred Nesbitt about this, and you know, he was relating to me just how severely burdened a lot of those residents in that area are going to be by the new state law. You may remember we recently had presentations by Pizzo. Talking about it because he was very much involved with that, and as he said, he's the only the only individual up in Tallahassee who actually lives in a condo and experiences some of these things. So he's well aware of the impact and the burden that this is placing on our residents. But again, you look up and down the coast, this is particularly prevalent in South Florida because a lot of the condos that we have along our coastline were built in the 60s. A lot of them are older. A lot of them are experiencing, again, the impact of having to bring their reserves up. Ever since the Surfside collapse, there's a new sense of urgency with respect to making sure that renovations and repairs are being done and that the reserves are there to be able to fund these things so that these buildings, these older structures are not a danger to the folks that live in them. And I think everybody agrees that that's worthwhile. The question is, how do we pay for that? Again, some of these individuals may have purchased these properties for, you know, $30,000 or $40,000 20 years ago. They're retired teachers, you know, things of that nature. They don't have the $100,000 to be able to pay these assessments. So again, this is not something where I would expect the city to step up and do it, but I do think it's appropriate for us to recognize the financial burden that this new legislation places on our elderly residents, many of them on fixed incomes, and ask the state to find a way to help assist with meeting these new obligations that have been imposed on them.
So who would compose this letter to the legislature and to the governor's office? Because it's very multifaceted. The way I look at the item on the agenda, it's not just about trying to augment the reserve capacity, but also to change the law to allow for no reserves or less reserves in certain situations. So maybe you could meet with the city attorney, and since this is an idea through your district, perhaps we can cobble together some thoughts, and because I think it has great merit, and
Sure.
I would love to see something like this happen if there's any appetite at the legislature to do anything like this. But to help, especially seniors who don't always have the cash reserves, to be able to fund some of these special assessments, and certainly to be able to keep up with the increased reserve requirement, which adds to their monthly maintenance amount. Anything we can do to provide relief, I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Well, if there's a general consensus on the concept, I'm happy to sit down with staff and maybe tweak this and bring it back at a later time.
Are we good with that, everybody? Yep. Got it.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this is actually on the agenda this evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can remove it from tonight's agenda and just we'll tweak it a little bit, refine the language a little bit, and bring it back. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may, I think it's also maybe before we do tweak it and bring it back, it might be helpful to have those conversations with our state representatives in the Senate and in the House that might also be able to guide us, because there have been some attempts at legislation like this, slightly different, but still happening. In this past session was HB 1147 that talked about ways to help, but it did die. So maybe if we can just get a little bit of assistance from our state representatives, that would be helpful as we tweak this.
All right, several people have signed up to speak. If if I can, there's only 4 people, so I'll state all the names, so if you could just sort of be ready when it's your turn. Fred Nesbitt, followed by Tony Spalding, followed by Susan Peterson, followed by Terry. I can't read the way you wrote your last name, but you know who you are. Hi, Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate the resolution and the thought behind it. I represent, as being president of the Galt Mile Community Association, 36 high-rise condos and co-ops who are facing some severe financial problems, partially because of repairs to the building, partially because the state legislature has mandated a structural integrity reserve study for every building. And there's a list of like 12 items you have to put money in reserve once they're evaluated. One of the problems with that is, of course, who's going to do the evaluation? It has to be an architect or a registered engineer. But those numbers can vary widely. I can give you an example. Right now, we have to do an engineered life safety system in buildings that are older buildings. And we've had 2 studies done. The first, a safety engineer said the building had to make 46 changes to the building. It's an awfully high number. Second safety engineer came in, he said, oh, you only need to do 5. Another building safety engineer came in and said, you need to make 96 changes to the building to comply with the law. We're waiting for the second opinion. This concerns me because you have an engineer or an architect evaluating the structural integrity of a building, telling you the life expectancy and how much you have to put in reserve. That can cause a serious problem. We have a lot of very old people in our building who moved here, bought their unit years ago. They plan to retire here. They're paying their assessments. They're paying their quarterly maintenance and things like that. But now they're suddenly facing a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 assessment. So we're looking for some kind of relief because otherwise we're going to have a senior exodus off the Galt and out of our condos. And fortunately or unfortunately, however you look at it, there are people from the north coming with cash to buy them. And our prices have gone way up. So and people always say, well, I could sell my unit now for 3 times what I paid for it. The question is, where are you going to move? Right. That's the big question. So I applaud Commissioner Herbst for this resolution. Hope we get it reworked, and hopefully we can get some relief from the state legislature.
Great.
Thank you.
Tony Spalding, followed by Susan Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. That should say CF2, not CF1.
Oh, okay. Sorry. They put it in the CF1 pile. Sorry. Susan.
Good afternoon. I think this is a wonderful idea, and I don't live on the Galt Ocean Mile. I live in River Oaks, but I was the recipient of a neighborhood housing rehabilitation grant 2 years ago, and it totally changed my life. I am so grateful for the help I got from the city, and all it took was an email to my commissioner at the time, Ben Sorensen, and he referred me to the grant agency, and I went through the application process. And at the time, I had 4 tarps on my roof, and semi-retired and substitute teaching. I had no way to save up for the improvements. So it is just wonderful that the city is thinking of helping these people out who are stuck in this situation through no fault of their own. So I congratulate you for this, and I hope that the city will persist with this and help these people because they really deserve it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Terry? Terry, how do you pronounce your last name?
Della Rosa.
Okay.
And I apologize because I just heard about the meeting and I had no plans to speak, but boy, you have my ear. Okay. I just bought a condo a year ago. I was so excited. They had great reserves. They had $250,000 there. I was told by the property manager, great building, and my best friend lives next door. Great building. And then the inspection happened. Okay. We had to do the inspection. I'm glad. I want a safe building to live in. But you don't have a reserve for concrete restoration. So where's the money going to come from? It cost us $150,000. The only reserves we have is for paving, roof, there's one more, painting, And, you know, that's it, because those were the high-ticket items. But what's happened is everything's dominoed. $150 for concrete, okay? Now we have to have electrical. Just got one bid, I'm working on 2 more bids. The electrical's $30,000. Then now we have to get insurance. Well, we couldn't get insurance. Our insurance last year was $87,000. Tax, title, and license, everything. Right now, we're at $250,000 for insurance. And that all has to do with the inspection and also just the cost of insurance. We're a 50-unit boutique condo. There's probably half of them, if not more, retired. On Thursday night, we're going to tell them that we have to go get a loan for at least $300,000. And that doesn't count on how we're going to pay for the insurance. Our maintenance fee is $1,800 every 3 months. Just to pay insurance, I think it's going to go up $300 a month. So thank you for doing this. I wish the state would do more on insurance and this, because the first gentleman's correct. We're going to lose some good people because they can't afford to live here anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I did sign up to speak. I guess it did not get to you.
And what is your name?
Alec Bogdanoff.
Alec Bogdanoff. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
I don't have it here, Alec, but I'm sure you. Oh, wait a minute. They put you under business one.
Oh, okay. I may have entered that wrong. Sorry.
Okay. So you did swear and tell the truth. Okay.
I did it quickly.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. My name's Alec Bogdanoff. So I'm a District 2 resident. I serve as treasurer of my condo. Just to also echo, our entire budget for our little 15-unit condo was about $42,000 last year. Our insurance this year alone is $42,000. We were paying $11,000. Our citizens' premium went up to over $34,000. So you're hearing this not just on the beach. This is across our city. So I worked with Chair James Buchanan, and Senator Grahl last year to work on House Bill 1147, and it would actually create a financing mechanism for condominiums that would look at it from like a finance district. So it would allow them to take out money now to kind of pay it off over time and create that mechanism. I would encourage the city to support legislation that does that. I would also point out that the city could look at a lot of existing programs that they can expand to work for condominiums. One, for example, is your sprinkler program. There's basically, if you want to split your sprinkler, your water meter, right? So you don't pay sewer on your sprinklers. That works for individual homeowners. That does not work for condos. We can be encouraging all of the small condos across the city to actually start splitting their water meters, and that's actually helpful for the city as well from understanding a capacity standpoint. So there's a lot the city can do to help reduce the costs on condominiums, and I would encourage you to kind of say across the city, what are programs that may be only available to homeowners that we could make available to condos as well. The state has a program for hurricane hardening that's not available to condominiums. It's only available to single-family homes. But with such a large number of smaller condos in our community, that would be a benefit.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, Commissioner Herbst, you heard it all. You have a lot of asks.
Mayor, if I
yes.
could just add, because I did hear some other mentions during the testimony. So, City Manager, when this comes back to us, are we going to be adding co-ops to this? This right in front of us just speaks solely to condominiums.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, moving on to CF2, Community Redevelopment Agency Report on the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area Projects. Who will be making this presentation?
Our CRA manager is prepared, and he's approaching the podium.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Manager. The report is actually regarding community benefits and local contracting. I'll also speak to some of the progress on some of the projects. So the idea of having a community benefits agreement with the projects that we fund. All of our projects have within the development agreement a section that's geared towards community benefits agreement, as well as the local hiring of residents from the redevelopment area. In that community benefits agreement, what we do with the developer is we try to negotiate, hiring and making sure that folks from the neighborhood have opportunities, not only for jobs, but for subcontracting opportunities for small minority businesses or local businesses. The issue with that sometimes, though, is getting them to commit to a certain percentage or whatever. So generally what happens is we resort to best effort language. And anytime, you have best effort language, you're putting them on their honor to do the right thing. So instead of having to try to monitor that, hiring someone to do the monitoring and compliance and all of that, we do work with them. But what we've come up with is a way in which, while we give them an incentive to develop, we ask for, or we negotiate a portion of that, and I'll give you an example. For the Aldrich, which is being built right now, right on 7th and Sistrunk, we gave them a community, incentive of $12 million. It's a $103 million project. They're going to give back $3.6 million of that $12 million over 10 years. That money we'll be able to use or utilize by giving it to our 501c3, our nonprofit, and allow them to do some of the things that we like to see within the community, some of the, job development and helping them to get skills that they need so that if they want to go out and find jobs in different fields other than construction, then we'll have an outlet for them to be able to go and get training and things like that. In addition to that, in the Adderley, there's 14,000 square feet of commercial space. The CRA will be the credit tenant for that 14,000 square feet at $12 a square. And what commercial space is being rented for right now over in that area, somewhere even up to like $40 a square. So that will allow for the 501c3 to be able to take that space and then lease it to small businesses within the area. So those are some of the things that we're doing in order to make sure that there is a community benefit from the projects that we are funding. And if there's any questions about that, I'll take questions about that at this
Okay, great. Anyone have any questions of the director? I think we all like your report, and it's good to see the progress being made on so many of these projects. What really is exciting is that we're able to offer that commercial space in the Adderley for such a discounted rate, hopefully to incentivize businesses to want to locate. One of the problems that we have in our community now, as I see it in the market rate areas like the Flagler and so forth, is the vacancy rate that we have in all those commercial spaces. And I spoke with the city manager yesterday, and I'm going to bring to the commission an idea about incentivizing some of the developers to, in some way, in order to provide an opportunity for those spaces to be filled with businesses. Because while it's great to have new residential towers, if you cannot sustain a neighborhood without the commercial development, meaning if there's nothing to walk to, why would you want to live there? Right. So hopefully the commission, we can have a healthy discussion about how we can incentivize the developers, not just future developers, but current developers, to try to fill those business spaces with things that the amenities of a neighborhood. and whether they be, tax breaks, whether they be permit fees down the road, whatever it may be, in order to try to incentivize, because nothing's happening quickly there, and the fact that it's happening, through incentives like you just described it, low per square foot rental rates, that's the only way it's going to be developed, and so I appreciate the initiatives you're taking in that regard.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any questions? There being none, I have one person, Mr. Spalding. Did you want to speak? You're good? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll move on to business one. Okay, there we go, Mr. City Manager.
And Chris will present now the correct presentation.
All right, so Chris Cooper, Director, Development Services Department, and I'm going to present today on an affordable housing reinvestment program is what we've titled it. It's a way to help incentivize affordable housing. So the City Commission for some time, for a number of years, and currently has prioritized affordable and workforce housing and directed staff to continue to look for ways to improve and increase the housing stock of those types of opportunities in our community. Even in the last year or so, the Commission's taken really huge steps into helping to do this with adopting zoning incentives to help incentivize housing production, some direct funding for projects through the CRA and other sources, and providing city lots for development of affordable housing opportunities. You've also tasked staff with continuing to look at incentives and ways that we can help to encourage and incentivize affordable housing. And so when we were approached with an idea that we looked at and we took a deep dive into it, we thought it was worthwhile to bring back to the Commission today to get your feedback and input on a policy to bring forward at a later date. So some objectives for this presentation. We want to introduce the concept of a financial incentive for affordable housing and workforce housing.
Chris, can I just interrupt you for a second? This is outside of a CRA.
It is outside of the CRA.
I just want everyone to understand that. So this is where it's there are no TIF financing opportunities for developers. This is outside of a CRA, or even in a CRA that's expired. So, right, it's anywhere else in the city. I just want to bring that, put it into context.
Yeah, great point. Thank you. So again, we'll introduce the concept of this affordable housing financial incentive, and that's in the form of an ad valorem tax reimbursement. We'll highlight key policy considerations and the information that we think you would need from the applicant to review and consider these types of agreements. Walk through an example of what that agreement may look like, and then again receive feedback from the Commission in terms of a policy and bringing that back to you for consideration at the next Commission meeting. So I want to briefly touch on some of the incentives that we currently offer. We do offer things through the Land Development Code in terms of density and height bonuses. These usually are framed within a set aside of a certain number of affordable units within a project, typically around 10 or 15%. And they cover an affordability span from 0% of AMI to 120% AMI. We do also offer parking reductions for projects that include affordable units, and those reductions apply to the actual affordable units in the project. And we do an expedited review of DRC and building permit applications for affordable housing. We do have some financial incentives as well currently. A lot of these are more geared towards the lower income, the 80% AMI and below type housing projects, but they do include our Housing Trust Fund. Again, as I mentioned before, we've given land to developers of affordable housing to help them with their projects. We've got programs within the CRA. I think Clarence mentioned them in the last item. And then today, again, we're going to talk about a new incentive, which is a tax reimbursement. So when considering a policy, you can go a couple different ways. You can make it very strict and cumbersome and have a lot of requirements to meet in terms of limitations, or you can go to the other end and be a little bit more flexible in general and allow for these projects, which do vary in their needs and what they're looking to do, to be able to have that flexibility to consider a lot of different types of projects. So one of the most important things is public benefit. Anytime we're giving money to a project to help that project, we want to make sure that there's a strong public benefit to it. Set-aside requirements is another thing this policy would likely need to contain. Whether it's a maximum or a minimum, we want to know that there's a certain amount of units to be set aside for affordable or workforce housing. We want to look at the mix of that affordable and workforce housing. So in any of these projects, you'll have a mix between market rate units and then affordable units that would need to be deed restricted and carried through for a period of time. Again, our current policies and what we'd probably suggest today is that we look at that up to 120% AMI range for income limits for the folks that live in those units. The amount of incentive, this is one of those things that, we'd really need to look at project by project more than likely, to where the applicant would provide a needs assessment or a term sheet so that we can have an idea of what they need to make this project viable and worthwhile. And then the payment term. So that payment term and the amount of the incentive given is largely based on the amount of ad valorem reimbursement that we would give that developer year to year. So it may be a $5 million reimbursement over a term of 30 years, to match the deed restriction of affordability. But if those amounts increase and we're giving back 50% or 30% of those ad valorem tax increases every year, that $5 million may be reached sooner than later, but still keeping that 30-year deed restriction in place to make sure those units remain affordable. So some required information that we'd want to put in the policy, obviously an application. We want to know about the project and the need and information about the developer. We'd request a term sheet. I think you'd want to see a conceptual site plan at least so you know what the development looks like in terms of height, massing, location, that sort of thing. A need analysis, again, that's very important. We want to know from the developer what they need and why they need it so that you have that information ready to be able to consider their request. We could look at different ways to handle needs analysis. We can do that either internally. We could also look at somebody from the outside to review that to make sure the numbers work. Again, very, very important when you're giving away public money. We want to demonstrate that. We want that demonstratable public benefit so that we can engage in that agreement. And then I think another important thing is you want to know that the development team asking for the money and proposing the project has the qualifications not only to build the project successfully and on time, but also to maintain that project over that 30-year deed restriction to make sure, again, those units stay affordable. So this is a really basic example. I kind of went mid-range with the numbers, but again, we can look at the set-asides and income limits as part of the policy. So let's say a project comes in with 100 units. They agree to set aside 50% of those as affordable and workforce housing, 25% of that affordable to 80% or below MFI, the other 25 below 100% MFI. The needs assessment shows that they need $5 million to make that work. They've proven the public purpose, and so the overall requirements, again, that deed restriction, we'd have an agreement that sets out the terms, and then an affordable housing development plan, an agreement in the form probably of a restrictive covenant to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. And with that, I'm ready for any feedback or questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. I just want the commission to know that I had requested some kind of response from our staff to see whether or not this approach to continuing our efforts to provide affordable housing in our community was a viable approach. Obviously, it would take an act of the commission to agree on this, but I'd love to hear some feedback from the members of the commission to see if this is something that the commission would be interested in moving forward on. Anyone want to comment on this?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, thank you. I like the approach. I know that this is an issue. This is a goal of ours in terms of housing affordability. I think you do need to show some sort of flexibility with regards to caps on amounts and time. But I do have a question, a serious question that I want to ask Chris about. I'm concerned about what might be coming down the pike with regards to the Live Local law. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this is a law that went into effect July 1 in our state. While many people felt that this was wonderful because it dealt with affordable housing, there are some really severe items in this law. What it basically does is throws out any kind of local zoning laws. In fact, even preempts us from having hearings as long as the development project comes forward and includes some affordable housing. When I say that it throws out our laws, our zoning laws, I'm talking about things like height and density.
Well, I think that's a really good issue, but is that really about this, though?
Well, I'm tying it into, if you just, a little patience, I appreciate it. What I'd like to ask Chris is, as we go down this road with this flexibility. What is our city doing in terms of preparing for the live local law? Because neighborhoods might wake up one day and find out that there is a proposal for a 50-foot building in their neighborhood, and there'll be nothing that we as a city commission can do. So I know that cities like Weston have already become aggressive when it comes to this law. Hollywood is also taking on some issues with regards to this law. I want to make sure that we're ahead of the curve so that we're just not caught flat-footed with this law, and I want to make sure that we're talking to cities like Weston to see what kind of ordinances they are passing, and I just want to make sure that as we move forward with this, which I think is great, and I think we have to do more, I'm just a little bit apprehensive and a little bit nervous about the live local law. Are we thinking about it? Are we taking action? Are we talking to other municipalities?
Yeah, so Commissioner Glassman, we're doing all of that. So when the bill came out and we reviewed it, we worked closely with the city attorney's office, and we came up with essentially a fact sheet based on our interpretation that we've been using to communicate out to developers and anybody interested, even other jurisdictions, in terms of how we feel like the bill is, how it applies to us. So in terms of height, we're looking at, it says the highest height within a mile of the proposed development. So we've looked at that in terms of it's the permitted height. So I know downtown has a very permissive height limit, but as you go out to other areas, there's different heights based on conditional use approval and things like that. So what we've determined in that way is that it's based on what's permitted, not what could be done through a conditional use approval. For density, I think there was an idea at the start that this may just be unlimited density everywhere. Our interpretation that we've come up with is that the density is based on the highest permitted density where residential is allowed. In our city, that's 60 units per acre. So we've looked at those two key aspects and come to those conclusions and then provided that out as information to the public. The other thing that we've done is we have looked at it in terms of all the other zoning still applies, right? So you still have neighborhood compatibility, you still have adequacy, and things like that. We do already allow for mixed-use development, so we do have some code and regulation built around how those mixed-use developments do work on those commercial and industrial parcels as well as within our mixed-use districts. So again, aside from that height and density, we still have that control over those through those zoning regulations. In addition to that, something in your budget that we asked for is funding to help update our mixed-use code so that we can create more of a form-based code to create more predictability and certainty for how those mixed-use projects are designed and built. And then aside from that, I think we still want to strongly lobby the state this session to make changes to the bill to fit it more to our needs here in Fort Lauderdale.
No, that's excellent, because I know that some cities are doing that. They're looking at ways to tweak this bill in the next session. So I'm hoping that when we have our legislative package, we're looking at that. So any apprehension at all about the live local law, or do you feel that we've got it covered and we're moving in the right direction?
Well, wait, excuse me. I think that's a great question to ask, but can we just focus on this incentive program for affordable housing? I think all those questions are great. I want to have a healthy discussion regarding that, but I don't think Chris is prepared to really discuss that when we're focusing on the incentive program for affordable housing.
Well, it's a simple yes or no answer. Do you have any apprehension about this law, or do you think you're okay with it?
So I'm always a little apprehensive. I think the height is something that does give me a little bit of pause, as I think it gives most people that pause. As we see projects start to be proposed to use this, again, it's a 40% at least affordable, and it can be rental. It's not condos. So the bar for these projects can be a little bit higher, and that may cause folks to maybe not develop to that fullest potential in terms of height. So while I do have, a little bit of, I'm a little anxious about it, but I also think there could be things that also limit this just because of the economies of the project as well as our zoning regulations that still do apply. And if they want a waiver from that, they still have to go through a higher level process of review to get that waiver aside from height and density.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay, anyone else have any questions before we open it up to public comment?
So, Mayor, I would also heartily support this one. I think it's a great idea. There are other areas of the city that I think we need to be doing attainable workforce, affordable housing, and I think it works best when we spread it throughout the city. And as much as I have supported and loved the CRA, I know from my years working in the affordable housing arena that it works best when we disperse it through all the neighborhoods in the city. And this is a tool that allows us to be able to do that. So I wholeheartedly support this effort.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, thank you, Chris. Ray Detman, and Jeff Burns, you just want to respond to questions, right? Okay. Mr. Detman.
My name is Ray Detman. I live in 1900 Miami Road. I live in Harbordale, but I'm president of Poinciana Park. But today I'm speaking solely on my own self. I saw this on the agenda and I says, great, this is a very good thing to do. And I watched the presentation. One of my hopes is that these projects are not all large projects, that we also offer some incentives to people that might own 2 or 3 lots that would be willing to do affordable housing, and if an incentives were given, might get them to do it. You know, in my neighborhood, I look around and many of the people that live in a neighborhood work, you know, within a few blocks from where they live. So, you know, I think this affordable housing works best also when it's not just large projects, but small ones too, different pockets of the neighborhood. And it's a win-win for everybody, not only affordable housing, but a lot of these areas, the useful life of these buildings are long gone. They're 60, 70 years old, and it's time for them to be redeveloped. So I completely support this project, but I would hope that the city also look at the small property owner. You know, and I've been a landlord for 40 years, and I have some small properties. So this would be a benefit for me if you had some kind of a project that I could work on on a small base. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Ray. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, great. So thank you, Chris. We appreciate the presentation and continue to come to refine the project, and hopefully we can get an ordinance together, Mr. City Manager, so we can move this process forward, because we definitely have a need and a demand for more affordable housing.
We will do that.
Okay, moving on to business 2, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Commission, we'd like to give the latest update on the recovery and relocation for City Hall. And for that, Colonel Dodd is prepared to give those stats. At the very end, I'd like to give a summary, too, of options that we have moving forward. Just realize, please, that we have a team of experts that are working alongside with Public Works and helping us craft these numbers, but this is the latest we have. Colonel Dodd.
Thank you very much. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm going to go through hopefully a pretty quick presentation. This was not a product put together by Public Works, but had a lot of contributions from risk management, from members of the City Manager's Office, and others on the staff. So this is the basic agenda that we will be following. And we do also have with us some consultants who assisted in aspects of it from WSP and the GSA group, and they will be available to answer questions as we work through the presentation. First thing is the emergency response. This is really the activities that occurred on April 12th and about the week that followed. This really is the immediate response that we had to it. Community response and support included when we put out sandbags for residents, establishing the comfort stations, putting out ice and water, and other emergency rescue efforts. The mutual aid identified here is the resources that were generously provided by neighboring cities and agencies to help in those emergency measures. That also included search and rescue as well as pumping. All of these costs are reimbursable from FEMA at 75% and 12.5% from the state of Florida, with the city incurring 12.5% of these costs. Next, what we'd like to talk about is damage to city vehicles. Okay, the city does have insurance policies that covers vehicles damaged by the flood up to a $2.5 million limit. and the city will apply for FEMA funding for vehicles damaged in flood waters as part of those rescue operations. In addition, there was approximately $78,547 in damage to equipment, which is lawnmowers, golf carts, fuel tanks, and others that's been reported and will be submitted through the insurance carrier up to that limit of $2.5 million. A total of 37 vehicles and 11 equipment items were damaged by flood water, valued at $379,977. And again, there is a master $100,000 deductible for flood claims associated with that will be submitted to FEMA for reimbursement. Do you want to post one? Okay, I'll keep going. In addition to the flood damage that was sustained at City Hall, there was a number of city facilities that incurred some type of damage due to flooding. The worst being to park gyms, recreation centers, or the pools at Carter Park, which is estimated at $750,000. Crescent Park had approximately $500,000 in damages, and Riverland Park had about $100,000 in damages. Most of the facilities sustained 2 to 4 inches of standing water intrusion that impacted the floors, walls, doors, and cabinets, and caused other flooding damage. Flood insurance coverage is only for flood-related damages, and FEMA may cover the insurance deductible as well as other damages not related to flooding. Okay, so this is the total estimate of reported damage to city facilities outside of City Hall, and it's still a working number as we're continuing to refine our estimates on it. We did talk about the NFIP coverage limits and our insurance limits, and we'll continue working on preparing claims both with the insurance carrier and with FEMA to get reimbursed for damages. As far as IT, one of the most critical things that we are depending on at City Hall right now, this was the total cost for damages and restoration of services. And again, this is something that we will be going back and trying to get reimbursement for. Okay. So now within the neighborhoods, there was a lot of debris that was caused by the flooding. And residents had to bring out drywall, damaged equipment, and furniture and things, and put on the side of the street. So following the event, over approximately a 1.5-month period, our contractors removed more than 800 loads of debris from the neighborhoods, and that totaled more than 42,000 cubic yards. The total estimated cost of $2.34 million will be cost shared with FEMA and the state, with again the city responsible for about 12.5% of that cost. Following the event, we had a large portion of the city's stormwater infrastructure that was impacted by dirt and debris getting in and clogging the systems, which has been impacting the ability for normal drainage to occur during rain events. So we did a complete assessment of our stormwater infrastructure, looked at areas that were impacted, and then engaged a contractor to go and start cleaning those systems. The total cost of that contract is $24 million. This was a pre-existing contract that we had in place to respond to emergencies such as this. And again, costs will be shared with FEMA and the state, and the city will be responsible for about 12.5% of the total cost. This map, it's a little hard to see the yellow blocks. It's a little bit easier when you pull it up on a computer and look at it. But you can see that there's areas throughout the city that were impacted that we've identified where the contractor will be working. We've already started working in Melrose Park as one of those that was most significantly impacted. And the next communities that we'll be working on as well will be Edgewood, River Oaks, Riverland, Sailboat Bend, Middle River Terrace, and Rock Island. But again, there's areas, pockets throughout the city, and this covers approximately 30% of all of our stormwater infrastructure. That, with Melrose Park estimated to take 90 to 120 days for just that one neighborhood. We are working with the contract to expand their capacity as much as we can to get as much impact as we can during the hurricane season. Okay, we'll now move to City Hall and the life support. We've had a lot of discussions about it. So we've expended about $6.4 million for life support through the end of August. And these are, as we've said, measures just to keep it in a condition to inhibit mold and protect the building and its contents while we are going through either liquidation or removal of the equipment and things that we have in there. The city has a property policy that, with a limit of $5 million, subject to the $100,000 deductible for flood claims. And we've been working through with our contractors and the insurance company for estimates of those. We estimate that right now the major issue has been the IT components that we've been housing inside the City Hall. Working with IT, we estimate that we'll be ready for a full disconnect of the IT portions by the end of August, which allows us the ability to move forward with different options at that time. So while we do have an insurance company that has done their estimates of what they believe the value was, we are covered. Well, let me start by saying, first of all, City Hall is covered by the NFIP policy with the limit of $500,000 and a $50,000 deductible, and property policy limits of $25 million with $100,000 deductible. And Guy Hine can probably talk smarter about this than I can, but I'll just go through my initial notes and then we can probably pause and if you have questions on this. So, Engel Martin, the adjuster for the city's insurance, provided an initial estimate of $4,860,699 for the replacement cost value if the city was to go back into City Hall and repair the damages that were incurred. And then $2,957,832 for the actual cash value if we were to not go in and restore City Hall, to not repair it. Okay, the Engel Martin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dodd. Would you repeat that last paragraph you just read?
Okay, so
the comparison.
Engel Martin, which is the adjuster for the city's insurers, provided an initial estimate of $4,860,699 for the replacement cost value if City Hall was to go in and repair City Hall, and $2,957,832 for the actual cash value if the city was to abandon City Hall, to not go in and do those repairs.
Thank you.
Okay, the replacement cost value, the RCV, does not include any of the scope of work required that would be required to bring it back up to current codes or to do mitigation to prevent those type of damages from happening again in a flooding event. Okay. WSP, working with CSA Group, did an independent assessment for us as the city's consultants, and they determined that the replacement cost value would be $9,145,171. And so, as we are working through the path forward, okay, that is two different numbers that we will have to negotiate to determine what the final settlement may be. And we do have representatives from WSP and CSA Group who are here to talk about their findings and why they do believe that the $9 million value is more appropriate for this situation. Okay, this slide is basically, it's a little hard to read, but it is a breakdown of how they came up with that $9 million cost for doing the repairs. As you all know, the cost of construction is a little unpredictable, and as with most projects, we can probably expect that the cost could go higher if we wait longer in order to initiate a construction contract to complete those repairs. So at this time, I'll turn it over to the city manager, who will talk about different options for relocation of staff and the options to move forward.
Yeah, so Time Publishing, this was going to be options, but actually it's an update because many of you have already moved into your new offices. So this just lets the public know where many of your offices are at. So again, Mayor's Office, Commission Districts 2, 3, and 4 are at the 1 East Broward site on the 4th floor, along with the City Clerk's office. And also the City Manager's office is looking at potentially moving there as well.
City Manager, I do have a question
Yes.
on this page. So it looks like not all of the district commissioners are moving to 1 East Broward, according to this. Is that permanent, or is that just what's been happening up to this point?
I will let the district commissioner respond to that.
That's permanent for me, sir.
Okay, so I know that when we left City Hall and we moved to the 101 Tower, the entire commission, we did displace some city workers, City Manager. So obviously some of those folks will still be displaced because the other 3 district commissioners are moving now to 1 East Broward as a commission. So what is happening to the workers that we did displace from staff that will not be able to return to the 101 Tower building?
We're looking at making sure that they get spaces at the 101 Tower.
Oh, additional spaces in the 101 Tower?
No, the spaces that you all left behind.
Well, we left behind, but we had displaced people from each of those 3 district commission offices. I'm saying one district commissioner is still staying there, so those people that were displaced from those offices cannot move back to those offices. Where are they going?
You're talking about District Commission 1?
Yes, didn't we all displace people from their offices when we moved temporarily to the 101 Tower from City Hall?
Yes.
Okay, again, my question is,
Are they coming back?
are they coming back? The people that were displaced from
Yes.
the District 1 offices, they're going to be just finding new space in the 101 Tower?
Yes.
Additional space?
Yes, so if I can go to the next slide. Some of the individuals that are working remotely, like finance, HR.
Could you, Mr. Mayor, before you move on, can I have some questions about Colonel Dodd's presentation, or you want me to wait till the very, very end, if he's going to be leaving? It's your call.
It's your, I mean, go ahead.
A couple of very quick things. Thank you, Colonel, very much. Could you go back, I think it was slide number 3, a couple of very quick things I want to ask you about. We went through this, and we had some questions when we went through. You said this is 75, 12.5 reimbursement. You mentioned the community response and the mutual aid. The emergency pumping, 1.1 million, is that also at that same, we get same reimbursement?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. Number 2, the 24 million. This is the big ticket item here. That $24 million for cleanup. That's on slide. I think it's slide number 9. Just so I mean the public is aware. You went through that pretty quickly, but we did some focusing on the areas that were impacted: Edgewood, River Oaks, Melrose, and all. But this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is beyond those areas in the flood. The system as a whole has been stretched, and this is cleaning up some of those areas throughout the system as a whole. Is that correct?
It is areas throughout the city as a whole, and I'll go to the next slide, which has this map that has those areas identified. In order for us to utilize this contract, it has to be areas that were impacted by the flood, and where we believe debris and silts have entered it, which are impacting the system. So they were areas impacted by the city that still need to be cleaned, that are beyond our capacity to do with the city internal assets. We engaged an external contractor to augment our ability to go and clean all these systems. And again, it's about 30% of the overall city's systems that will be cleaned directly, cleaned to deal with impacts by the flooding.
Okay, and so these might not be, just to reiterate, these might not be areas that were under the flood, but this is a result of the flood in the city as a whole, areas that were affected, correct?
Yes, they were all impacted by the rain events on that day. Not all areas had flooding to the level of River Oaks or Edgewood, but every neighborhood in the city had some type of flooding impacts, and this is reflecting that.
When we looked at it, and when people that get it home and take a look at it, you have to open it really big to see those little tiny yellow little boxes. There's some areas that are color-coded by district. There's some red, green, blue, purple. There's some areas in the city that are not colored at all. I'm just curious why that is. When we looked at it, we couldn't figure that out. Any reason in particular?
What's the purple?
Oh, purple.
one.
Okay.
Are you meaning the area of focus?
No, there's little yellows, but there's some spots. For instance,
Probably no systems are there.
But there is one little one, for instance, out just west of 441. There's a little yellow time, and it's not color coded. It's not that big of a deal, but there's no reason for it.
Yeah, so there are private systems in here. There are systems that don't belong to us either, that are state or county managed. So we cannot go in and clean those systems. We can only use our contract for cleaning city infrastructure.
Okay, and that's the same 75, 12 and a half, 12 and a half on that one too.
That is correct, Commissioner. Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
very good.
Commissioner.
And last thing, I think that $9 million that you alluded to, when you came back, you compared it to what our estimates were versus theirs. $9 million is if we repaired it and moved back in, not if we abandoned it. Correct? That $9 million number.
Yes, this is the estimated cost to repair to move back in, which is one of the options that is available to the city.
So that number does not hold if we do not move back in. It's a different number. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Continue, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, if we could go to page 15. So these are just some of the additional offices in slide 15 that show where staff is. So again, the staff is still working remotely. They're going to occupy some of the vacant offices that the commission members were at 101. Go to the next slide, please. The relocation costs are provided here, $2.1 million as far as for rent. And we're looking at, again, getting FEMA assistance for helping us pay for these costs as well because of the impact. We go to the next slide. So now we're looking at, we've talked about short term right now. That's transitioning from short term to medium term. But looking at the long term, based on the information we have so far, we are just going to share options. You do not have to make any decision right now on that, but just want you to start considering those things and formulating some ideas around what strategies you would like to embark upon. So option one, again, is one where we abandon City Hall and we can get $2.9 million from our insurance, and we can also demolish the site. And what that will do is at least minimize the need for holding the system, or holding the facility, because right now, today, we're paying close to $35,000 a day for holding the AC and electricity for City Hall to preserve the elements inside of it.
What is the purpose of keeping City Hall active?
So right now, two pending things are holding us from turning it off. Number one is making sure that we can operate without the centralized IT unit that is there. In the past, we had a centralized network unit that provided controls for all of the facilities around the city. We're going to do a test this Friday to turn it off and make sure that we can still connect. Once we determine that, we have some minor items that we need to move out, and thereafter we can shut down the system and no longer have electricity to the building. But we want to make sure that we get everything out as much as we can. So we're in that process. We expect to have everything ready by September 1st.
All right, because that's $1 million a month, and that seems like a total waste of money.
Correct.
I know FEMA has indicated their willingness to help us out there, but still, I mean, I don't know about the rest of you folks, but I think it's time to move on, and we need to demolish that building.
So I just want to share with you the other two options. Option two is to sell it. If that is the desire of the City Commission to sell it, we would still need to hold the facility intact. That is, host the power generation, and we have a potential selling price of $27 million, and as is, which then would require us to look for other space for building City Hall. And then the last option is option three, if we can go to page 22 of the slide deck. Option three is to rehabilitate the building. And again, we would have much less square footage just because we would have to relocate a lot of the HVAC controls in upper floors, and it would take a long time. Colonel Dodd advised in his last update that at least 20 months it would take to bring in all of the elements and make sure that the building is brought up to code, and it would have much higher costs. So
That's two, what do you say, 2 years?
20 months, yes,
Okay,
a little
but
less.
we'd have to add 2 years' worth of lease to the price then.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So again, those are the options that we have on the table. If you all, if you all think that, the latter two options are not options that are viable, I mean, that helps us in our decision-making process, and we can start disconnecting the building as late as the end of this month.
Any other further comments? I've already made my comment. Anybody? Is there, yes, John.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I've been fairly consistent from day one that I think we need to go ahead and demolish this building. No matter what our future use of the site is, it's not going to be in the existing building. We have been planning on replacing that building since I've been with the city for close to 20 years now. I participated in my first...
FEMA, he didn't mean that.
I participated in my first space planning analysis in January of 2007. So this has been a long time coming. This is not something recent. HDR did that one. We updated HDR's study in, I think, 2014. I've been through space planning needs analysis, I think, 3 times so far. So,
and you still haven't gotten it right.
And we're still, you know what? We still have not moved forward. And that is the glacial pace of how government does everything.
Well,
we talk it to death.
That tells you also that needs analyses change, as you pointed out earlier in this meeting, that needs and technologies, everything changes. So
absolutely.
we have to pick a point in time and just stick with it.
Well, we have to pick a point in time when we actually move forward. We plan and plan and plan and never execute. And what is that famous phrase? Never let a crisis go to waste. So we now have a crisis. Let's not let it go to waste. Right. Let's do what we've been planning on doing for decades and actually move forward with something, which is what we have our earlier workshop discussing, is we don't know what that something is going to be, but I'm pretty confident it's not moving back into an old building. Right. So let's move forward, scrape the site, and we'll figure out what we're going to do going forward.
Just a couple of things that might make it
one thing, I just want to respond to that. And Mr. City Manager, that price for the value of the building seems to be just on the land value. There's no value assigned to the building itself. So, to Commissioner Herbst's point, scraping the site probably is the best thing going forward. Unless you don't think we should have to pay for that and let a future buyer pay for that if they're going to buy the site.
One of the things that we've discussed is there's a reasonable likelihood, and staff is going to look into this, that FEMA will actually pay for the demolition of the building.
I thought they had said that also. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So we're looking at demolition costs north of anywhere from 500 to 700,000.
Right.
And then the material hauling, somewhere around $2.5 million.
To haul material?
To haul the material out.
And just from a developer's perspective, a clean site is a lot more attractive.
More marketable.
Sure. And at that point, you can better assess what the environmental damage may or may not be on the site. So when they've got a clean site, it's a lot more marketable than something with a building on it, because we know there's going to be asbestos in the building. You know, when you're demolishing a building with asbestos, there's all kinds of protocols involved with that. It's not a simple knockdown like it is for some other structures. So if we can clear that site, and I'm not suggesting that we do sell it, but if that's something that we do decide to entertain down the road, we'll have a site that will be easier to market if we should move in that direction. So I think regardless of whatever we're going to do, take it down. Hopefully FEMA will pay for it, and then we have options. And I'm all about optionality.
Okay.
And that also,
Commissioner Sherman,
if we demolish it, there's not going to be any ambiguity about the demolition cost to whoever buys it from us, obviously. I think we're all on the same page of where we're going, but just to make it easier and more transparent so that the community sees where we're going. I just like the city manager, I got the cost. I want the whole thing. 9.1 million is an estimate for repairs. There's a cost to bring it up to code. And in addition, there would be additional costs to make it usable, not just up to code to usable. I mean, we looked at 9.1, and the comment that came out in my pre-agenda meeting is, you know, we're going to spend a few hundred, but it's only going to cost 9.1. Let's just play the 9.1 and move back in. But that's not the whole cost. There's a 9.1 for the damages. There's extra money to bring it up to code. In addition to that, then there's extra money to rehab it to make it usable, I'm guessing. So is that the, and when I get a decent enough number, that's something that the community can wrap around. If you or Colonel Dodd wanted to just...
We were going to ask our expert that chime in on those specifics for you.
Yes. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Engineer Miguel Torres. I'm with WSP, leading this effort for the city, so happy to be here this afternoon. Just to clarify a minute here, that $9.14 million is really to repair and replace in kind, meaning in the same location, everything that was underwater in the basement. Mm-hmm. The code upbringing of that is precisely also contained to the basement elements. This up to code element cost included does not include bringing the whole building to code. That would be a separate analysis that was outside of the scope of work of what we were brought to do, which is really identifying what was completely unusable and what needed to be replaced to potentially move back in after that assessment was done. So I just want to clarify that for the record.
So that would be additional costs to bring it up to code?
Bring it up to code, the complete building, that will be an additional assessment and an additional cost that would need to be identified by that particular assessment. And I don't have to tell you that based on the recent changes in the Florida code, you know, there's a lot of elements that need to be brought in, including energy efficiency, space distribution, structural capacity, wind loads, and other elements that could impact the final determination of what that cost will be. This is really contained only to the replacement and repair of that basement and that first, you know, amount of elements that were there, you know, including HVACs and pumps and other elements that are contained in the basement.
So to make this decision easier for us then, to get a feel, we're talking, they see the 9.1 million, we're talking like 40, 50, 60 million dollars to make, plus 2 years worth of rent, would, if not more than that. I mean, that would make our decision that much easier. Is that ballpark?
I mean, I wouldn't like to put a price tag to that.
But it's not 9.1, 10, it's not 10, 11, 12. It's significantly
It's definitely
more.
substantially higher than $9 million, which is
and I think we all knew that, but just wanted to make that point.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I also wanted to concur. I really don't see us going in that direction at all in terms of the repair of that building. I think that we need to move as quickly as possible to save these dollars. We should abandon it. We should demolish it. And I also am in favor of building a new city hall on that site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
Also,
go
just
ahead,
to,
Vice Mayor.
for the record as well, I am in agreement with the direction that we are going. The building, it is time to move away from it, go ahead and demolition it, and whatever funds we need, not put it into this building, but put it into the new building that we will be building. And I am too in support of using the same property on the same site.
Okay.
So, for the record.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, do you have any further comments?
No, I think we have the direction, and we're looking forward to unplugging by the end of the month.
Okay, great. Mr. Dodd, do you have any more comments?
No, thank you very much,
You're good?
Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other, aside from electricity, are there any other trivial minor costs ongoing in that site, or like security, fencing, anything else, or is it basically insignificant?
Well, the sooner we
turn the
close it
plug off. The
down.
big thing is turning the plug off, but once we do that.
Yeah, that's $35,000 a day.
Correct.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Melissa Doyle with Public Works. We will be significantly downsizing the existing generator that's supplying power to the entirety of City Hall and replacing that with a much smaller unit that will not run unless it's required for emergency purposes. And that's likely to be somewhere in a 500 kilowatt capacity, which is a much smaller. We are also going to be moving forward with securing the site, and that would include construction fencing, and potentially on-site security, just to make sure that there are no issues with the building.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to business 3, review of proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, presented by Patrick Riley. Mr. Riley. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. And team.
Pat Riley, City Auditor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The City Auditor's Office has performed a review of the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. The budget is compiled by the City Manager and is pursuant to Section 4.09 of the City Charter. We had several objectives for our review of the proposed budget. The primary focus of our review is to ensure that the proposed budget is balanced, the revenues and expenditures estimates are reasonable and materially correct, and that the proposed millage rate is in compliance with Florida statutes. The methodology that we use consists of the following. The City Auditor's Office performed various analytical review budget, supporting documentation, and made inquiries to the Office of Management and Budget, the Finance Office, various departments, individual coordinators of each department, and whatever information we needed to access. Additionally, our office compared the line item detail based on audit criteria from the fiscal year 24 proposed budget to the projections of actual expenditures through September 30th, 2023, and the fiscal year 2023 adopted and amended budget. Also, our office analyzed trends and variances for a 3-year period, budget versus actual, to gain a historical perspective of the city's activities. Our office's conclusion is that the fiscal year 24 proposed budget of the City of Fort Lauderdale is considered balanced as presented. All known and determinable revenues and expenditures are accounted for, and we feel that we complied with the millage rate as required by the Florida statutes. In addition, the priorities established on the Commission's annual action plan all show funding allocations in the coming year. As we review the budget, often we work and see if there's some areas that we want to bring forward. And this year we had two. The items that, these items do not affect the budget or our conclusions that we've arrived at for this year, but there are important things to consider for the city's future budget effects going forward. The first item is it is unclear whether the amounts budgeted for capital improvement projects will be sufficient. There are unforeseeable variables, construction, with inflation now falling but actively still firm. The cost of certain materials such as insurance, labor, and in particular certain materials are still very high is a consideration. And there's also the issue of unforeseen costs that can develop on development sites, which kind of plays off of what we just were talking about a moment ago. In addition, there's several unaccounted for costs through the project's lifespan that can affect the future expenditures. So it's difficult to analyze exactly the project's balances of how accurate they are. They are always kind of a moving target at what things cost as time goes by between the time something is approved to be done and actually starting. Some of the examples are the water treatment plants, specifically the associated city enabling work that we will be having to do. That's estimated over $170 million. The continuing parks improvement program where parts may have to change, in some cases, the original scope. And then, for example, of something very current is that today we have some items on the consolidated budget amendments where we had a situation where the water and sewer projects were bid out and they came in above the estimated projected amount by approximately $350,000. So in this case, we did have funds to transfer over, but you know, as I said, as things go to bid, there's often times where they're going to be higher than expected. The second item that we we wanted to bring forward is in December 2018, the city created a post-retirement pay step plan for the police and firefighters. The PPS plan is a single employer defined benefit plan and is administered by the city. A review of the city's annual comprehensive financial report identified a material accounting adjustment to the PBS plan. For governmental accounting standards board statement 68 requires that governments provide deferred benefit pensions to recognize their long-term obligation and comprehensively measure the annual cost of the pension costs and benefits. The net pension liability was increased to $70 million, and this was due to a change in the discount rate used. This increase in liabilities has potential future impact to the city. This primarily concludes my report. I would like to recognize the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Staff had maintained a robust approach to help us be organized and compile budget information and supporting documentation. So I want to thank Laura and Yvette and their staff. And I also would like to recognize our audit staff, the City Auditor's Office, for their high quality work in reviewing the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. So at this point, I'd like to open up for any questions.
Okay. Anyone from the commission that would like to ask Mr. Rowley any questions?
Mayor, I do. Thank you. So, Mr. Rowley, first of all, thank you very much for the report. I greatly appreciate it. I just wanted to ask you one simple question, because the two areas of concern that you just highlighted and went through and also gave us in your memorandum, I did note that the city manager responded to those two areas of concern in his August 16th memorandum. Are you comfortable with the response that we received from the city manager regarding those two areas of concerns that you just highlighted?
Yes, we had a meeting, discussed the memorandum, and we agree with their responses.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Rowley, for the report. I wasn't clear on the increased amount regarding, I'm sorry. If I can read my typing, I would be better. Okay. Was it 70 million or 70 billion? What?
No, million. 70 million, yeah.
Okay.
We have the city's actuary perform what they call a depletion analysis, and they determine what the future pension benefits will have to be based on the inflows and the participation of the employees participating to the pension plan.
Okay, and what is the time span with that? Is that a year or 5 years? What is that increase, that dollar amount covering? How many years?
That's currently right now, as interest rates, which are going up now, can affect what the liability will be next year. So, you know, the way things are going now, it could be, you know, the liability could be lower next year if the incomes from investments are there, and other factors relating to how much was contributed to the pension and where they needed that for the major pension program for the police and firefighters.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Riley? Wait a minute, I didn't, is there anyone else on the commission have any questions? Okay. So how are we anticipating the potential cost for labor with regard to fire and police, since we have not yet concluded their contracts. How are we anticipating that? And if there is a shortfall in that, how are we planning to address that?
That's a good question. Sometimes it requires additional portion paid in, similar like the FRS program can change the benefit percentage as more revenues are made on the net asset position. That will also contribute to that. And sometimes there may be another alternative method that would be needed to increase the net assets to meet the pensions expenditures.
Right, but in terms of trying to cobble together funds to be able to pay this year's obligations, where are we looking to?
This year's, they're projecting out multiple years, but this year, currently, there's a very small number of participants in this particular program of the pension plan.
Can I interrupt? I think there's a disconnect. I believe the mayor is just talking about the collective bargaining that we're in right now. He's not referring to the issue related to the OPEB. He's referring to the current collective bargaining and the additional amounts that we may or may not have budgeted in the annual budget. Is that correct, Mayor?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I really can't answer that at the moment. I can research that, or I don't know if you have.
Well, what are our options, I guess, is the question. Laura, you want to chime in on that?
Sure, yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Laura Reese, Director, Office of Management and Budget. In the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget, we based it on the management proposals that were on the table at that time. Since then, there were a couple small tweaks, and the net was around 200,000 more we had to find, and you'll see that in the first public hearing. However, there'll be closed door where we have additional discussions with you. So what's in the proposed budget is what we've discussed with the mayor and commission at closed door in the past.
So based on the proposed budget and based on the status of these collective bargaining sessions, there's sufficient, you have addressed those obligations of the city in this particular budget?
Yes, so the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget would be balanced as proposed. Since proposal, we received authorization for a small tweak, which we'll make at the first public hearing. However, as we shared previously, there'll be payout amounts from the current year and prior year that will need to come from fund balance at the time that we execute those agreements. And so those would come by way of a budget amendment to the mayor and commission.
So those payouts are really not recurring expenses. Those are one-time payments, correct?
Correct. So for fiscal year 21 and 22 for fire, and for fiscal year 22 for police, there'll be some amounts in excess of the amounts in the budget, and that'll be one-time payout, so it's appropriate to come from fund balance. For fiscal year 24, we've designed a balanced budget that incorporates the ongoing revenues and expenses.
Okay, so for the ongoing and recurring expenses anticipated, we're not looking to the fund balance to pay for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to also highlight that the agreed upon amounts were as what we understood when we were negotiating last, and that's what was presented to you as well. Any deviation or changes from that of increases also impacts the ongoing expenditures and obligations as well.
Okay.
It's a compounding effect.
Thank you. Any other questions? There being none, thank you so much. We did have Mr. Spalding, you wanted to speak on this?
I think I'll pass on this one too. I think I
Okay.
put down the wrong number again.
All right, you had you down as business 3. Okay, moving on to business 4. This is now the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget discussion. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we're able to meet with you all and get your feedback. Right now, we're going to present some of that compiled feedback and some of the requests, and for you all to chime in and give us direction whether to proceed with funding these. This would require us to work through our numbers so that we can prepare something for you all to approve on September 5th. Ms. Laura Reese is prepared to discuss.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. Laura Reese, Director of Office of Management and Budget. And as the City Manager inferred, the purpose of our presentation today is to get additional feedback and to get consensus from the Mayor and Commission on any changes you all may have between proposed and the public hearings, which is September 5th and September 13th, when we'll have to go through a state dictated process where we adopt the budget. What's important to note is that in the proposed budget, we did incorporate the Mayor and Commission's priorities to the best of our abilities, understanding that a budget's never perfect. We want to make sure we're tweaking it as appropriate before the public hearings in September. So there are a few areas that came up between proposed. So the city charter says we have to have the proposed budget to the Mayor and Commission in the month of July. So you all got that in your July meeting. Since then, there's been a few issues and concerns and requests from changes that have come up. Some of them relate to the city commission budget, the Mayor and City Commission's budgets, annual funding for not-for-profit organizations, city-produced special events, city holidays, city sidewalks, microtransit funding. So I'm going to kind of set the stage for each one, hoping that if possible, Mayor, you may discuss it and provide any direction for change so that the manager and our team can put together a proposal if you would like changes in any of these areas. The first area is the budget of the Mayor and City Commission, and I believe you all are familiar with this, but the mayor and each commissioner has individual budgets. City management historically has kept the amounts the same for these operating expenses in each of your budgets. So there's consistency, every budget's the same, and these are the expenses that are the same. In addition to that, there's some differences, and that would have to do salaries and benefits by individual. You know, some employees may be existing employees that have pension plans, some may be in different health plans, different dental plans, MiFIs. So those things can be different in your budgets. And so overall, the Mayor and Commission's budgets are slightly different. Based upon our ordinances, the mayor also gets additional compensation above the commissioners, and that's also included. In addition, there's an admin budget that covers costs that are shared by the mayor and the commission, such as Broward League of Cities, U.S. Conference of Mayors. These are benefits to the mayor and all of the commissioners, and it's administered by administrative staff that support the group. Some of the requests that we received from various commissioners included enhancing the printing budget and some funding alternatives. One of the funding alternatives suggested was setting the overall budget for the mayor and all the commissioners to be exactly the same. So that would be based on the upper threshold of budgets, and then allowing the commissioners to use any funding remaining in the budget to support organizations, enhance training for staff at their discretion as long as there's a public purpose.
Laura?
Yes.
I have a question. And this is news to me. Can you just go back to that last slide?
Yes.
Thank you. Are we sending out birthday cards from the city currently? I mean, I know I don't send any. If you go back to that other slide, you'll see that District 2 is the most frugal of the districts. Are we sending out birthday cards from the city at taxpayer dollars?
My understanding is that there are birthday cards being distributed.
I haven't gotten one. Did you send me one?
No, and I just have to comment on this because, you know, if I know it's someone's birthday, you know what I do? I send them a text, or I go to CVS and I buy a card. I'm just flabbergasted when I saw this in the backup that we are actually sending. Are we currently sending out 10,000, as it says, birthday cards?
I think
No,
we
that
can-
is not the case. I'm sorry. I just wanted to provide some update on that. I received these numbers just recently. There are postcards that are printed out by certain commission offices, and so far to date, I see that there are I just have the totals, but one office has 2,585 and 52 cents for postcards 6x9, and another office 4,921 and 11 cents for 4x6 postcards.
So I just have a question. This is already built into the budget, what we're looking at now for the fiscal year 2024?
It is not. It's a requested enhancement.
An enhancement.
So if, theoretically, if one office got it, all of the offices would get it. So we'd like some consensus as to whether or not we should be budgeting for these.
What exactly are pre-agenda cards, $1,000? What, I mean, I'm sorry, 1,000, that's the amount of how many cards. What are pre-agenda cards?
It would be to notify the community about the agenda that's forthcoming.
Oh, I send out an email, actually. It works really well. And I don't think I need to send any, I don't think I use any
Well,
postage or printing.
I would like to chime in on that. The pre-agenda cards is what we do in District 3. Many of you have heard where I expressed the concern about lack of internet service and being able to receive emails. This is a way that we make sure that our neighbors, constituencies, receive those notifications. And the way that we do them basically for 2 months. So we are doing what we consider to be very cost-effective, to be productive in getting out the information.
So if I could just ask, because we each have about 50,000 people in the district, how do you decide which are the 1,000 out of the 50,000 that get an agenda card?
It's pertaining to District 3.
Yes.
Okay, and with that, what we have been doing is those individuals who have actually signed up for notifications, and then also those who have reached out to our office asking for notifications, and also following those who are registered voters in our district.
And it's determined that none of these people have an email or a cell phone to text them the information?
Some of them, the majority, do not.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get back to the birthday card thing? You know, I think it's great that we send out birthday cards, but I think it should come out of your separate budgets. Because I don't send out birthday cards, but I think it's a prerogative of each commissioner to do whatever they want with their office budget. And if this is a way of connecting with their constituency, I think it's great. But I don't really know if it's appropriate to add that onto your respective city commission budget. It should be part of your commission budget. So if I mean, I have sent out birthday cards, but, you know, I think that I think we all use different methodologies in terms of trying to connect with our constituencies. And I think that whether it be birthday cards, whether it be whatever, I just think that there are ways to do things that we should all personalize, but I don't know whether that should be an enhanced expense on top of our separate commission budgets.
So, Mayor, I'm understanding you are specifically referring to the birthday cards?
Just the birthday cards.
Okay.
The agenda cards, I think that's kind of low. I think that, you know, it should really spread out even more. It's unfortunate that not everybody has internet or has a phone, and I applaud your efforts to try to stay in touch with people, even by mail. But the birthday card thing, I mean, you can still do it, but I think it should be out of everyone's, commission budget that we're assigning now everybody in this particular fashion.
Okay. As long as we are not eliminating or the pre-agenda cards, that is a necessity?
I think it's a necessity.
Okay.
And just as a point of clarification, that's the cost per 1,000 because each district would have different costs. So do we have consensus to add an amount? equal to the estimated pre-agenda cards to the budget?
So let me weigh in on this. So Mayor, I was actually, and may have been some of the other commissioners as well, but my approach to this is that I think it makes sense from an equity perspective that all the commission offices have the same budgets, notwithstanding the fact that your particular salary is a little higher, which would warrant a higher dollar amount for your office other than the other ones. But I think each one of us should make a determination as to how we want to allocate out the dollars for our office. So for some commissioners, they may choose to put a little bit more money into salaries. Other commissioners may choose to put more money into training. In my case, I've hired somebody recently, and I brought her on at a lower salary, and I may choose partway through the year to increase her salary up to make her comparable to what some of the other commission assistants are being paid. So I think we need to allow each of us to operate our offices in a way that we think makes the most sense for our districts and in line with our priorities. So I think having a set amount that is equivalent across the board gets us out of this conversation about whether somebody wants a birthday card, whether somebody wants a pre-agenda card, whether somebody wants to pay one of their assistants more or less. I don't think it's a good idea for us to try and micromanage each other's budgets. I think in terms of fairness and equity, we should just establish an across-the-board amount, and then it's up to us to manage within that dollar amount.
Okay, anyone else have any comments?
I concur with that 100%. I think that's an excellent approach to this because my next question was going to be, what exactly, Laura, is the paid internship program at $17,000 per intern?
Another enhancement requested just to involve community college students in the mayor and commission's offices.
And why would that be $17,000 per intern?
We estimated it based upon, I believe, $15 an hour. So it could vary based on.
I had a volunteer all summer.
We can get volunteers for that. I would object to that cost, but again, as Commissioner Herbst says, if we get just a lump sum for us to manage how we see fit, then if someone wants to spend $17,000 per intern, knock yourself out. But I would disagree that we need to have a paid internship program at $17,000. It wasn't that long ago when there was one commission assistant for 5 people. For 5 people in the office.
We also got 2 emails a week.
Correct.
So,
Actually, before that, it was 3 for the entire office.
Right. And then we had 1 assistant per commissioner. And now we have 2 assistants per commissioner. So I don't see the need to, in addition to the 2 assistants per commissioner, to have a $17,000 paid intern also. That's just my opinion.
Okay. All right. So what
Mayor,
are we going to do
Mayor,
with regard?
I have one more question, Mayor.
Okay.
On that last bullet, I want to hear from the city attorney because I do believe that we would get into other issues if we start supporting social organizations. With Broward County ethics and other statutes that guide us, how would that work, Mr. Spence, in terms of allowing us to spend those dollars allocated to our office to support social organizations?
So commission dollars can only be spent for a public purpose. So a determination usually with regards to spending for nonprofit organizations are usually made at a commission level and not individually.
Well, it's kind of a slippery slope. I agree with you, Commissioner, to give us a slush fund to be paying out to various nonprofits. I think that let the city let us as a city commission with the city manager's assistance make those determinations as to which nonprofits, as we've done in the past year after year. I don't really think we should be having money on our. If we want to take it out of our commission budget, I mean maybe that's another thing. But as Mr. Spence has said, it has to be for a public purpose, and I would think we would be very gingerly in our approach to how we're doling out that money, because it really it raises questions as to favoritism and stuff like that. I just don't want to see anyone on the commission being, a target of criticism unnecessarily when you're trying to do the right thing, but it might be misinterpreted. So just keep that in mind.
Mayor, let me kind of, and this is not my item, but I'd just like to talk this through because, a couple of years ago, we tasked the Budget Advisory Board to come up with a process to avoid exactly the issue that you're referring to of favoritism. And again, I have nothing against any of the not-for-profits that we support as a commission. I wholeheartedly endorse the work that they do and everything else. But, it has often been commented on that we have some favorite children that we reward year in and year out, and it's very hard for somebody new to break into that. And that was what that attempt that we went through with the BAB 2 years ago was to open up that opportunity for other smaller not-for-profits to participate in the city's largesse, if you will. This might be one way that we could continue to do that at, I would say the district level. The district commissioners all know what the needs of their districts are. Again, this is not my item, so please, I don't want to mislead anybody. But if there's a small not-for-profit in my area that's doing some really good work and I want to be able to channel some of my office budget money towards them, I don't know. I think that's something we might want to think about because it doesn't rise to that larger level of we're going to allocate out $500,000 to a museum or $500,000 to that. But, maybe this small not-for-profit needs $2,000 or $3,000 to transport kids to a program or something like that. I don't know. I think there's some good that can be done with this.
Let's talk about that then.
Well, here's a question for you. Here's a workaround.
Okay, go ahead.
City Attorney, Mr. Spence, if we wanted to partner with an organization that Commissioner Hertz is talking about, let's say some project to build a home or habitat, instead of giving it to the nonprofit, could we pay for whatever the building materials or transportation, might directly pay for something that's going to benefit our community?
So the issue is with regards to the Broward County Code of Ethics for elected officials, it deals with charitable donations in terms of the commission or elected officials soliciting, and it has certain guidelines with regards to whether or not you can solicit funds on behalf of these charitable organizations, and those guidelines include whether or not you can expend public funds, i.e. using your office staff in those type of solicitations. Now, it doesn't directly address the use of your campaign office funds for those charitable donations, but I'm concerned with how those lines intertwine and the blending of that activity that may have you crossing over into a violation of the Broward County Code of Ethics for elected officials.
Let me throw out an internal control compromise. So if I have $10,000 in my budget that I want to spend on, pick the organization, something that does, rescues dogs. And I think there's a public purpose because I don't want to send the dogs to a shelter where they're going to get killed. I think that meets a public purpose. And so I have $10,000 in my office, not my office account, leftover campaign funds, which is what I think you're referring to. I'm talking my overall budget that we're going to get here that I didn't spend on travel and training. I've got some money left over. I'd like to direct that to save some puppies. And I bring it back to the commission and I say, look, I've got $10,000. Commission, do you agree that this is a public purpose? It's no different than any other not-for-profit that we give out $2 million to not-for-profits. Nobody ever suggests for 1 second that that doesn't meet a public purpose. So I understand your idea that we don't want to be seen as buying votes in the community. That's a very valid concern. I agree with you 100%. So maybe the idea is I have this money, I want to target it, and maybe we bring it back for a vote to the commission. Maybe that's the way to do it. So I want to be able to facilitate district commissioners to do things in their neighborhoods that only they know about. You don't know what's in my district. I don't know what's in your district. You know, because you're on the ground every day, what they need. And maybe we still bring that back for a vote to say at the commission level, yes, this is a public purpose. No different than giving money to the Museum of Science and Discovery.
A formal approval of the elected officials' governing entity is consistent with the procedure outlined in the Broward County Code of Ethics for elected officials with regards to certain exceptions to the solicitation, charitable solicitation regulation. So that appears to be something that is doable, Commissioner.
I would like to comment on this.
Sure.
This is not my initiative, but I do agree that this is something that I believe that would work and benefit for the district. District 3 right now, looking at the budget that is presented before us, there's no funding allocated overall for District 3 for nonprofits. And I'm going to talk about that a little later. But that would give an opportunity for funding as well to be given to District 3. I do not know why funding was cut in the nonprofits, but we'll talk about that when we get there. But this would give an opportunity to provide funding where it's being not necessarily agreed upon, conversated about, and considered. Thank you.
All right, so Commissioner Herbst recommended that that we do have the opportunity to give to nonprofits or for whatever reason, should we have money left over that was not used for training or supplies or services, and to allow the members of the commission to use that money instead of adding an enhanced funding line item for those types of things that should be just part of our overall budget. Am I interpreting you correctly, Commissioner?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm okay with that. How about the rest of you? We have that each commissioner have a based on
A set amount.
page 5.
Can you go back to that original where we
Right
have
there.
that one?
So I'm thinking the latitude, if
Sorry.
you have leftover funds, that we can choose, again, Commissioner, as we talked about before, that
Page 5.
that we operate within our overall budget, and if we want to assist some of the smaller not-for-profits in our area, bring it back to the commission for a vote to declare it a public purpose, but we can utilize the funds within our budget, because I don't want to add more money to the larger budget if I want to assist something in my district. And again, this is not something that I've planned on doing or want to, but I can see that this could be useful in some of the districts.
And for clarity, I'm asking this would be an addition to what would be outlined and what we approve in the budget for nonprofits. Would be those funds would allow us from our office budget or our district budget to be able to use those funds that are left over to those nonprofits that we identify.
Based on what the ethics law permits us to do, correct? Okay.
Just to be certain, so just for clarity, so when we do things like this in the future, it has to come to the commission so we all get the green light that that's an acceptable contribution from the commission?
I think that would be the best approach. I think we need to have guardrails on this, so again, it doesn't look like we're out there trying to, buy votes in the community.
Right, and at the end of the day, these are taxpayer dollars that are paid from the entire city, and even though we are district commissioners, these are taxpayer dollars from out the entire city that we will be spending on whether it's a social organization or whatever. You might have people that object to certain organizations that are all of a sudden going to be getting funding.
That's up to you. Let's like the commissioner said. We each know what our own district's priorities are, and I think that we should defer to each commissioner. If or when those extra monies, if there are extra monies, should be spent within the district.
And I'm okay with it if we do have those guardrails that have just been explained.
Well, let me ask you this, to address Commissioner Glassberg's question. Logistically, would it be, if you're going to do something like that, would it be best to actually take that extra money, return it to the general fund, we earmarked it so the money's actually coming from the commission as a whole as opposed to one commissioner per se?
No.
Well, that's just a bookkeeping thing.
Yeah.
But I do now. I'm going to ask the commission one favor. I would like an enhanced amount for the mayor's office because the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which I think is an important thing that a mayor attend, whether it be me or any future mayor, happens to cost a lot of money. And I would ask for that be a separate line item in addition to the other conferences and institutes that I attend, that would, come out of the regular budget. I'd ask for special consideration regarding that.
Mayor, are these, the slide that we're looking at now, and Laura, maybe you can help, are these, like the others were, requested enhancements, or is this already there?
This is the budget. This is the budget.
It's there.
That's all it, yeah.
Fiscal year 2024.
Correct.
This is the amount that's consistent in each budget.
Right.
So it wouldn't include salaries, benefits, and then the technology devices.
And
Oh,
if you-
I'm sorry, this is the admin budget.
That's the group
admin
This is the group
Yeah, this
admin
is the
budget.
admin.
This is not the office budget.
Right. If we
Yeah.
could go back 2 slides.
Okay, sorry about that, yeah. So this was the admin budget that pays, and then this is overall budget. This is consistent in each budget. Oops, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
you went
It's
too
a little delayed. Sorry.
This is what each district commissioner has in a budget,
The consistent in each.
right here.
Yep.
Proposed for fiscal year 2024.
Correct.
And this is what I'm asking, if I can have an enhanced amount for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, because it is an expensive conference.
How expensive?
I think it's like $12,000 or something. I don't recall.
Only on the condition that you come back and give us a full report
I
on
will do
everything you did and everything you learned
Yeah.
and how it's going to benefit
Yeah.
the city.
You
No,
know
I
what?
think it's a great idea, Mayor.
Mayor, I'm willing to give you my $20 for special delivery on the bottom, and I'm willing to give you my $20 for books and manuals on the bottom.
And you have to
of the
send me
page.
a
You're
birthday
too generous
card.
to me. I
Anything I can do to help you get to that conference, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And you,
No
need to send me a
problem.
birthday card from up there, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So in order to, yeah, okay, so in order to kind of recap what I'm hearing, so we'll set all the budgets the same based on the highest district commission budget. For the mayor's office, we'll increase based on the salary being higher in the ordinance.
Can you go back to that other slide that shows the 5
Oops,
pots?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my direction is not great today. Too much clicking. Okay.
No, I think it's the one with the 5, whatever those.
Went too much.
Page 4.
Yeah, page 4.
I'm trying to click slowly just so that I.
Thank
okay.
you. That's it.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the one.
So when you say city commission budget, is this from fiscal year 2023 right now, or is this proposed for 2024?
24. So we'd make sure the mayor's office is 17,000 above everyone else for the year, or the incremental difference set out by ordinance. In addition, what I'd recommend is that the city commission admin budget is where we fund the conference of mayors, so that we can tell that everything else looks the same.
Right.
Just for clarity.
So what number would be an equal number? I know that Commissioner Herbst brought that up, and I think it's a good idea. Mayor, you too. What are we looking at now?
What do you,
542 less 17?
I don't understand the question.
Well, it looks like we're heading in a direction where we're just going to assign every commission district
So
a dollar amount.
I think that would be 525 then, right? 542 less 17, you said, Laura? So you're looking at 525.
For each commission district?
Which doesn't mean we have to spend it all.
Well, wait a minute. Where'd you get the 17 number from?
So 17, well, I just quickly asked my teammate back here how much more the mayor's salary is than the district commissioners based on the ordinance. The answer was 17,000.
Okay.
So the highest budget up there is $542,000. So if you
Okay.
take 17,000 away to get to all the other district commissioners' budgets, that would be approximately 525,000 in all of the district budgets.
So we basically have all the same expenses otherwise, right? We have two assistants, we have, does this include what's on the next slide, on
Yes,
page
this
5?
includes the salaries and
Yeah,
benefits
so,
and
so
all of
the
that.
next slide number 5, is incorporated in that 525?
No, this is part of the 240, right?
No, well, yeah, admin is the 240.
In the
So
middle.
that's the one in the middle that's shared.
Okay, all right.
That's shared.
Okay.
That's where we would put the mayor's attendance to the conference of mayors, correct?
That's what I would suggest, so that the others looked clearly.
And just so I'm clear, right, so I've got to do a trip for the National League of Cities up to DC. That comes out of that same pot?
We could start to handle it that
I
way?
mean, I think if any of us have to travel for
behalf,
something,
okay.
then I think it ought to come out of the. I don't particularly want to go to D.C. for the National League of Cities. I accepted that grudgingly, so I don't necessarily want to be paying for that. You're more than welcome to go, Pam, if you'd like to.
When is it?
It's in November. Yeah.
Commissioner,
I happily hand that off to somebody else.
I'm going to give you my $20 for
You too,
FedEx.
and your birthday card.
Wait a minute, you said you were going to give it to me.
Well,
God.
I'll give you 20
Mayor,
from
would
the
you
one
like to go
pot
to the
and
National
give
League?
you
Of
20.
Well, it
Please,
depends
please.
which weekend that is.
I will
Tell me, because
please,
the
yeah.
16th we have the anti-Semitism conference here. So as long as it's not on the 16th or Thanksgiving.
It is the 16th. It is the 16th, 17th, and 18th of November.
Right. That's why I couldn't go this year, because
Right.
we're having the anti-Semitism conference here.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's why you were asking for somebody to be voluntold.
Right,
And
voluntold,
that's how I got voluntold.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Have fun.
All right, so if attending
I
on
hear it's
behalf of
rainy in
the
DC.
mayor and commission, it'll come out of admin, and my understanding that. Everything else, 542 for the mayor's budget, 525 for everyone else.
Okay.
Are we good? Okay.
Laura, I'm sorry, that is a conference that I attend as well.
Okay, we'll make sure that we,
All right.
So any conferences that you all are attending on behalf of the commission will go out of the commission administration budget. Any other conferences that you all attend
personally, right.
for any other reasons would come out of your distinct budgets?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
it should be.
Great.
Thank you for the
I
clarification.
think we all try to get the sponsor to pay for us. Like, I'm going to be attending an institute at the end of September, and the sponsor's paying for my travel and attendance and so forth, so.
all right, so the next topic is not-for-profit organizations, and this shows trend over the year.
I'm sorry, so
Yes.
did we have a conclusion on what that dollar amount is going to be for all of the districts? Have we made that certain?
Yeah, it was 525, I think.
Yep, so we took the total amount for the mayors, which was 542. We're going to subtract out the incremental difference, which is around 17,000, and we'll get to the other districts through that calculation, which is right around 525. There'll be some rounding.
What does that do to the proposed 2024 budget? I haven't done that math just now, because obviously,
It's not going to have a major impact on it.
well, my district alone is getting an extra $100,000. I'm only at 423, and now I'm going to go to 5 what?
Where's it
So that's an impact.
have?
Do we know what that change that we just decided on is going to do to the overall budget?
So I probably can't calculate that on the fly, but a few $100,000, a couple $100,000.
Well, and I think we're probably going to have a number of other changes
Right.
as we go through this. So I think, Commissioner, that's just one component of a larger number, because there are some other things that I would like to see in the budget that have nothing to do with the commission, but have more to do with operations. And I think that's probably going to be a little more substantial than what we're talking about here.
Okay, well, as long as we're starting to keep a tally right now.
And also, you don't have to spend it.
I understand.
It's 268. 268 would be going from each of the respective districts over to 525.
Okay, so that's 268, and let's just remember that number, because now we're going to have a more discussion, and we're going to start adding incrementally, correct? So is someone keeping a tally? Thank you.
All right, so the next topic, if we are comfortable moving on, Mayor?
Is the what?
The not-for-profit organizations. And so we start out by just sharing a history of the not-for-profit funding since 2019. It stayed around $2 million. It went up in 2023. That was primarily because we count the DDA contribution as part of this pot based upon a recommendation from the Budget Advisory Board, and that is around $700,000 a year. In 2024, the amount was reduced as part of the budget balancing strategy, as we outlined in the preliminary budget memo. Part of the balancing strategy was removing positions from the city staff, reducing contributions to not-for-profit organizations, and other such changes. So these are the not-for-profit.
I have a question before you move on.
Absolutely.
Regarding the DDA, love the DDA, but I'm just asking the question, with the funding that's being asked is dealing with Huizenga Park. Why isn't this in the Parks and Recs budget?
It's a contribution to an organization. It's not a city park. So DDA owns the park. So the Budget Advisory Board recommended that we show in one centralized place all the contributions to other organizations. This happens to be the only organization that is not a not-for-profit. It's a governmental organization, but it's a partnership to support a park.
But, I'm sorry, but it is not a non-for-profit, right?
It is not.
So, I'm new to this spot. I don't understand this, because I'm seeing everything else here that is a nonprofit. So if that could be explained to me, maybe city manager and Dwayne, that legalize how that is legal.
Well, actually, I'd like to even jump in on that. So if you go to the state chart of accounts, intergovernmental transfers are 6,000s, right? So this should not be lumped in with non-exchange transactions to not-for-profits. The intergovernmental transfers have a different account code under the state chart of accounts.
This is just trying to, at the Budget Advisory Board's request, compile a listing of the contributions that are made for
Understood.
expenditures that aren't city expenditures.
Right.
So they asked us to add it here. We can show it somewhere else if you prefer in the future.
Well, I think actually we're required under the state uniform chart of accounts requires us to account for intergovernmental transfers differently than we account for other things. So I believe it's a 6,000 number expenditure account.
We haven't yet made our first payment, so it'll be budgeted based upon where that payment is from, but it's a general government expense, so it's budgeted in gen.
In gen, right.
Yeah.
Gen, but a 6,000 number, 6,000 number expenditure line.
Correct.
So Vice Mayor, that 714-285 should not be on this list. We just put it on just to demonstrate money that is going out. And that title should say nonprofits and other intergovernmental commitments.
Okay. But would that not change the funding amount if it's not a nonprofit? It changes it, correct?
Yeah, so instead of it being 2.6, instead of it being from 2.6 in 2023, it's going to go down to 1.3, half.
So that's a huge change.
It's one half.
Right. And having it in there kind of masks the overall reduction in the not-for-profit contributions, which we may or may not want to do, but it certainly, I use this term. I use this term, and I'm not to be pejorative about it, but it's masking the actual extent of the cuts to the not-for-profit sector. So, and I know that wasn't the intent, and I'm not implying anything improper, but it does mislead a little bit if you just look at the overall number and you think that our funding towards not-for-profits really hasn't changed substantially, where if you remove the DDA from the picture, actually it's changed significantly. Yeah.
And where I'm going with this, again, being that the nonprofit funding is not being spread through the District 3 area, that means to me that there's some funding that we could add to this for District 3.
So in any case, if we add not-for-profit organizations, it would come from another area, which we'd have to come back to. So this wasn't a list based on districts. It was based on citywide recommendations or citywide needs. So if there's a discussion to add something, we could consider that now with your colleagues.
Okay.
We can remove this from the list, the DDA. It was actually in the 23 number and in the 24 number, so it would actually reduce last year's number and this year's number.
And
in terms of the trend.
Where would it be moved to?
It would just not be listed in this list. We have plenty of expenses that aren't on this list. Historically, or when the Budget Advisory Board weighed in favor of the DDA, they asked that we show it on this list and lump them together. That's why it's here. We can remove that, and it just wouldn't provide that level of, I guess, transparency, but we would probably have to rename it, to your point, if we keep it on this list. It'd be not-for-profit and governmental
So
contributions.
2023 would be, if
higher
you
as
remove
well.
it, would be like 1.9.
Yeah,
really.
so it's
Okay.
included in 23 and in 24, so we'd remove it from both numbers.
So I do also have a question, because I know that the Vice Mayor is concerned about District 3 organizations, but I look at the list, it's the next page also, but these seem to be nonprofits that service the entire city, are they not?
That's, in most cases, correct. In some, they have brick and mortar facilities that are in a district, such as the I guess, Riverwalk is really focused in on the
Well, the
Riverwalk area.
summer youth employment program, for example, I
Right.
mean, that's citywide, right?
Yes.
First call for help, Earning Learning Coalition, I can go on, but these seem to be organizations that really do service every single district in the city.
Yeah.
I agree with that, but there are opportunities to expand that where it
I
was
agree
before.
with you, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct. But these are the choices that we have to make where it comes to funding, pensions and compensation packages versus special events versus
Well,
nonprofits.
then let's go down the line then, because when you tell me that that we as a commission are comfortable with funding the museum, the Nova Southeastern Museum, yes, we cut it, but it deals with tourism and also with our neighbors. But the fact of it, there's organizations that are not identified on here that work and provide what the residents also that lives in District 3 are needing, giving reference to even the Early Learning Coalition.
Right.
They could be increased by another $25,000. They need additional funds to help those parents be able to get child care for their children.
I wish we could give $500,000 to them. But the point is that there are choices and it's still a fluid process. We are here charged with making decisions as to with certain amount of money. We have a limited resources. Even though we have over $20 million of new money coming into our treasury this year because of the increase in the valuations of the property in the city, we still seem to be challenged with all these demands for the money that's brought into the city. And part of that has to do with our current collective bargaining discussions. We have to consider that. I mean, how much more can we give there?
Well, let's
there are
do
neighborhoods.
this.
Wait, let me finish. There are neighborhoods that are demanding sidewalks. We need
And
to.
there's neighborhoods who are demanding more police.
Exactly. Well, we can keep talking about more police, and I fully agree that public safety is number one for any city when it comes to budgeting, but there are other quality of life issues that also come under that same umbrella. And I think having sidewalks and not having kids who walk to school have to walk in the streets while buses and parents are running around in the morning trying to deliver their kids to school. I think there are all kinds of budgetary considerations that we have to make choices. And these are the choices that are being recommended for us today. And I'm not saying any one is better than the other, but certainly, when you brought out the Nova Southeastern Museum, I mean, they provide education to tens of thousands of kids all over the city. It's not just because it happens to be located downtown. It doesn't mean it's just servicing the downtown. I've spoken with Bonnie Clearwater, and she explains to me how many kids from all over the city, including District 3, come and visit the museum and have that educational opportunity that many kids in other cities would never have that opportunity. So. Hey, if we had more money, I think we should give Early Learning Coalition, $100,000. But we can make those choices tonight. Do we take it from one versus another?
I believe we could look at some of these pots and glean from each one of the pots to get where we need to be. Okay. I believe that deserves a conversation, because when we have neighbors in our city who, because of low income, aren't able to go to work because they cannot afford child care, that's worth a discussion. Mm-hmm. Okay? Yes, the museum have opportunities where they bring students in, but also they have free days where the residents can go for free. Right. Maybe that needs to be cut back and allow us who are able to pay to go to the museum to pay the admission.
But a lot of those people are underprivileged children and parents who need that free day. So why wouldn't we offer that to them?
Well, let's see what we can do as a balance.
We have. We cut them by $250,000. That's quite a balance.
Okay. With that, let's look through this list and see what we can glean and get for early education an additional $25,000.
Okay.
While we're doing that, could I noticed something missing from the list, and I want to understand why. So we had made a commitment to Stranahan House for 5 years of $100,000 a year.
I thought it was 3 years.
So we commit year by year. So all of our not-for-profit participation agreements come back annually to the commission.
Right, but
So-
when we had talked with them, when they were doing their capital fundraising, we made a 5-year commitment to them is what I thought we had agreed to.
I'm not aware of a 5-year commitment, maybe verbally between like leaders and discussing that, but
Okay.
in
Well, I
terms
think
of
we're
the
in year
actual
4.
commitments that we've brought forward in the agreements, there have been 3 $100,000 commitments, and those funds are in escrow. 300,000 are left in escrow.
All right. I could be wrong. I thought it was a 5-year commitment, but if we could just explore that and find out.
Commissioner
I
Herbst,
can
you
share
are
that,
absolutely
yeah.
correct. It was a 5-year program, and we're in 3. It was that year 4 was cut out. It is a 5-year commitment. It was supposed to be a 5-year commitment that we had made.
So our office administers the agreements. I can pull them and share them with you, the
I think we have to go back to
one-year
look when it was
agreements.
first agreed to, though. I mean, I think we need to listen
Right.
to the discussion when it was first approved. So rather than looking at the annual agreements,
Okay.
because to your point, you know, we make a what I'll call a moral obligation. We can't have a binding commitment. Obviously, we can't bind a future commission to appropriate money, but we make sort of a moral commitment to an organization, particularly if they're going to go out and do fundraising in the community, that they're saying, look, the city has agreed to step up and do this level of support for us over a given level of time. So I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing is consistent with the, you know, with the promise that we made to the organization when they embarked on their capital campaign. So if you could go back in time and find that out, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I'll pull old or former discussions and the agreements to share with this.
Mayor.
Thank you.
board.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
To your point, Commissioner Herbst, in reading some of the recent emails, I understand they haven't even spent the $300,000 we've given them so far. So maybe
I think they were accumulating money towards to a certain threshold, and this is my recollection. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm going from recollection now, and I'm getting old, so my memory isn't what it used to be. But the idea was that they were going to. So if I remember this, I'm kind of going back because I remember reviewing this when we were the auditor. We talked about giving them all the money up front, and we determined that we couldn't do that, but we would give that to them in $100,000 increments till we reached this threshold of what I thought was $500,000, at which time they would then have the resources to go and do what they were going to do with it. So they're accumulating money, and I'm trying to remember what it was for. Was it for a welcome center or something like that? But they were accumulating money for a project, and we agreed to give them $100,000 a year till we got to that threshold. So it wasn't that they were going to spend it every year. It's part of a capital campaign to get to a certain amount. So if you could just go back and
why don't we go
revisit
back
that?
and figure out what that was about, Laura?
Because again, I'm going from recollection. I haven't gone back and reviewed, you know, the original proposal that we received years ago. I know if I went back in my emails, since I have them all going back to 2006, I could find it. But rather than me do the research, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, I'll look for any conference discussion of it. But yeah, the agreements I have handy, they're all 1 year, $100,000.
And Commissioner
All right,
Herbst,
to my colleagues, to my colleagues, we have taken a turn off of my request, and we're not moving forward until we continue this conversation.
So why don't,
Okay?
let's see if we can
I was
find
not done.
$25,000
Okay.
to add to the Early Learning Coalition.
Yes, let's look at this. We can do this together.
Right.
Okay? We're not done talking about additional funding for Early Learning Coalition. So what I'm looking at.
Well, it doesn't have to come from these funds, Commissioner.
Well, if it doesn't have to come from these funds, let's fund it.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But, and we're moving, this is just part of the conversation of budgeting. So I agree with you, and I'm sure most of the commission will agree, we can find $25,000 somewhere else in the budget to be able to add to the Early Learning Coalition, right?
Okay, because I'm going to tell you, Mayor, that was not what I heard when you told me, when you made your statement about we have already decided who we're going to give to, and how do you explain taking money from XYZ. So if there is a pot for us to consider these funds, I would like to see $25,000 allocated to Early Learning Coalition. Okay? And I would like to say something.
I'd support that.
Thank you.
Just, Laura, just.
Wait.
No,
Wait,
if we
let her
want to
finish.
support.
She's still
Wait,
speaking.
please.
She's still speaking.
I'm still speaking. Now, what I am not going to sit up here and allow happen today, I'm not going to be talked over. I'm not going to be passed over. We're going to talk about the disparity that we're seeing in the city that affects District 3 as well. So I don't want to hear, or I'm not going to accept, I should say, conversation about this is for the whole city when it's not being allocated and affected by District 3. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Laura, just to clarify, if we all support Commissioner Beasley's, it's not up to us to cut from something. We could all, as a body, say we support Commissioner Beasley Pittman, correct?
Yep. So any direction we're getting for consensus today, the manager and our team will go back and we'll create a solution to incorporate those things. But you all understand, always when you add someplace, we'll figure out what we recommend to tweak.
Okay, great.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a comment. City Manager, when did we start working with the Budget Advisory Board on the fiscal 2024 budget?
I'll ask Laura. That was maybe December?
We work all year round.
Yeah,
But this budget started with your kickoff in January with your goal setting.
Thank you.
Yep.
We started in January on the budget process.
Correct.
We rely very heavily on the input of the Budget Advisory Board. Earlier today, we actually accepted a communication from the Budget Advisory Board saying that they recommended adoption of the budget as presented unanimously. How many joint meetings have we had with the Budget Advisory Board since January?
2, and you'll have one more next meeting before your September 5th.
Okay. Have they, as a Budget Advisory Board, had a chance to vet anything that you've shown us in the last hour with regards to all of these slides, all of these changes, all of these requests coming forward now, which I consider to be very late in the process? So I'm just wondering how much our advisory board has had a chance to vet all of this?
They have not met since this presentation's been drafted.
Well, then I would recommend that we do not repeat this next year as a process. This is not, in my estimation, a satisfactory process. We should be doing this much earlier than now, and our Budget Advisory Board, they already figured their work was done. They sent us a communication that we accepted earlier today that said, we endorse the budget as presented. As presented to whom? As presented to them?
Yes, and I can share why it's a little nuanced this year. It's because the meeting date got changed and they were unable to meet with you today. But typically this would be the meeting and the discussion at your joint meeting.
Okay,
So,
it just seems a little awkward to me.
And let me ask a question. This process, what we're doing today, it allows for 2 additional opportunities to discuss the budget, correct?
Yes.
So this is, I remind, just making a statement, I know this is my first opportunity to be a part of this process, but if we're going through the process and we're following the process, let's work together as a new commission to do it. It's new to some of us, and it may be not familiar to those who saw it before on this commission, but let's not just dismiss it and say it's not in order. That's what I'm hearing, that it's not in order.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it's not in order. I'm just saying that we do have a Budget Advisory Board that we rely on to vet all of these different line items in our fiscal year budget. I'm just saying.
I know, but keep in mind, it's an advisory board.
I understand.
Okay? And I think it's the prerogative of the commission to be able to tweak these numbers as we feel is appropriate. So I think that the vice mayor's comments are very well taken, and we should be able, and my comments were, yes, we can add to these programs, but it's going to come from somewhere else.
Okay.
And it may not come from this list, but it may come from somewhere else in the budget. So we are charging Laura and her staff to try to see if there's an opportunity there, and then to come back to the commission with an adjustment to add to that particular program and let us know where the money came from.
And in support of the vice mayor's point here, well, first of all, Laura has come to, we've had 2 workshops on the budget, and I want to thank you very much for your input. At those workshops, we got a lot of community input, And I had sat down with Laura and I said, listen, when do we take that community input and put it in here? And even though they had come up with this budget, she says, this meeting, August 22nd, is when you take this community input and we tweak it one more time to go forward. This is the meeting, Vice Mayor. This is the meeting that you want to increase funding for some of them nonprofits. This is where we talk about it and some other issues coming forward. So this is our time to.
No, I'm good. I'm just waiting for our final total, and then, as the mayor just said, I'll be very interested to see where we're taking it from. That's the bottom line.
So,
Thank you.
So I'd like to chime in on this too, since I've been doing this longer than anybody else. This is always a process. So in July, under the city charter, the city manager presents his proposed budget. At that point, number of figures will change from July through till the end. The Budget Advisory Board is looking at the city manager's proposed budget. It's not our budget until we've gone through this process. So when the Budget Advisory Board looks at it and provides their recommendations, they haven't consulted with the commission about what our priorities are. So this is the opportunity for us to put our stamp on the manager's budget. So I think what we're talking about, what the vice mayor is bringing up, what all of us are bringing up, this is the time for us to do that. In fact, this is the best time because historically we never even had an August meeting on the budget. The first time we would be doing this was at the first budget hearing in September. So this is a process improvement that was initiated several years back with the budget office, the Budget Advisory Board, where we actually created this opportunity to have this in a workshop format instead of in the public hearing where we'd sit there till 3 o'clock in the morning striking things in and out of the budget. So I think this is a great process to go through. It's a huge improvement over what has been done historically, and it now gives staff, having been the principal budget officer for the city of Jacksonville, it gives them time to go back and make these tweaks and figure out how to come back with a final product that now represents the policy level decisions that we, as those in charge of governance, direct staff to make. So this is, I think, the absolute time to have these conversations about what we think our priorities are and get them into the budget. Because at the end of the day, this budget is an absolute expression of the city commission's policies and priorities. It speaks to what we care about the most.
Okay. Yes, and much of it is supposed to also be aligned with the goals that we established in January. I'm not necessarily agreeing with the timeline that was just laid out 100%, but I am saying, when did we set the millage rate, City Manager? July? July. 5th. And what did we base the millage rate on, Laura?
It was based on the proposed budget and the budget development process to that time with the Budget Advisory Board. They weighed in that they recommended keeping the millage rate the same.
Based on what?
Based upon the department presentations and the preliminary budget presented by the city manager.
Okay, and I would just remind everyone that we did keep the millage rate the same for the 17th year in a row. But when we did that, we also have to take into consideration the frugality of what we're charged with and the fiduciary responsibility that we're charged with to stay within that millage rate that we established. So we can go ahead and now and just add everything we like, but again, I will be very curious to see where we're taking it from so that we're staying within the millage rate that we have already established.
All right, so that's something she can get back to. Okay,
Exactly.
let's move on.
Can I add one thing for the not-for-profits? Commissioner Herb's staff just confirmed that originally the request was 5 years at $100,000 per year, although the agreements that came forward were $100,000 per year.
Right, and again, that's consistent with state
Right.
law that we can't bind.
Put your mic on. Put your mic on.
And yes, and that's consistent with state law that we can't bind a future commission without a referendum of the residents. So, but the idea, the commitment, the promise was for 5. So I would just ask that we honor that that commitment that we had made to them when we did it. So I would hope that my colleagues would all agree. If we're going to tell somebody we do something, we have an obligation to do it.
Okay, let's continue with the presentation.
All right, so wrapping up not-for-profits, the next item was special events that came up. In particular, there's been requests to add to certain budgets and requests to add amount for a Juneteenth special event. So any input on that?
Well, where is that on this list? I'm sorry.
Page 10 and 11.
So what we have is the current special events, city-produced special events. That's what we have listed. We haven't listed any new requests. I'm just verbally letting you know that there have, in the budget process, been requests to add budgets to certain special events, and the request to add a special event to commemorate Juneteenth. So those would be the items that we would like input on right now, if
So is that
possible.
the only additional holiday? I know it's coming up as a
Yeah,
holiday discussion,
holidays,
but
well, yeah.
event, it's only the only event that we're adding?
That's the only one I'm aware of, and the proposal, as I understand it, was to be at the same level as the King Holiday Parade, $40,000 for the Juneteenth celebration.
So Laura, as I look at this, correct me if I'm wrong, I see one event in District 1. Am I missing something else? I've got one light up the Galt for $20,000. So there are other things that are going on in District 1 out of this. What was that total amount? What was the total amount of special events?
Don't you have the pre-Labor Day festival coming up?
Yeah, we had the pre-Labor, right, so thank you, yes, we have two.
That's two.
Pre-Labor. I
Is
didn't
it?
see it on the list, so I'm looking for it.
Slide one, I'm sorry. So I don't know district by district, maybe.
That's it, right, it says pre-Labor
If
Day,
you're
yeah, okay.
aware of, we can get you a list by district probably.
Yeah,
That would be
I'd like to
Parks
see
and
that, please.
Recreation. It's
Yeah.
not on?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
we
the
got
next slide,
two.
1.5.
So go ahead. So we have $2 million in total, 1.5 million in special events
Oh, on
funding.
the top, okay.
Right. So all right. So I think I've got two then, if I'm right. So
Oh, wait. This territorial thing is getting out of hand. I mean, 4th of July is for the whole city. So I think we have to, say.
All of them are.
I mean,
some of them are certainly citywide, absolutely, and some of them are
Great
district
American
specific.
Beach Party. Okay, New Year's Eve.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. So. Yeah, we could probably do more in District 1. I'm not disagreeing with you.
We've been neglected.
Well,
we feel it.
But have they been? I don't think you've been ignored. I just don't think they've been proposed. If they've been proposed,
I know we used to years ago have some events at George English Park, which apparently got dropped along the way. So I'm not saying I want to make any changes right now. I'm just we're talking about equity, and I'm bringing up. I got a slight equity issue here that District 1 is not feeling the love.
Okay, so
Laura, is there a list that lists all of these events by district, or if we think they're citywide, so we could see if there is equity?
And also with that, district-wide, citywide, I think we need to adopt the concept of saying citywide and saying what is hosting a district. For her to identify each district, I think that'll be a good idea, and that way it'll be helpful, and we can see exactly how we are spreading our events over the city, okay? And with that, I'm going to take the opportunity to say in regards to the Six Trunk Festival, we had to ask for additional funds last budget, so I'm asking that we cover that this year so we don't have to come before the commission to ask for additional funds, and also with the King Holiday Parade. These are citywide events that everyone in the city is able to come and take part in and enjoy together. And then also, I had not brought up this factor in reference to the David Dill Play Day. David Dill's Play Day in 2024 will be celebrating 70 years of having this event. And I think I am asking for additional funds for that event to make it commemorable as it should be.
So Laura, I added up the list that you gave us. There are 31 events here, so you'll be able to tell us what you consider to be citywide and then district so we can take a look at the parity?
I'll probably punt that to Parks.
Okay.
So, because they host and know what the.
I'd like to see that by district, by citywide, and then I'd like to see the dollar amount that's proposed for FY 2024 for each of those.
So I'd like to get clarity on that because all of these events are city events. They are not exclusive to one district. So what we will list are the event location, and we will show you how many events happen in each district and what are their associated costs.
And also, Greg, it seems that some of these events, the burden of expense is largely shared by the city. what efforts are being made to get sponsors for some of these events? I mean, St. Patrick's Day Parade obviously has sponsors. What success have we had with the King Holiday Parade, Light Up Sistrunk, Galt?
Six Trunk Festival, all of those.
So we work with the committees. I'll be frank that it's been a challenge to get organizational strategy on how we can deliver those. At the end, park staff manages to put something together. We'd like to proactively seek sponsorships. In fact, today we would have had another discussion on that, but because the agenda was packed, we pushed that to September 5th. So on September 5th, you will have a presentation about how we can get sponsorships, and we can adopt some policies, and you all can adopt policies that we could follow so that we can get more involvement of private funds and to help out this public purpose.
Okay. I mean, I think that's only fair, that, you know, for the taxpayers to have to pay such a large amount. I mean, I think they're all great events. I think our city puts on some really fun opportunities. I attended the summer jams last week, and it was, I know it got rained on, but most of the people stayed, and it was a great event. The talent was really great, and you know, hundreds of people participated. Families are out there. We're all dancing together. It was really fun, and I think that events like that continue to define our city.
Yes.
And I think that these things are very important.
And Mayor, we were in the thousands, and in attendance was, I believe, 3,000 plus.
Is that right?
Yes. We were only showed up by the Beyonce concert. Usually, that's an event that has anywhere from 9,000 to 10,000 people. So a lot of people were the weather and then the Beyonce concert, but great response and reviews regarding it. And then also, when I was able to speak with our police, there were no incidents. It was a peaceful evening.
I just think people were just chilling. It was a great time.
Exactly, and that's what, that event is one that we see where people come out with their lawn chairs to sit out and enjoy a great evening of entertainment and seeing their neighbors. It's a great event for the city overall.
It is. It's a citywide event.
Citywide event. Everyone is invited.
Okay,
Including
page
before. Thank
13.
you.
So I guess before we move on from special events, was there consensus to add anything to Juneteenth, Sistrunk, King Holiday, David Deal's Play Day? I don't believe I picked up on the direction.
I'm actually waiting to see what the totality is of all of the
Okay.
changes before I can even weigh in on
Okay.
what my feelings are, and then also to find out, again, where this money is coming from. It's hard for me to just say yes to every single thing and then not have any idea where it's coming from and what the final ask is going to total, which I'm hoping you're all keeping track. But it's just very difficult for me to do this piecemeal. Thanks.
Okay.
What I don't understand, slide 13 here. What do we do on Labor Day? What do we do on Veterans Day?
So there's currently the holidays listed, are the current holidays. President's Day was recently added. There's been a request to add an additional holiday, Juneteenth. So this would be the opportunity to discuss whether or not you'd like to add that. The annual cost is $394,000, primarily in the general fund, because of the backfill for public safety positions.
Oh, wait. So we don't do events on these days. These
No.
are just days off for city staff.
Correct. So this is a different
Okay, I'm
conversation about city
misunderstanding. Okay,
holidays.
I didn't know what that meant. Okay.
So yeah, wrapping up the special events conversation, this would be a separate conversation about city holidays. At the bottom part, we tried to articulate that the two federal holidays not recognized by the city are Juneteenth and Columbus Day. However, we do recognize the day after Thanksgiving, and that is not a federal holiday.
I mean, these are the days we've been traditionally giving our staff off.
And it's memorialized in our collective bargaining agreements.
Yeah.
So that would be days we would need to continue to offer as holidays unless we bargain differently.
I mean, I'm good with this. Are we good?
Again, I'm waiting. It took me 4 years to get President's Day, so I'm not in 1 minute going to just say, let's add another holiday. Maybe we should take away the Friday after Thanksgiving.
Well, no. I mean, I think there should be, we should be very flexible in this regard because sometimes like 4th of July is on a Tuesday, and should we have given the Monday off like it was this year? I mean, things like that we should consider to give families the opportunity to spend more time together in extended periods of days. So I don't know what 2024 is. I didn't look at the calendar, but I think we should always keep that flexible to be able to give families that opportunity to spend more time together. But all right, so you want to wait. What was the extra day you wanted?
Juneteenth was the extra day suggested to bring up for discussion, adding a holiday to the city's official holidays, Juneteenth, at a cost of $394,000.
For that one day?
Right.
And that's
primarily related to police and fire backfill.
And that's consistent with any holiday that we are already. It's not any different from the holidays that are already recognized.
It's a lot of money.
Correct.
It is, but it is a federal holiday, and there's a
Is it a state holiday?
it's a federal holiday.
It's a recognized federal holiday, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Does the state or the county celebrate? I think the county does, or maybe
County
not.
does.
I don't know. We only compared to federal, and again, Juneteenth and Columbus Day aren't recognized by the city, but they are at a federal level. And then the day after Thanksgiving is recognized by the city and not at a federal level.
Because I remember when I first brought up President's Day, which we did not have until very recently, the main reason that I was also concerned, besides the fact that it was a federal holiday and also recognized, I believe, statewide, is that locally, families were in a really tough bind because the schools are closed, counties closed, and then what were families to do if everything was closed and they had to go to work? So I know that that was part of the argument when we did President's Day. Again, I need to just reserve judgment until this whole package is presented to me, and then I'll have to look at our obviously our wonderful open checkbook on all of this. So then that's when I'll be able to make a decision. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'll stand in agreement for it. I don't know who else on the dais, but I do support
It's on a Wednesday.
Juneteenth.
It's on a Wednesday next year.
I could support it.
Well, I think Commissioner Glassman has a point, though. We'll see how all the numbers. I mean, I think it's an important recognized day for the country. I think we should see what the financial impact is. $394,000 for every holiday we give off.
That's the most recent calculation of the backfill cost, correct?
So, Commissioner Glassman, what are you recommending?
I'm sorry, pertaining to what?
To the decision on whether or not to add Juneteenth as a recognized.
I'm not recommending any of these options that we've been given today until I see the entire picture. It's just really hard, again, to do this piecemeal. This is the first time we're looking at it as a commission. We've had no discussion with the Budget Advisory Board, and I don't even think there is another joint meeting. I know that I was just told before that we have another one scheduled. I don't think there is another one scheduled with them. I think we had the last one already.
I think we
No,
did.
there's one on the 5th.
The 5th. So the same day as the budget hearing. So typically that would be today's meeting, or the regular scheduled meeting in August would be the joint meeting. However, there was a conflict due to the rescheduling of today's meeting, and so instead on the 5th you have a joint meeting with them before your regular meeting or before your regular conference meeting.
Again, Mayor, I need to see this all in totality. I need to see what the final dollar amount is that we're adding here, piece by piece. And then again, I really want to see where this is coming from. Where are these dollars coming from? Again, it's just really hard for me to operate just, piecemeal like this.
Has the holiday already been factored into the existing budget?
Juneteenth is not. President's Day is included.
All right, so we have to figure out where we're going to get $400,000 from?
It would be part of all of the direction of what you'd like us to figure out, and then we'll bring back a proposal. We are receiving some enhanced state revenues that have been coming in between July and now. There's still some moving pieces, and so we'll bring all that back to you as changes between proposed and adopted, or the first public hearing based on your instruction today.
Okay.
So far, we have $842,000. based on your discussions.
So are we given the direction to?
We've given her direction to tell us at our next meeting where this money is going to come from, and we're at 800. We're at almost $1 million in extras now.
842, that's based on 394 for a holiday, another 15,000 for David Deal Play Day, another 40,000 for a Juneteenth holiday, another 100,000 for Stranahan House, and also another 25,000 for Early Learning Coalition, and another 268,000 Equalize All Districts.
Okay. All right, so you'll get back to us on that, right?
We will.
Okay.
And so 2 more issues. New sidewalks is the second to last issue, as Commissioner Sturman indicated in some of the public meetings. This came up as a priority concern, and it's primarily focused in on the gap analysis or adding new sidewalks. We do currently budget for replacement sidewalks to the tune of $1.5 million a year in the general fund, in addition to $500,000 that's spread between streets and sidewalks in CDBG. We have a sidewalk master plan gap assessment that has been procured, and the study's kicking off right now. That was funded in the 23 budget, but once we get the results, we don't have money to fund any of the new sidewalks or a process in place to determine what ones we would fund.
So how much is budgeted for 2024 then?
Nothing for new sidewalks, only for replacement sidewalks. So the ask, as I understand it, is for new sidewalks funding.
Are there grant opportunities through the state or federal, through the MPO, to secure sidewalk funding?
I defer to my colleague, Ben.
Ben, you've been sitting too quietly there.
Well, right now, I believe we use a portion of, what is it, the 8-cent gas tax fund?
I'd have to defer to my colleague, Laura.
So Commissioner Herbst, gas tax funding is essentially a general fund revenue because we fund all of our transportation stuff in the general fund. We do differentiate some roadway expenses in our CIP, but that's it. But we have more expenses now that we've added our roadway crew, our TAM division, and have enhanced those operations where we just bring most of it into the general fund with.
Okay. But I know historically, I remember going back to
Right.
the Al Carbon days, we dedicated a portion of the, I believe it was the 8-cent gas tax towards sidewalk, but that's going back a ways. Thank you.
There was $1 million for streets. So $1 million in the CIP is for the streets, and then the sidewalks are in the general fund at $1.5 million, plus some additional money for streets. But back
But
to
that's not for new sidewalks.
Correct, Commissioner. That
So
would
there's
be
nothing for new sidewalks, from what I gather.
Correct. And the first year it shows up in our CIP is 2028, and at $2.5 million to start implementing the results of that analysis.
So to get back to my question then, are there grant funding opportunities that we can apply to in order to get sidewalk funding?
Yes, so Ben Rogers, Director of Transportation Mobility. Yes, we work closely with the MPO and some other organizations. You know, the Bayview project right now is a grant funded. We apply with the MPO for the C-SLIP program every year. We have some projects in the queue for the transportation surtax. So there are some other funding sources out there. The downside to that is most of those projects are 5 years out. So when you apply, you have a 5-year period before you get the design funding and then construction funding 2 years after that.
What's that? Yeah, it's nuts. Okay. All right. We'll have to think on that, right? Okay. Next.
No.
No.
Come on back. Not
Come
yet.
back. Come back.
We need to do, in my neighborhood, this is coming up again and again and again. I think we need to put something in there to get started. We can't wait till 2028. There's areas that, like by schools and danger, I think we need to get something started in the budget for sidewalks. We can't wait till 2028 for some new sidewalks. Let's open that discussion up.
All right, so what are you suggesting?
$500,000.
From where?
Well, Laura will tell us from where. My thing is a $500,000.
I was going to say,
we need
keep
some money
asking
for
from
sidewalks.
where.
Well, that
where
that
the
only
money's
takes us to
gonna come from.
1.3 million.
I
Just add that
know.
to the pot.
We're
We're up to
aware.
1.3
All right, so we'll add that.
Add that to the pot.
The last thing you want to do is give me a pen and have me start cutting.
Yeah, right. So we'll add that to the pot.
500,000 sidewalks. For new sidewalks, right? New?
Yep,
Commissioner Sturman?
understood.
Right.
All right, so the last item, don't go far, Ben, is microtransit. So in the existing budget, a pilot program was funded, and so no ongoing funding is appropriated for the circuit funding. The request for the service level that is desired in the community would be a $1.8 million impact to the general fund, and so that's something we also would like some direction on before moving forward in September.
So I've brought this one up many times that the MPO and the county need, the county has got what now, $1.5 billion out there sitting on?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you take the money that they spend on one of those articulated buses, what are those things, $500,000 a piece? For those double articulated buses that run up and down the streets with one person on them, the driver? One of those would pay for the entire micro-mobility program for the entire city for the year. So I know I've said this before. I know Greg has had some conversations. I will say it over and over and over again. The voters approved that surtax for transportation. The micro-mobility option is the best transportation option for a dense urban environment like Fort Lauderdale. It's not those large buses. We do not need them to the extent that they're purchasing them. So I'm going to push hard over and over and over again. Who's our representative on the MPO this time?
Me and Commissioner Sturman.
And me.
All right. Well, you have your task ahead of you, gentlemen.
Yep.
I heard you loud and clear.
Well, can I just say one thing? The MPO doesn't decide the distribution of funds for the 1 cent sales tax. There is an advisory board made up of citizens that separately works with the county commission in making those decisions. The MPO serves as an advisory board to the county also, but doesn't make those decisions.
But they can lobby.
They can lobby.
It's that bully pulpit of how best to expend funds that I think we're...
I'm not disagreeing with you because they do have a lot of money sitting there doing nothing, and every year more and more money is accumulated. They do have all that money. They do anticipate using all that money for their projects between the airport and the seaport and other associated transit projects in and around that area. But again, they still have more money than that. So I know what you're saying, but I have to tell you that it's going to take a direct conversation with the folks that administer this program at the county to be able to try to shake the tree. I know that Ben has worked aggressively in trying to work with these folks, but it's a very difficult task, and I totally respect your efforts. But
so Mayor, who can we lobby? Do I need to be talking to like Mayor Fisher and other members of the county commission?
Yes, he's our county commissioner. He's our county commissioner. We should talk directly to him.
Okay.
Yep.
And Commissioner Herbst, just a point of clarification. So the surtax has a lot of buckets of money.
Right.
The MPO's role is for the municipal capital projects, and they rank and recommend projects just for that bucket of money.
Right.
What we're requesting, and the city manager sent the county administrator a letter in June, requesting that funds from the community shuttle program, which is surtax funded, be appointed or placed for microtransit service, specifically at the levels that we have right now.
Okay, so the way this was presented to me was that, I think Laura, you had made this, we had spoken about this. There's $1.8 million that it's not a done deal, but we're counting on that coming our way. Sort of, it's in the works. Is that right?
So, what staff has done is, during the pilot project, we had about $700,000 for this service. During that period of time, we analyzed and evaluated the service levels. We've had multiple requests from the commission and the community to expand the service areas, to increase the number of vehicles, so the wait times and the reliability are there. And so what we did as a staff is we took all of those things into consideration and said, if we want to make the dream model come true, we need about $1.8 million in an appropriation for
Doesn't
that.
the county give some money, though, towards this program?
So the county has a pilot project that they're going to be rolling out at the end of this year for microtransit. The city has 2 areas that will be part of that.
Right.
And it's primarily in the southwest portion of the city.
Is this funding request part of those service areas that you just described?
No, the 1.8 is what we requested from a staff level for a city manager to consider for the budget build. And that would just be taking our current service model, adding additional vehicles and expanding the area to some of the areas we talked about, connecting the Galt over to the Coral Ridge and items like that.
Okay, Brandon, you bring up a good point. I think the county, we have our program, and now our program basically downtown, it was on the beach. We expanded to the Galt and also to the west side. I believe the county has their own pilot program. They were going south of the river. The 1.8 does or does not include the county's pilot program.
It does not.
It's just our program.
It does not.
And they're going to be going ahead with their pilot program irrespective of us.
Yeah, they're on their
Okay.
timelines, and we also have some state funding from FDOT that we're working on creating some new service in the Northwest. But this 1.8 is just reflective of our current boundaries with enhanced service levels and a few extra small addition expansion areas.
Thank you.
Ben, for the benefit of the commission, the person that can make that decision to allocate those funds from shuttle service to microtransit would be the county administrator?
That's my understanding.
And so that's why it's important to contact our county commissioner, Lamar Fisher, to encourage him to speak to the county administrator to see how we can direct some of these funds to our city. Okay.
And Beam, I think, is also a part of our city, part of the area that the microcircuits overlap. And he also serves on the MPO, too. Right. So Beam Fur, too.
All right. Okay, that's it.
So, Mayor, I think the question that Laura has, I'll speak on her behalf, is right now there's $0 in there from city funding. And do we want to allocate the existing funding that we had from the pilot period of $700,000? Do we want to enhance it and have more vehicles, more reliability, and an expanded area at 1.8? Again, she's got to put that in her magic calculator and come back to you at the next meeting.
So just for my own records, we're adding 1.8 now just to this list?
That is what this request would be, yes.
Okay, thank you. So that, so we're up to 3.1 million then, according to my calculations.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, the question is, if we get that money, we could roll back and do the sidewalks with it.
So, Mayor, before we leave this, I have something I'd like to add to the pot, actually. It's been something I've been talking about for about 5 years.
Wait a minute, hold on. Is your presentation concluded, Laura?
So this is the last item that came up in information to staff. If there's anything else, we'd also need that. And then we can get our magic calculator, as Ben said, and get back to you with a proposed solution.
Okay, Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So when the Las Olas Oceanside Park was finished, we actually had a space that was carved out in that park for a police substation. Homelessness has been a serious issue on the Barrier Island, and that affects not just the residents, but our entire tourism industry. That is the economic hub of our city. I do feel that we must complete that police substation at the Las Olas Oceanside Park, not just for the residents, but also for the tourists. We need that police presence. We need it stepped up, and that will protect our economic investment, not just in that park, but for the entire Barrier Island, as I said earlier, not just for the residents, but also for our tourism industry. I'd like to see that police substation with the spaces there. We just have not built it out. I've been asking for this for years, so I'd like that to be added to the pot as well.
Commissioner Glassman, just wanted to give you an update that right now the homeless outreach team, and I want the chief to confirm, they are stationed at that substation. Can you confirm that? Yes.
And
so
how
they
many,
are there.
how many officers is that?
Homeless outreach team is how many? 2? 3.
3. And what are the hours that they're actually stationed
I'll
at?
have the chief come by and provide that information.
I just want to make sure, because before this I was always told that, well, it's not really outfitted for that, and there's no windows, and there's no this. I just want to make sure that this is not a temporary fix. I want to make sure that that substation, which was built into the park, is actually constructed, outfitted, staffed, and that it is fully operational, not just for a short term, but for going forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I think we need to clarify the definition of a substation. If by substation we're referring to a facility that is open to the public 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and there's someone assigned there, then that is not a substation. If that's the case, we do not have any substations in the city. What we have there is we've assigned the homeless outreach team there. They use that as office space. They're in and out of there, but it is not staffed. It is not open 24 hours a day.
How many hours a day is it open?
They're on 10-hour shifts.
So 10-hour shifts.
4 days a week. I don't know their exact days off, but 4 days a week they're there. But keep in mind, even when they're working, they probably are not in that office.
Okay.
Because they're out interacting with
So what I'd like to see, though, all right, so what would you compare that to in terms of, I know you said we have no police substations in the city, but what would be the next level?
The next level, one of the things that we discussed here was opening that up. It would have to be redesigned. We'd have to do the signage, and we could assign maybe a community service aide there that could be there during business hours or on the weekends. But to make it a 24-hour facility, like I think is kind of the direction you're heading, is a big commitment.
Yes, well, that would be what I would like to see happen.
What would be the point of that if the homeless outreach program is already undertaken from the facility they currently have? I mean, to just sit in an office is not accomplishing their goal. They're out there working with the homeless people already. So why would we want to?
Well,
what's
because
the point?
Well, it's more than just the homeless outreach. It's much more than that. And I think that it needs to be that next level because it needs to be more of a presence. It needs to be more of an established space. And I just believe that it really needs to hit that next level. It's been something that I've been requesting for a while. The community is definitely requesting it, both the residential component of the community and the business component of the community that are all seeing a need for more presence on the barrier island.
But would the presence be on the beach, on the sidewalk, in the stores, out in the open? What would be the point of housing police officers in a closed room?
I'm not saying that this has to be a choice. You can do both. You can have that increased level of staffing and presence, and at the same time still have more street presence, which I agree with you is very important. But I just think that it needs to have much more of a presence in terms of that space.
So the budget affords an additional how many police officers?
11 officers and 3 homeless outreach officers. With the new budget?
Yes.
Yes.
So those are an enhancement, 11 plus 3. What we could make sure is that, and the idea behind having an additional 3 is to have coverage 7 days a week. We can make sure that they occupy that space 7 days a week.
That's a start. Yep. And I think that you need to outfit the space and make sure that it's conducive to them being there so that, it's not just that they're working in any kind of an uncomfortable situation.
So, but we do need to be clear that you're saying you want someone assigned to that building. So if someone from the public walks up, they meet a police officer there.
Yes.
7 days a week.
Yes.
But isn't that what 911 is for? I mean, I'm just trying to allocate resources in the most efficient way possible. I don't think it, and we had a substation, we have a substation on 13th Street.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, there was a discussion about stationing people to sit there all day long. And I think the neighbors decided that there was no point in that. Police officers needed to be out on the streets, in the neighborhoods, interacting, rather than sitting, waiting for someone to show up. And if someone does have an emergency, that's where 911 would be appropriate.
No, and I understand, Mayor. I just think that we can find that balance so that we can have that presence, but at the same time have the police presence on the street as well. I'm not asking for someone just to sit there all day. That office would be there. There'd be, obviously that's where they'd be stationed. City Manager, I know you have your hand raised. I'm sorry.
May I make a proposal?
Sure.
We'll have, we'll define, we'll ask the chief to look at defining office hours and make sure that we define some office hours and see if the staff that's assigned there can be there during those office hours, if you will, so that the public can interact, engage with them.
I have a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Were you finished?
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
You indicated 11 officers plus the additional 3. Those 11, they too, a portion of those, a number of those will be assigned to District 3 to address the gun violence that we've been talking about over and over.
The 11 officers will be added to road patrol throughout the city, so District 3 would be included in that.
Okay. Do we know?
But keep in mind, there's 3 districts.
Understood.
3 different shifts, so 11 officers equates to about 1 on a shift, so.
Okay. So with that being said, this is, there is a need, we know that. The conversation that we've had about the gun violence in District 3, and it needs to be addressed. Safety is a concern for every citizen in this city, and whatever it takes to get more manpower out into District 3 as well, it needs to happen. Okay, we need that. And one, we need more than one. If we're going to put 3 in with a substation or our office hours, we can figure out how to do additional in District 3.
I think we just need to hire more police officers. We've already funded them. We're down so many police officers. I think once we're able to fulfill the full complement of police officers, you'll see more police presence.
Well, you know, Mayor, that's a very good point, because I know when the chief came to one of my neighborhood association meetings the other night, he was explaining that we have 11 officers out patrolling that district at that given point in time. And as everybody on the dais is aware, that's not everybody in the audience is aware. So when we say District 1 for police, that's not the same as District 1 for the city. So their District 1 covers a larger territory than just my District 1. So that meant that we have 11 officers out on patrol to cover all of District 1 and parts of some of the neighboring districts around there. And I agree with you, Mayor. I think we are woefully understaffed. If you look at, you know, on an officer per capita basis with some of our neighboring cities, that would be, say, comparable in terms of tourism and the things that we experience, say, in Miami Beach, for example. You know, our staffing levels, I don't think, have increased in the years that I've been here, despite, you know, what we experience. We've always worked with a rule of thumb that our daytime population doubles from what our you know, our head count is as residents, because of all the influx from tourism and the fact that we're also the county seat and we have all the businesses come in here. So I think it's time for us to really start talking, if not in this year's budget, then at the very least next year's budget, about raising our staffing levels to a level that provides the necessary responses that our residents expect. I understand that they've got response times sometimes of up to an hour. People are holding, waiting for somebody. So, you know, if you've had a car break-in or something, you could be standing out there for 45 minutes waiting for somebody to respond because they're going to a call that is more pressing at that time. And I think that's unacceptable. I think we have to really take a hard look at the staffing levels for our police officers out there and what that means for service levels for our residents. I really think this is a critical conversation. Again, don't necessarily have to do it in context of this year's budget, but as Laura said, we start planning next year's budget immediately after we print this year's budget. And so I think we need to start having that conversation in the fourth quarter of this year, come December, so that when they start preparing for next year, when the Budget Advisory Board starts talking about next year, we start focusing on things that are critical for the city. And I made no secret about my priorities are public safety, water and sewer, sanitation, stormwater. Everything else to me is secondary. So I start with public safety first and I work my way down the list. And so I think we really need to start talking about how we ramp up hiring so that we can adequately staff our road patrol, particularly, which is where I want to see them. I think we're well. I think we're well situated for, you know, our units, you know, our detectives and so forth. I think it's really the ones that are out there running and gunning on the street in cars, responding to calls for service. That's where we are sorely lacking in sufficient numbers of personnel, and I want to see us address that in a very comprehensive way going forward. And one final question I want to understand. I just want to kind of tie into what Commissioner Glassman was saying with the idea of having somebody staffing one of the substations. it almost sounds to me, and this is not a criticism, it's a question. That almost sounds to me like getting towards a precinct model.
That's exactly, yes. You
Okay.
can call it a precinct, you can call it a district station.
Right.
A full-service district station, substation is basically a mini police station.
Right.
With all the services from the police station.
Right.
At that location that you could get at the headquarters building.
Right. I mean, I'm
That
used to this in
facility
New
is
York.
far from it,
Yeah, I
so-
mean, New York, this is the model where we have one police plaza downtown, and then every neighborhood has a precinct.
That's correct. Yes.
And it certainly works in certain environments. I'd like to hear back from you, and it doesn't have to be today, what the advantages are of a precinct model and what the disadvantages are. Again, not a today issue, but I'm always in favor of examining how we do things and thinking, are there better ways of doing them going forward? I'm going to share with you one of my favorite expressions. Herb Keller, former chairman of Southwest Airlines, says, if you're still doing it the way you did it 5 years ago, you're doing it wrong.
Right.
Because technology, people, processes all improve, and if we're not improving, we're doing it wrong. So let's look at that. Let's think about it. Maybe that's a better model. Maybe it's not. But I'd like to have an intelligent, robust discussion about how we deliver policing to our communities throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay, understood.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Any further questions regarding the 2024 proposed budget discussion? Okay, I have a couple people who've signed up to speak. Mr. Brown, Bill Brown, followed by Barbie Pearson, followed by Jackie Scott, followed by Tony Spaulding. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. It's not evening yet, so I'll say afternoon. And just to kind of put a little lightning into the situation, I got to say, wow. I felt like I just sat through a 2-hour episode of Wheel of Fortune. Wherever the wheel landed, that's where you pick the number.
I just hope we don't come up bankrupt. That's
So,
all.
but Bill Brown, I'm a member of the Budget Advisory Board. The chair, unfortunately, could not be here. We saw every board member had the opportunity to see the agenda, the backup. This was the first time we saw a lot of it. But we did take your direction from our workshops of your 2 priorities, which was public safety and infrastructure. And those are the 2 things I'm going to kind of hit on as we talk, and especially when it comes to, we heard earlier with the auditor's report, one of his concerns was capital investment projects possibly being underfunded with the increased cost of materials and going out to bid. That is a big concern. So then when we have an item that just got proposed tonight, $500,000 for sidewalks, we did talk about sidewalks in our discussions, but we also felt that by spending $180,000 in this year's budget to get the study of what we truly needed in this city, throughout the city, in sidewalks and roadways, was more prudent to wait till we get that report back, vet it with the community, prioritize the projects. We don't know. It might come back in $25 million we're going to need, or it might come in $50 million or more. And we might have to go out and have these discussions of bonds and educate the community. But to only throw out $500,000, to me, in my opinion, until we get that report back, is a little irresponsible. Because right now, that would only be, if you want to do equity, as I heard it mentioned amongst the 4 districts, that's $125,000 per district, you know? And
So when is that report supposed to come back to us?
Ben Rogers can say a little bit more, but I think it's due back within 6 months, Ben, possibly.
And this is a I thought we already did a comprehensive sidewalk analysis a few years back.
So Mayor, we did existing sidewalks and what needed to be repaired and replaced, and we're redoing that one as well this year for streets and sidewalks. We call it a pavement condition assessment. But this year, for the first time in fiscal year 23, a sidewalk gap analysis was funded, and I'll let my colleagues
So
speak
we
about
never
that.
did a sidewalk gap analysis?
I don't believe we have in the past.
I thought we did.
Good
Hi,
afternoon,
Karen.
Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, we've never done a gap analysis to my knowledge in the 10 years I've been here. So I'm excited this year. We've kicked off our first gap analysis. We've been partnering with Public Works on the LiDAR data, so we've been waiting for that to come in so we can leverage that work that's been done. So we will be coming back to Commission probably later this year, early next year, looking at prioritization for where do we start? Like everybody has said, there's going to be a large amount of need. So what do we start? Things like around schools, parks, volume of traffic, things like that we'll look at and see which is most important and how do we prioritize. So we will be back, but probably end of this year, early next year for that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just finish up too. A couple quick ideas I think you should look at when you look at funding of the circuit. Similar to what Hollywood is doing, they're charging a $2 fee, I believe, for ridership. That could help offset some of the funds that are needed for that project, and also reach out to the Beach Improvement District. I live down on the beach. I watch who rides that circuit. And it's not a lot of the residents as much as it is the tourism that are coming out of the hotels. So I personally think that some of their funding could be used for that project, because currently they're spending 61% of their little over $1 million annual budget for events and funding of events on the beach, the bigger events. 26% of that budget's going for marketing. And with tourism coming down, we question if that's really adequate funding, but get a little help, seed money from them to help sponsor that program as well. And just a reminder, each commissioner has 2 representatives on the BAB that bring your concerns to the meetings and voices them, so hopefully you're all communicating with your representatives on the BAB. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bobby Pearson, followed by Jackie Scott, followed by Tony Spalding.
Do I press it? Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
It's Barbie Pearson. I'm in support of the micro circuit program. We were there at the expansion over from the Galt to Lauderdale by the Sea. I'm not sure how they're funding or if that's a pilot program as well, but I'm really think this program needs to be funded somehow. As Commissioner Herbst mentioned, we have these double-decker horizontal buses, whatever you call them, and we need these smaller transportation systems. It's very important. It's more productive, more efficient, and I don't know, can we get Chip LaMarca involved? I don't know.
Give him a call. Well, he's great. He'll respond to your call.
Yeah, he's very.
He'll talk with you. You should call his office.
Yeah. So we've got to find some way to fund it. That's all. I'm very much in favor of it. It's a great program, and I think we need to somehow work it out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Hey, Jackie.
Hey, how are you? Jackie Scott. Good afternoon. I want to make a comment about sidewalks because I think it's a critical component of any city. And I can tell you for the last 50, 60 years, it's never been a priority in Fort Lauderdale. And I think citizens are finally waking up. They're disgusted with not having adequate sidewalks, not having sidewalks repaired, not enough money. I hate to see comments like find $500,000 in the budget or we'll take this out or that out. Take sidewalks more seriously. You have an election coming up. Think about how much money is going to be needed to properly do sidewalks and let the voters tell you through suggesting a bond like we did with parks. You got that money come in, then you prioritize and started making those changes and repairing them and doing what you needed to do. Please treat sidewalks the same way. It's a critical issue. Thank you very much.
Tony Spalding.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Tony Spalding. So
welcome again.
Yeah, this time I'm actually going to stand up and talk, right? I've tried to figure out where to fit some of this stuff into the budget, and I'm still confused on a lot of it, so maybe you'll just tell me not the right place or wait a little longer. But sidewalks, I guess, is a big issue. I don't want one in front of my house, thank you, but so you can take some of that money for new sidewalks and spend it on this whole area south of Davie Boulevard and other places around the city where we have sidewalks, they're not ADA compliant. And I see lots of old people falling off the edge of these sidewalks trying to get that space between the sidewalk and the street. And it's been that way since I've been in this city for 30 some odd years. Wondering if there's somewhere in the budget to get that done. I thought ADA compliance for sidewalks was pretty important. Again, don't want one in front of my house, but the ones that are there should probably be brought into compliance if there's money in the budget for that. Other things that I thought were missing out of the budget, and it might not be the right place to talk about it, but our hazardous waste program, whatever the funding is for that, it's wholly inadequate because that's a disaster if we're trying to be an environmentally friendly city. Let's make it easier for the residents to get rid of our hazardous waste so it doesn't end up in a flood going down the street drains and into our canals and into our city, into our waterways and so on and so forth. Is this the right place to talk about that? Hazardous waste?
We can talk about it.
Can we add more money to that, make that an easier program for city residents? I spend a great deal of time, you know, my neighbors don't necessarily want to drive up to Tamarack or Coral Springs. They're getting older. They don't want to make those drives across this overly crowded city with the unbridled development. The streets are too clogged. They're afraid to drive those distances and stuff like that. So hopefully we can add
Go ahead.
more.
Finish your remarks.
Oh, geez, I can keep on going.
Well, don't
So-
keep on going, but just finish your remarks.
The funding, I agreed with the city buses I see running around empty. I do use the city buses. I've never used the little transit things, but they're great. I'm sure if they need funding, I see a big empty train called Brightline going up and down the tracks, totally empty. I'm thinking if there's funding the city has for that, they could pull from Brightline. No?
We don't fund that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And they're not city buses, they're county.
County buses, yeah, sorry about, I meant to say county buses.
And that concludes your remarks?
If you wanted to.
Yes.
I wanted to say one more thing.
We have a lot of people waiting here on the next item, so we need to move
I want
forward.
to talk about that street cleaning, this maintenance thing, and if we're having to do that wholly after the flood because of all this garbage that went into the drains, maybe we need to have ongoing maintenance, preventative maintenance, more street cleaning more often so that we don't have to spend great big tons of money to clean up after an event, possibly. I don't know what's in the budget for cleaning up the streets, but thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything else to add to business 4?
No, what we will do is tabulate these. It's around 3.2 right now, $1 million, and we're also going to look at ways to fund it and strategies to bring back proposals. We encourage also the public to use our app, Balancing Act. We've shared that right now on social media as well, but you could use that tool again to look at how you can balance your budget, what proposals you offer, and they can engage with our commissioners as well.
I think there's tremendous merit to the suggestion that one of the speakers made with regard to doing a bond issue so that we could do a citywide, more comprehensive approach to the sidewalk repair, maintenance, and gap funding. You know, just doing $500,000 doesn't even, I mean, it's not even a dent. And I think that we need to take it more seriously. I know not all neighborhoods want sidewalks. I know even in my neighborhood a number of years ago, there was sidewalks were scheduled to be installed, and the neighbors on this particular streets rejected it. So, I mean, we have to interact with the various communities, but I really think that a more comprehensive approach to this needs to be done, and doing it willy-nilly like it's being suggested does no neighborhood any service. We really need to be more focused on it because it's all part of public safety and keeping people from I see kids walking to the schools in my neighborhood in the middle of the streets because dodging buses and dodging parents. I just think that it's unfair to everybody.
I agree. This is a start, but I think you're right. We do need to make a commitment as a community. It's going to take a lot of resources.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Mayor, I had one question for the city manager also. I'm sorry. So, Greg, I would just ask that you also go back and look over issues that we've been talking about for the last year or two, and see how that factors into costs. I know that I've brought this up. We've had several conversations. We've had dollar amounts presented for paid family leave, but we never saw it come back to us, but we did have dollar amounts that were associated with it. If that is maybe even going to come up in fiscal year 2024, I would just say be prepared. Again, we've had that conversation for several years now. There actually was a consensus to move forward with it from the last commission, and then we didn't do anything. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward.
No, Mayor, I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Two things I want to bring up in closing. So first, I'd just like, Laura, perhaps you can talk about, I looked through here and I may have missed it, so help me find what I may have overlooked. Let's talk about Holiday Park Garage, right? So the garage that we're supposed to be building there had money in the Parks Bond Fund, I think to the tune of about $7 million. When I've heard discussions about the garage that we're going to build over in Holiday Park, that supports Parker Playhouse and War Memorial Panther Stadium, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $27 million. So we had a $20 million gap in funding for the garage. We're supposed to provide, if I remember correctly, 600 spaces for Parker Playhouse, and that doesn't include War Memorial and whatever may be required from them. I know there was a P3 proposal for a vertiport, don't know where that stands, but I didn't see anything in here, and maybe I overlooked it, for capital funding for the construction of the garage that we are contractually obligated to provide. Did I miss it?
No, you didn't miss it.
Okay.
So Holiday Park as a Parks Bond item is included in the Parks Bond.
Right.
And that's the only funding at this point that's
And
been
that's the $7
appropriated.
million, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and in addition to that, there's been a few options thrown out there where there'd be a partnership where there would be a fee for service, right, where there'd be a fee charged to tickets. The revenue would help to support the garage. There's been discussion of running it through the parking fund and generating revenue in that way. There is nothing in the budget right now. I don't believe we have a solid plan design, except for there's money for design. So I think the only thing in the budget right now, and it's under the parking fund, is for design, and I can get you that number.
Okay.
But once we have a design and a cost estimate and those agreements worked out, that's when we'd need to bring something back. I don't believe we have a full proposal.
Okay.
Oh, my
and
colleague's right here.
I know
Hold
I
on.
have a meeting set
didn't
up.
see he
I
was
know I
still
have a
there.
meeting set up with Ben to talk about
Oh,
this.
okay.
But, you know, again, if it's not in the budget, it's not happening. So before we have a larger, so Ben, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, totally understand the concerns. As you illustrated, the scope of the project has grown exponentially based off of the other developments and activity in the park. So what we're doing right now is the parking fund has allocated $1 million for a design process to better understand two different scenarios: a 1,000-space parking garage, which I think is the request from those in the park, and then there's a smaller garage for the 600 spaces as well. And so we are kicking that off now. We should have that back in a couple months, and then that will give us a better understanding of what that opinion of probable cost is, and look at building to the future. To your point, there have been some private entities have shown interest in that parcel. I believe that there are still some that are interested, but I don't believe we received any official offers or any kind of unsolicited proposals to date.
Okay. And then my only other one, and this is sort of a longer term look. I want to see this in the CIP plan, not necessarily for right now, Laura, but you know, we just went through a bit of a hiccup with the George C. Lowermeyer plant, GTL, where the county shut down new building permits because they said we were over capacity. Now, I know we've been able to address some of those issues on the short term, but I'd like us, City Manager, to start thinking about long-term issues as it relates to GTL, because I know I heard from some folks building in the city who about lost their minds when they found out they couldn't get a building permit. I mean, it came out, surprised everybody, and I know that's been reinstituted now where we're doing it. But I think we need to start thinking, again, one of the things that we found historically is that, you know, it's not a problem, it's not a problem, it's not a problem, and then it's a crisis. And so I want us to be a little more proactive as an organization. If we know that GTL was a problem 6 months ago, it will likely be a problem sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. So let's start putting this in our CIP for down the road and planning ahead for the inevitable that we know is going to happen as we continue to add more housing, especially in the downtown and the South Rack. The demand on GTL is going to continue to grow, not going to get any less. People are not flushing their toilets any less. So let's start planning ahead for that. Again, doesn't have to be in this one, but I want to see this going forward.
We will do that.
Thank you.
And from an engineering perspective, looking at accelerating the I&I can also help us
That'll help, yeah.
reduce the capacity.
Yeah. And I understand that, right? We've got some things that we've been able to do that will buy us time. But I don't know that that's a permanent solution to the issue. And maybe we need to just plan and workshop this. Alan, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Alan Dodd, Public Works Director. Just want to say that we are already working through a study with CDM looking at short-term and long-term needs for GTL, which may lead to an expansion or looking at other means to address what the city will need. So we're already doing a study to accomplish exactly what you're requesting.
Okay. There's an old expression about going broke. You go broke very slowly and then all at once, right? So infrastructure fails the same way. It fails very slowly and then all at once. So let's make sure we're planning for the all at once.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, any further comments from the commission? All right, Mr. Spence, we have a 4:30 closed-door session.
Yes, sir.
I know there are people here planning to participate in that, but we do have one more item on the conference meeting.
We'll have 4 attorneys that are on the clock since 4:30.
By the hour.
You have a court. Wait, I can't hear you. You want to come to the podium? Come to the podium so I can hear you. I'm sorry, John.
Thank you. I have an objection I need to make. I have a court reporter here. If you're not going to let anyone else talk, can I at least do that so I don't have to bring the court reporter back later tonight or whenever you plan to hold the rest of this hearing? I'd like you to just hear the Snyder Park issue now, but what I'm hearing from the city attorney is that there are attorneys here that need to wait. And
I think we're planning to hear the Snyder Park issue tonight. I just wanted to know in the sequence that we need to be addressing it, that's all.
But when you say tonight, you mean after the evening meeting when you reconvene conference. Is that what you're saying, or are you saying at the evening meeting where it's not properly noticed?
I haven't even gone to that point yet. Let me just discuss it right now with the city attorney.
And all I'm asking is if you're going to do it later tonight, I would like to be able to lodge my objection now while my court reporter's here so that I don't have to bring her back tonight.
Well, my
that's all
goal
I'm asking.
is to hear it right after the closed door.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I also may make a suggestion, one of the things we can do is we can open up the 6 o'clock meeting and then immediately suspend it and return to the afternoon meeting.
Yeah. Yeah. Mayor, I'm not in favor of hearing the closed door now and then coming back, because I'll tell you why. Whoever scheduled our closed door for 4:30 was not being realistic. I don't know why that was scheduled. I brought that up yesterday in my pre-agenda meeting with city staff. That was a ridiculous choice, knowing what this agenda was like today. I think we need to go right now into the next agenda item and just keep rolling.
Mr. Spence, is it possible to perhaps have the closed door session at another meeting?
So there are a couple of settlement items that we need to address. I mean, it's at your discretion if you'd like to announce it for another meeting.
Another meeting, right. I mean, are any of them time sensitive? I don't think any of them are time sensitive, actually.
So Mayor, while he's looking at that, I think we can do what I was just suggesting. So we can hear this item, right? We can open up the evening meeting.
Right, I understand.
We can suspend the evening meeting, go back, do the closed door, and then finish the evening meeting.
I understand.
Mayor, if you'd allow me to confer with council.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that was what I intended to do something along those lines, but I have to first see what we can do with the closed door session. Perhaps, but these people have been waiting all this after. Yeah. But I don't know. But the closed door might be 3 hours later. I'm sorry. We're gonna do business 5 now. So just give me a second.
So out of the 4 items that we have on the closed-door agenda, 2 are time-sensitive. So, correct. So we can remove, we could postpone the Grace Community Development matter and the Allen Mayor's matter.
Okay, so we really just need like 15.
Well, no, I'm sorry. That Grace has to stay on. It's the Terminal Ventures matter that we can move.
So what are the 2 that we need to hear? Terminal Ventures and what?
No, the 2 that we need to hear are the City of Fort Lauderdale versus Grace Community Development Corp.
Right.
And Kimberly Moss et al. Versus the City of Fort Lauderdale.
And the Kimberly Moss et al. Is time sensitive?
It is.
All right. And what do we need for that? Like 15 minutes?
Yes.
For together. All right. So why don't we just take that 15 minutes and go in the other room, and we'll come back.
If I can go ahead and announce that, then pursuant to Florida Statute
It's going to
Section
be real quick.
286-0118A, I'm seeking advice on the following matters. City of Fort Lauderdale versus Grace Community Development Corp. of Florida, Inc., case number CACE 20-01486712. Kimberly Moss et al. Versus City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 22-CV-61889-RKA. Present in this attorney-client session are Mayor Dean Trantalis, Vice Mayor Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner John C. Herbst, Commissioner Steve Glassman, Commissioner Warren Sturman, City Manager Greg Cheveria, Interim City Attorney Dwayne Spence, Assistant City Attorney Robert M. Aldershoff, outside Counsel Carmen Rodriguez of the Law Office of Carmen Rodriguez, Certified Court Reporter Bailey Etin, court reporting. The estimated length of this session will be 15 minutes.
Okay. So was that the announcement that I was supposed to make that you just recited?
That's the request, but it can double as the, if you would state that the meeting will commence.
Okay. So, let us now recess this meeting for 15 minutes, and we'll go into the I guess the cafeteria, and we'll come back here in 15 minutes. Okay. the delay. Let us now continue with the conference meeting, and we're on to business 5. Mr. City Manager.
Actually,
Mr. Spence, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Spence.
Commission, business 5 is on the agenda pursuant to section 3-15 of the City Charter, Initiative for Petition for Proposed Ordinance. A package was submitted to the City Attorney's Office on March 9th, 2023 by Attorney John E. Rodstrom III on behalf of Save Snyder Park Committee and its chairperson. The packet consisted of a cover letter, a letter from the Broward County Supervisor of Elections verifying the validity of 1,025 signatures, a proposed ordinance, and a composite Exhibit C consisting of several spreadsheets labeled Petition to Save Snyder Park, a signature, individual petitions, an untitled document containing what appears to be a group of 6 names with addresses and voter precincts. The cover letter requested that the city attorney in writing assist in drafting such proposed ordinance in proper form pursuant to section 3-15 of the city charter. On March 16, 2013, I wrote a letter to Mr. Rodstrom advising him that the spreadsheet labeled Petition to Save Snyder Park signature was not submitted with the proposed petition and ordinance language, and requested that if the spreadsheets were accompanied by a petition and ordinance, that those documents be accompanied with a sworn affidavit from the individuals who collected these signatures, attesting that the spreadsheets were signed by affinite presence, and that the petition and ordinance attached to the affidavit were presented to the electors at the time that they signed the spreadsheet. On April 1st, 2023, an affidavit by the Save Snyder Park Committee Chairperson Kevin Cochran was provided, in which he attested that he solicited volunteers to assist in acquiring the signatures, that those volunteers were provided a packet and specific instructions on how to gather the signatures pursuant to the charter, and that the draft language of the petition was attached to the signature sheet provided to each signer. Section 3-15A of the Charter further provides that the city attorney shall append to a draft form of the ordinance his opinion as to the legality of the proposed ordinance. The opinion and the ordinance draft in proper form was provided to Mr. Rodstrom on May 10th, 2010. The opinion found that the language of the document proposed as an ordinance had several legal deficiencies. Section A of that petition sought that the city of Fort Lauderdale immediately declare all areas of Snyder Park as a public space reserved only for natural growth, vegetation, and enjoyment of citizens as a public park. The plain and obvious meaning of this provision is a request for an expression from the city declaring Snyder Park a public space. Such declarations are more properly considered as a provision of a resolution rather than an ordinance, as no regulation is being proposed. The ordinance should be clear, definite, and certain in terms, and the ordinance which is so vague that its precise meanings cannot be ascertained is invalid. So the property is not legally defined in the petition, and it fails to provide definitive warning as to what conduct is required or prohibited. Section B of the petition sought that the city of Fort Lauderdale find alternative public lands for the development of privately funded pickleball courts. The plain and obvious meaning of this provision is a request that the city find alternative public lands for the development of privately funded pickleball courts is administrative in nature and is therefore not a proper subject of an ordinance. The petition lastly seeks in Section C that the city budget in its FYI 2024-25 fiscal year to begin the process of rehabilitation of 8 acres of Snyder Park proposed for commercial development and to restore it to natural vegetation for quiet enjoyment of citizens of Fort Lauderdale. The plain and obvious meaning of this provision is a directive to the city to add a project to the budget. It is also administrative in nature and is not the proper subject of an ordinance. Once the opinion was provided per the charter, it leaves to the committee its discretion to present it to the city commission. pursuant to Section 3-15B, provides that such signed petitions, proposed ordinance, and opinions of the city attorney shall be presented by the committee to the city commission at a regular meeting after 60 days prior notice to the city manager that such matter will be presented at such meeting. The charter defines a regular meeting under Section 3-11 as follows. The city commission shall meet regularly at such times as may be specified by ordinance. Section 2-26 of the city's Code of Ordinance provides that meetings of the City Commission shall be held at City Hall at 1:30 p.m. on the first and third Tuesdays of each month, and it further states that the agenda of the meeting of the City Commission shall be established by the city manager and shall provide for public hearings, ordinances, resolutions, and motions to be heard at 6 p.m. at a meeting on the first and third Tuesdays of each month. An opportunity is to be given to proponents and opponents of the proposed ordinance to be heard, and after the presentation, there are 4 actions that the City Commission may take. You may reject the presentation. You may fail to take action upon the same. You may pass the same and pass the ordinance in prepared form upon first reading, or pass the ordinance in amended form upon first reading. Based on the infirmities outlined in my opinion, the proposed document does not constitute an ordinance, and I recommend that the City Commission take no action on this matter. Mayor, this concludes my statement on the background.
Okay, thank you. So I just wrote down your the 4 options or the 4 recommendations that you have for the commission. So we have a number of people who've signed up to speak, and all probably having different opinions about the item. And after everyone speaks, what, if anything, can this commission do to further what the intent of some of the, let's say there are proponents to not allow those 8 acres to be converted into a pickleball site. Based on the petition and the recommended language for an ordinance that is being proposed by Mr. Rodstrom and Mr. Cochran, does the City Commission have the authority or the power to move forward with an ordinance as proposed by these folks, or does that option not exist for us tonight?
It does not. This document cannot be adopted as an ordinance. With regards to thoughts of addressing the 5 acres, there is a constitutional issue. The Florida Constitution, Article 1, Section 10 provides that there should be no law impairing the obligation of contracts. In addition, because we are in a comprehensive agreement with regards to those acreages, there is a possibility of the tort of tortious interference with a contract as a result of any action taken.
And that tortious interference would be as against the city or as against this entity that's proposing the
it would be against the city because the city would be adopting the ordinance. This is a petition for the City Commission to act.
Okay, so even after hearing all the folks tonight, and let's assume most of them here tonight are against the pickleball court, you're saying that after hearing all these folks speak, the commission has no authority to adopt the language as an ordinance as presented by this organization. Is that correct?
There is no ordinance before you.
There is no ordinance before us.
There's draft language that is proposed to be adopted as an ordinance, but I find that it does not constitute a regulation.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rodstrom, I don't think you signed up. Did you sign up to speak?
I'm assuming that I'm a presenter and not part of public comment.
Well, the thing
I believe
is,
I'm a party to this. I'm legally. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Gentlemen, come on. But there's a procedure where you got to swear that you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth, blah, 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 blah. And that's what the whole purpose of signing up is for, okay? So.
I don't think there's anyone here that would object to me
but
or Kevin skipping ahead of people.
It's not for them, it's
Okay.
for us.
Okay.
Okay? So, Mr. Clerk, could you please swear in Mr. Rodstrom?
Mayor, could I just, Before
So-
Mr. Spence leaves, I want to just ask him a question before you turn it over to the
But I
panel.
also want to clarify what's going on here. Their committee is presenting their petition to the commission, so it's not a hearing.
It's not a hearing. I
Right,
get that.
so right, so there's no necessary. Mr. Rostrom does not need to be sworn,
Oh,
or
he doesn't
any
need
of
to be
the
sworn
or none
Oh,
of-
okay, I thought everybody who spoke at the podium needed to be sworn in.
No, sir, only in quasi-judicial matters.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Spence.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, Dwayne, help me understand. I've read what you've written. I've all the backup. So, help me understand why we're actually even going through this exercise right now. If what you're saying is that, if you're saying that this doesn't even meet muster, I just want to understand that. So, 1,000 signatures on a petition, and we just go through this exercise no matter what the issue is going forward?
Correct. So the charter has this provision that allows for the residents to petition for an ordinance. It's an onerous process that they go through to acquire 1,000 signatures. So you would think that those that are proponents of the petition would take the time to ensure that the documents and everything are proper and something that could be adopted by the commission. There's nothing in our charter that gives us the discretion to stop the process, even if we think it's not lawful for you to adopt. The only process that provides is once they've obtained the requisite number of signatures, that my office puts that petition in legal form, and that we provide an opinion with regards to the legality, and it moves forward to the commission. So we don't have the discretion to based on the legality of the proposed ordinance, to remove it. Now, in the past, our office has reviewed petitions that sought the commission to do other things, where there was a petition that was specifically stated, adopt a resolution, and we've said, well, that does not meet the requirements, the strict requirements of the charter. But in this case, they've styled it as a ordinance, and as a result of that, the item moves forward.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Rodstrom.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Having heard what Mr. Spence has said, what is your response to that?
I have heard, and I'd like to get a brief statement on the record, if you don't mind.
That's why I called upon you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, thank you for having us today. My name is John Ronstrom, and I am here as legal counsel for the Save Snyder Park Petition Committee. I have a statement that I'd like to make for the record prior to Kevin, the committee chair, speaking.
Kevin Cochran.
Kevin Cochran, correct. Yes. I have a court reporter present, so if it's possible, I'd like to be able to read my statement, and I'll field any questions afterwards. First, I'd like to strongly object to the fact that this has been placed on a conference agenda meeting with the item not being scheduled on a regular meeting as noticed. Second, nothing said in this meeting either by myself, the committee chair, any member of the committee, or any member of the public should be construed in a way that waives our right to be heard at a regular meeting. Section 3.15B of the city charter states, quote, such signed petition and proposed ordinance and the opinion of the city attorney shall be presented by the committee to the city commission at a regular meeting after 60 days notice to the city manager that such matter will be presented at such meeting. A law degree is not required to read the plain language of the charter, requiring this to be heard at a regular meeting. It should be noted that we provided the required notice to the city manager on May 15, 2023, where we noticed this at a regular meeting. Nothing in the charter states that the opinion of the city attorney decides whether the proposed ordinance may be heard at a regular meeting. In fact, the charter specifically states that the ordinance and the opinion be presented together at a regular meeting. Importantly, Section 311 of the charter states when regular meetings shall be held and states that those times may be specified by ordinance. In that regard, Section 2, subsection 26 of the Code of Ordinances states, quote, the agenda for meetings of the City Commission shall be established by the city manager and shall provide for public hearings, ordinances, resolutions, and motions to be heard at 6 p.m. The word indicates that this action is mandatory and not permissive. The city manager shall provide that the proposed ordinance be heard at a 6 p.m. regular meeting. Section 3.15B continues that at such meetings, the City Commission shall take definite action upon the ordinance by rejecting same, failing to take action upon same, passing same in prepared form upon first reading, or passing same in amended form upon first reading. U.S. Commissioners cannot take action in a conference meeting. You can only take action at a regular meeting. And that includes not taking action. At a regular meeting, that would mean no one moves it forward and there's no second. The section further identifies the importance and necessity of a regular meeting. Any one of you, as commissioners, has the ability to suggest amendments to the proposed ordinance. Moreover, any of you can request that the city attorney suggest amendments that may resolve any issues that the city attorney has with the proposed ordinance. If you read the city attorney's opinion, the issues identified are minor and require limited changes to resolve. Most are issues involving specific wording and syntax. For example, complaints about the definition of Snyder Park because we don't reference the 8 lot numbers. Or for instance, that we declare something to be an open space when the city can just say, this is an open space. By failing to have this heard at a regular meeting, you are abdicating your responsibility to hear and take action on the matter and are ignoring the right of over 1,000 registered voters of the city, whose signatures have been certified by the county supervisor of elections through a very arduous process. This is a citizen's petition. The petition was drafted by lay people without the assistance of counsel. A local government or a constitutional lawyer should not be required to navigate this process or for citizens to have their voice heard. As for what we are looking for today, we are hoping to build consensus to have us placed on the September 19, 2023, 6 p.m. regular meeting, where the meeting can be properly noticed and where we can present all of our documentation per the charter. In conclusion, I think I did the same thing that Susan was doing earlier. I know, hold on. Not sure I can get back. 1 second.
In conclusion.
If only it was out easy. In conclusion, here's a copy of both agendas for today. One says conference and one says regular. We demand to be heard at a regular meeting. A conference meeting is not a regular meeting. I'm happy to answer questions now. Otherwise, Kevin Cochran, as the committee chair, will speak. For the record, we will not be presenting the ordinance. It is clear that this process must occur at a regular meeting and not at a conference meeting. Thank you.
So let me ask you then, you wanting us to defer this item then so it can be noticed and put on a regular meeting agenda?
No, and actually if you defer it, there's a process for me to request that it goes to an election. So I would advise that you do not do that. What I'm asking for is a consensus to be heard at a regular meeting like it was originally noticed for. I don't think you're necessarily deferring it because it hasn't been heard at a regular meeting yet.
No, but I'm saying, well, maybe defer wasn't the correct word, but I'm asking if you're saying that a conference meeting is not the appropriate meeting in which this should be heard, has this item been noticed for the regular meeting, Mr. Spence, or was it just noticed for the conference meeting?
It was originally noticed.
I'm asking Mr. Spence.
So it's placed on the agenda. That's the only notice that's been provided. So this is pursuant to the charter. This is a presentation of the petition and the document that they've styled as a proposed ordinance. The confusion with regards to what constitutes a regular meeting, Mr. Rodstrom has all of the correct citations of both the charter and the ordinance, but he's missing a crucial aspect of it. The charter, which was put in place way before staff started to delineate what is conference versus regular, says what a regular meeting is, and that section 3.11 states that that should be defined by ordinance. And then the section of the ordinance that Mr. Rostrom refers to, 2-26, states in the very first sentence that meetings of the City Commission shall be held at 1:30. So the question with regards to what occurs after 6 p.m. is that the regular meeting of the City Commission starts at 1:30, continues through the day, but after 6 p.m., only public hearings, ordinances, resolutions, and motions can be heard. That is despite the fact that we've traditionally labeled the meeting that occurs in the evening after 6 p.m. as regular, as local nomenclature versus a conference meeting, which is what the afternoon meeting has traditionally been called on our agendas. But that's a different definition than
And Mr.
what's
Mayor,
in
I
our-
am shocked that we're arguing over what is a regular meeting and what is a conference meeting. It is very clear from your agenda items and past practice that the 1:30 meeting is a conference meeting where you do not take action, and the 6 p.m. meeting is a regular meeting where you can vote on something, You can vote for it, against it, you can defer it, you can amend it. This is not the place to do that.
Right, but I believe what Mr. Spence has indicated to us is that the item that's being presented by you, by the committee, doesn't rise to the level of an ordinance or a motion or a resolution, which is something that would be voted on at the 6 o'clock meeting. So it's not something we can even vote on.
And just as he stated that this is a function of the charter.
Please don't talk over me. And is that what you're saying, Mr. Spence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
And as
John.
Mr. Spence also stated, the reason we're here is because this is a function of the charter that has to be followed. And we have presented this as a proposed ordinance, and you are able to amend it in any way, and we can approve or deny the amendment, or Kevin as the committee chair can. And any one of you can make any amendment that would satisfy Mr. Spence's concerns regarding it as an ordinance or not.
Okay.
This is a proposed ordinance. It's being presented as a proposed ordinance. We've gone through the charter provision by provision correctly, and we should be at a regular meeting on September 19th, 2023 at 6 p.m.
Is that what you want this to happen?
That is what I'd like to see a consensus from this commission do today, is move us to a regular meeting.
Before we get to that point, okay, because we have all these people that come up here to want to speak tonight, but I'll defer to your recommendation. However, I just want to ask you a question. You and Kevin came to my office a couple of weeks ago, and we discussed opportunities for a resolution here that meant a compromise. And you proposed a compromise, and I don't know if you took it to the other commissioners, but I personally agreed to your compromise. I thought it was a fair compromise. What happened to that compromise?
I think we came up with a couple suggestions. I'd like to hear what public comment has, and I'd offer some of their opinions as to what we should do. I think that there's a way where we can work together and not in an adversarial way where we can find a resolution to solving the issue.
I agree with you 100%.
But I do think 1,000 people, over 1,000 people, signed a petition. That's more than some people up here have been elected on. That's a significant number. And I don't mean that in any mean way. That's a significant lift to have people go out and get 1,000 verified signatures. We've been doing this since December. I mean, this is not something that you just ignore when we get here.
We're not we're not trying to ignore you. We're just trying to follow you brought a core reporter here, so that means we have to be on our toes to make sure that everything is done properly. And we're listening to our counsel, and he's trying to advise the commission to do things properly. I don't want to ignore the public here who've come here to speak, but at the same time, now you're recommending that we have this heard at an evening meeting on September 19th.
Well, what I would suggest is there's nothing that says you can't have a conference meeting and a regular meeting on the item. You guys are always free to discuss any item you wish.
Right.
I think you should continue with the conference meeting, allow the people that came here to have public comment, and then I think we should move and be placed on a regular agenda meeting where the commission can take definite action as prescribed in the charter. And that might be take no action, as Mr. Spence suggests, or it might be one of you suggesting an amendment, perhaps an amendment that the committee or anyone here might suggest tonight or another night. But I think you are entitled to your conference meeting. The issue we're having a conference meeting isn't the problem. It's the fact that we're not also noticed on a regular meeting.
Well, the concern that I also have is, folks will come here this evening to speak, and then we put it on the evening agenda, and those same folks are going to come and speak again. And in order to facilitate the efficiency of this commission, we shouldn't have to ask folks to come twice. So I think that And again, I want to hear more about this compromise proposal that you've made. I don't know if these folks are aware of it or heard of it or even support it, but I think that we should talk about that, and maybe that might end a lot of this confrontation.
One other thing I would say is this was supposed to be at 6 o'clock. That's how we sent the letter where we're supposed to notice it to the city attorney. We noticed it for a regular meeting. Plenty of people were planning to
Well, it's 6 o'clock.
Oh, I understand, but on Thursday, you've told everyone it was going to be at 1:30 instead, which happens, anyone outside this room probably doesn't realize that this is going on right now. So I think there actually would have been a lot more people here that, maybe couldn't take off work to be here for this discussion.
I agree, but what do you want us to do?
I'd like you to, I've said that. I'd like it to be moved. I'd like us to be placed on the regular meeting agenda where you guys can take definite action as to it as prescribed in the charter. And I'd like to see you guys have a consensus tonight where you do so. And
any comments from the commission?
Well, I would just like some more clarification because the city attorney has told us we cannot do that.
I know.
No, I haven't said that it can't be done on an evening meeting. What I've said is that it is proper to have it at the regular meeting at the time that it has been scheduled. But I want to see clarification from Mr. Rodstrom. So you're suggesting that you have not, and the committee has not made the presentation. You do not consider this to be the presentation?
I do not consider this to be the official presentation prescribed under the charter, which specifically states it must be done during a regular meeting. This is not a regular meeting. So we are not following the provision of the charter by being here. So I don't want to waive any right I have to present it at a regular meeting by possibly presenting it today. I'm happy to present it without waiving that right, but I don't want to be in a situation where I'm waiving some right that I'm supposed to do this under a regular meeting, because I believe that's where this is supposed to be
So
at.
I have no problem with your coming to a regular meeting.
Right.
Okay, so without compromising your rights or you're waiving anything, I don't want you to do that either. I think every citizen has a right to be heard before a city commission. So you tell us when you want to make this presentation. If you want to make it on September 19th,
September 19th would be the preferred meeting. That gives us a month to.
There's all these people who came here,
that's what
and I think
we should discuss tonight
they
as
should
well.
be heard.
Well, I'm listening to them. They're the ones. They're the leaders of the group, and I'm trying to take direction from them. So what is your suggestion?
I think that the people who came to speak tonight should be able to speak.
Well, I don't think it's not uncommon to have a conference meeting and a regular meeting on the same item. That's the normal process.
Right.
It's a normal process to have a conference meeting and then a regular meeting on a lot of items. It's not weird to have it twice.
And Mayor, I also want to hear from our partner, which is also an affected party in this. I think everyone needs to be heard.
They're not a party to the ordinance.
Well, I believe they are a partner in the project with the city.
Well, everyone has a right to speak.
Yes.
I mean, that's.
I believe they are an affected party.
Yeah. And there are some people I know in this group of about 30 people who've asked to speak that, some are for, some are against. So, all right. So not to shock everybody, I need to recess this conference meeting for 1 minute and open the evening meeting and then close the evening meeting so we can continue this process. So is there any further business? Well,
just real quick.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I'm going to, what's the word I need to use? We're not going to conclude the conference meeting because we still have business for the conference meeting. So I'm going to defer. What's the word I should use? Postpone?
Recess.
Okay. So the conference meeting is hereby recessed until further notice. I hereby welcome everybody to the 6 p.m. meeting of the City Commission of Fort Lauderdale. This April 22nd, 2023. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and all the other formalities. No, we'll wait. We'll wait. No. We'll do that at some further time. I will recess that meeting until further notice. We haven't gone there yet. Yeah. Is State Representative Chip Lamarca here? Where? Chip, I'm sorry, it's going to be like a couple hours, so you're certainly welcome to stay. You can appear by Zoom.
Right. Chip, we have snacks in the back.
Yeah, or we can ask you to come at another meeting. I apologize.
What is Chip here for?
I totally apologize, but we have to hear from the public.
I think the committee would allow Chip Lamarca to provide the check that apparently he's giving to the city if they'd like to do that right now, as opposed to having him have to wait here.
Can you send it by Zelle? Okay, all right. Before I recess the evening meeting, Mr. State Representative Lamarca, could you please come to the podium and make your presentation? Who's going to accept it? Let me go over there and accept it.
I'm afraid it might have had an expiration date if we didn't do it today, so I appreciate that, Mayor.
Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst? Present. Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Mayor Trentalis?
Here. Thank you. Okay.
It's a big check, Fred. I need you up here. There you go.
You'll need a big signature.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wanted to thank everyone for inviting us here tonight and for that process of allowing us to speak without going through the entire meeting. So as you know, first of all, I want to thank our chair in Tallahassee, Alex Andrade, for supporting this project. I also want to thank Commissioner Herbst for coming to Tallahassee and advocating, along with other members of the commission, for this important project. In our shared district, I want to thank former Commissioner Heather Moritas for her efforts, because she was around for the planning of this, along with the past city manager and the new city manager, Mr. Chavarria. This project has been a big priority of ours, not only as your state representative, but also as a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Appropriations Committee. Working alongside previous and current city staff for over 2 years to get this project moving, I'm honored to say that we came home with $500,000 for the first portion of the project, which is the design phase. This funding will be used for the design and engineering of the project that will improve pedestrian safety and enhance Galt Ocean Drive. The elements of this project include resurfacing the roadway, providing site safety improvements, widening the sidewalk, raised table crosswalks with pavers for enhanced crossing safety and visibility, and it will include enhanced offloading areas and bike lanes, along with new site lighting and nighttime safety improvements to the area, landscaping, trees, and new signage. In the coming years, we will look to filling the second part of this Galt Drive project and construction costs, and we'll be working with city staff and Mr. Dodd and the rest of the entire team to make sure that we're ready to accept capital dollars. I want to also specifically thank the president of the Galt Mile Civic Association, Fred Nesbitt, for his hard work in this. Fred was not taking no for an answer. And he asked me if I could put another 0 or 2 on it tonight and just get the project paid for. But I will be there, God willing, at least through this cycle and in another couple of years to make sure we get the capital funds. And Commissioner and Mr. Nesbitt, I appreciate your help.
Thank you, Joe.
Dear Mayor.
All right. And 3, 2, 1. All right, one more. 3, 2, 1.
Yes. This is Justin. My pleasure. Thank you.
You take our check back, though, right?
Well, the real one comes in the middle.
Make sure I get a copy of this. Sammy.
Thank you, Representative Lamarca. Thank you, Commissioner Herbst, for your work in securing this. And hopefully we can move forward and see that project come to fulfillment in a couple of years. Okay, so I have a number of people who signed up to speak, one of whom is...
We have to pause this one and go back again. We're still in this meeting.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so, well, I'm just trying to think, is there anything else we need to do in this meeting before? No, it's okay. All right, so the evening meeting is now recessed until further notice. So now there are a number of people who signed up to speak.
Just real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Reconvene the conference.
The conference meeting is now reconvened. Okay. I just want to get to this because I think there are a lot of people who have been here a long time, and I think we need to hear them speak. So one of the people who signed up to speak is, let me get to.
Mr. Mayor, if I may real quick, I just want to make, someone said I said September 15th. I think I said September 19th, but
19th.
The 19th is the date if I didn't say that that's the proper date.
Right.
And
Okay.
also I think Kevin would like to, as the committee chair, to just present a part for him as well.
Say it again? I can't.
Kevin would like to present as the committee chair as well. I was only lodging our legal objection, and then we kind of got off-road.
Kevin, do you have additional remarks you want to make? Okay, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Kevin Cochran, the chairperson for the Committee to Save Snyder Park. I just want to go take you through a little bit of the process and the delays to the process that we have seen here. Ultimately here today, what we're concerned about is the process. And what is a proper process for us actually getting to be able to present the ordinance to the City Commission so that the City Commission can make any necessary amendment and then choose what action they can take. As my attorney and the attorney for the committee has stated, here is not a place where the commission can make an amendment. Here is not a place where the city can take Any action, whether that be no action, that is an action in and of itself. All we can do here is discuss. So let me take you through a timeline of the delays and the bottlenecks in this process. As you all know, on November 1st, the city passed on a 3-1 vote without the District 4 commissioner at the time being present to hear the concerns of the community to vote yes or no. Citizens of District 4 never even had their commissioner represent them in that original vote. On December 5th, many of us who were very concerned organized and I drafted a petition. As my attorney has stated, the city charter provides a provision where average everyday citizens can put forward a petition. You are not supposed to necessarily be a constitutional lawyer to draft the perfect petition language. If that was the case, this would never be in the charter in the first place. Secondly, the charter also provides a provision for when you get to the point that we got to, that the petition can be put forward to the city attorney and assistance can be requested in drafting the ordinance and putting it in proper form. That is not what occurred in this case. The minor legal objections could have been already handled and addressed when it was put into proper form. Nevertheless, they can still be addressed in an amendment process in a regular meeting. December 10th, we got our first 10 volunteers. December 13th, we reached over 10,000 voters in the city of Fort Lauderdale. December 20th, the commission voted in a separate meeting, regular meeting, to ignore the deed restriction. That sent us in overdrive. January 14th, we had 100 volunteers. They got over 1,500 votes, 1,500 signatures. We reached over 50,000 voters in Fort Lauderdale. We had over 17,500 people tracking us on a weekly basis, liking, commenting on every single post around Save Snyder Park. January 20th, we presented the petition to the supervisor of election for certification. January 24th, we were notified by the supervisor of election that the city clerk had spoken to the supervisor of election and said that what we were doing was not valid and they were not to count the votes. January 24th, I went and spoke with the city clerk, clarified the issue that their city clerk has no role in this process, and we got the city supervisor of election to actually certify the votes on January 25th. September 7th, we got the supervisor of election to agree to count the votes on January 25th. February 17th, due to verification process of the signatures, I signed my name 3 different ways. My signature was likely not counted. February 17th, we secured 500 additional signatures for a total of 2,000 to submit to the supervisor of election. And on February 22nd, we were certified. From the moment of certification, that kickstarts a 90-day process where we first notify the city attorney, who then notifies the city manager, who then gets it on a regular meeting. That started on February 22nd. What occurred after that is on March 16th, the city attorney declared that we needed to provide affidavits of how we collected the signatures, even though there is no provision in the city charter requiring us to provide any affidavits for any volunteers because they were already certified voters by the supervisor of election, the only body that has any role in actually certifying the count. We resolved this issue when I personally had to explain why it would be difficult to get over 1,000 people to sign an affidavit. I provided my own affidavit, and we resolved the issue on April 10th. Then on May 16th, we got confirmation from the city manager by email that we would be placed on the agenda pursuant to the city charter, which clearly stipulated the regular meeting agenda. And now we are here. And it is now August 22nd. From the date that we originally provided the certified results from the supervisor of election, if you clock the clock forward 90 days, by May 15th, we should have already been on the regular agenda. On May 15th, we were only notified that we would get placed on the regular agenda for August 15th. And here today, we are still waiting and arguing about whether we have a right under the city charter to have our voice heard and be on the regular meeting. The intent of the Committee to Save Snyder Park is very clear. We want to maintain it as public open space. It is currently zoned as open space, which does not permit a commercial pickleball complex, which does not permit a restaurant. We want to maintain it as it currently is. That is clear, unmistakable. You all know it. If the language is not perfect, I am not a constitutional lawyer. Neither is nearly anyone else in the city. Help us, bring it forward, hear our voice, and make the necessary amendments to make the minor adjustments so we can pass this. We want to preserve the park. We love it. We want to honor the memory of the Byron family, and we want to maintain their current zoning and maintain the park as open space. No more delays. Let us get on the agenda. Let us get this done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Here. If I may, and I know this is not usual for a city attorney to kind of address a speaker, but I think some of the ways that he framed my actions in this process are incorrect and deserve addressing. Now, as an employee of the city attorney's office for a number of years now, I have grown concerned about the role of the city attorney in this city, particularly with regards to how politics affects that role. The city attorney should be objective. He should be the counselor and lawyer for the city. Shouldn't be caring about, and no offense to any of the commissioners here, about your re-elections or your political fortunes or anybody else's. When this petition came to my office, it was deficient. There was a spreadsheet of names. The majority of those thousands of names were on a spreadsheet that was not attached to a petition. It was simply sheets upon sheets, rows upon rows of names with a spreadsheet that was entitled Save Snyder Park Petition. I sent a letter saying that this is unacceptable, but I will accept an affidavit from the individuals that collected these signatures to say that they actually allowed the people that signed that petition to see the actual petition. I could not verify that each person that signed those spreadsheets had actually signed to the petition that was written. And that is where the request for an affidavit came from. I could have summarily dismissed this whole process, but the charter provides for a process for lay people that are not constitutional lawyers to address this commission. And I provided an opportunity in a legal way by allowing the committee to provide an affidavit. And for that process to be framed as a delay is ungrateful and disingenuous. And I say that at risk of people who didn't want this item on being upset for the fact that I accepted an affidavit. And by the way, the opponents to this can challenge that affidavit. And I think he also mischaracterized the action of the city clerk in this matter. And this is really why I don't want this job. So we're outside of that. We're outside of that process, John. So in the process, the proponents and the opponents have an opportunity to speak. Right now, you have not presented. The committee has not presented. The city commission is accepting comments. For the record, and I've asked you to clarify on the record, you did not present your petition tonight. And so this is a regular item that members of the public are speaking on for your court reporter.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and move forward with the young lady that's standing at the podium. And after that, the mayor will be back in control.
Right.
Okay, so.
Oh, go ahead.
So, number of people have signed up to speak tonight. I would ask that we try to limit our comments to 2 minutes. Ellen Bogdanoff, you're here to speak first. I know you represent the party with whom we have entered into the comprehensive agreement, so I'll give you a couple of extra minutes, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. And we are your partners in this, and I know everybody spoke very eloquently, but I do want to clarify that you don't have to take everything that was said at face value. And I'd like to give you a different perspective. And to the city attorney, thank you for the opinion and for clarifying some of the things. I think you all have a right, based on what the city attorney talked about in terms of the signatures, to challenge the veracity of the signatures and the affidavits. We have emails and eyewitnesses, and you received a couple of those emails this morning, of people who witnessed the volunteers taking those signatures, and there was no petition attached. Remember the public lands petition. I gave you the courtesy of speaking. Do not interrupt me, John. Do not interrupt.
Ellen, just continue to speak.
It's distracting.
Yeah, but just continue.
You all received a public lands petition a couple of years ago that was done properly. The language was attached to the petition, and they were signed, and you had a ton of them. You issued a similar opinion. The city attorney at the time determined that it wasn't an ordinance. Therefore, it didn't have to come forward. Remember, proper form and proper format is not necessarily substance. With all due respect, this shouldn't even be before the commission. You can put a cow costume on a pig, it's still a pig. At the end of the day, this is not an ordinance. I don't know what you would be voting on. Let's also consider the fact that even if you were to consider it, this is unconstitutional. We have a contract. You can't do it. And the way it's written, even if you take it at face value, you're going to have to get rid of all of your disc golf, your dog park, your nature center, all of your streets. They want it to be a preserve. It is not a preserve. It is recreational. It's open space recreational. Also, Florida statute determines the process for zoning, for passing new zoning laws. This is a zoning change. Right now, it's open space, recreational. This is a permissive use. At the end of the day, if you want to change it to basically a preserve, that's a zoning change. Florida law dictates how that has to happen, and it's not this process. Look, I was in the legislature for over 9 years. At the end of the day, passing laws should not be easy. The charter provides an opportunity, but nobody says you have to have a lawyer or you don't have to have a lawyer. It has to be drafted properly. And just because somebody puts a statement and they put it forward to the commission doesn't mean you pass it. If you want to put a statement that, you love Fort Lauderdale, does that become an ordinance? Do you have to change it? Do you have to massage it so that it suits the needs of the parties that brought it forward? It's their obligation, not yours. It's their obligation to put forward something that meets the terms of the charter that you can approve, that you can opine on. Even if you wanted to opine on this, it's unconstitutional. It's illegal. It's against Florida law. There are so many flaws with this that to entertain this is a bad precedent to set. And at the end of the day, you have to question those signatures. With all due respect, I think it was very generous of the city attorney to allow them to retroactively say, I promise I did what I was supposed to do. That's not the process. The process is specifically, if they want to come back and go through that process again and draft a proper ordinance using an attorney and bring it forward to you, let them do that. But this is not even, my client is investing $20 million into property that is going to be 100% owned by the city, 100% open to the public. There have been so many misrepresentations on social media, half the people in this room probably don't even know the truth. And at the end of the day, we have to look upon our commission. We're partners with you. We came into this in good faith. And this is turning into a bit of a circus to allow something that isn't even legitimate to come forward to pretend that you're going to vote on it. It doesn't even make sense. And we're asking you to simply say to them, you want to do it, go back and do it right. Nobody says you can't do it. go back and do it right. I know there are changes that people want to make. You don't want to have licenses anymore? Pass an ordinance to do that. That's a legitimate ordinance. But you can't undo a contract. They're setting the city up for a lawsuit. I mean, they come in and they want to kind of threaten you with 1,000 votes. A lot of this has been fabricated, and we've been following the social media, and it's been exhausting because there have been so many misrepresentations. And I ask anybody in this room who wants to know what's going to happen at that space, which is 5% of the park, which is currently being used for industrial purposes, to come talk to us. But they don't want to do that. They want to pontificate on social media and misrepresent what we're doing. But thank you all for hearing us out, and I hope you all make the right decision and just simply say, go back and do it right. They didn't do it right.
Thank you. All right, so is it the pleasure of the commission to hear the folks that are here tonight and with regard to this issue? Of course, we're not waiving our rights with regard to any action we may or may not take after the public hearing has occurred. What's the pleasure of the commission?
So, Mayor, I have a lot of issues, questions, and so forth, but I do believe in deference to how long people have sat here and to the effort that went into gathering these names and gathering these on the petition. I think we have a duty and an obligation to listen to the residents who have come here, hear what they have to say. As has been mentioned, there are many times where we discuss something at conference before it becomes an agenda item for an actual vote. So last thing I would ever want to say to the residents is that we're not going to listen to them.
Okay.
Some of these people have been here since 1:30. Yeah, they came here to talk to us, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman?
No, I agree. We should just hear everyone out.
Okay, very good. Okay, so next person who's signed up to speak, Ted and Sarah. Ted, followed by Susan Peterson, followed by Dane Tullock.
All right. Hello, my name is Ted and Sarah. Geez, you want to know what I think? You're going to hear it. I almost forgot that I live in a city where everything is for sale. Everything. Mayor Trantellis, I was on your City of Fort Lauderdale official site, and on there you say, and I quote, "Our city encourages development that protects history and builds on the unique characteristics and distinctiveness identities of our neighborhoods." Well, if you really believe that, we wouldn't be here, because this is the exact opposite. This is fiction, according to what you really think. And Commissioner Glassman, I was on your site also, and you actually say something quite interesting. You say, and I quote, "I understand and believe how vital the neighborhood civic associations are in shaping their own development and future in their neighborhoods." Well, you know what? That's the exact opposite of what you're doing, because I was at these civic associations where Mayor Trantellis was selling this garbage in front of the River Oak Civic Association, the Croydon Park Civic Association, the Edgewood Civic Association, and it was unanimously against this project. So how can you say that you believe so much in the neighborhood civic associations and they should be planning their future when all of these civic associations say they don't want it? There's no explanation to that, and Commissioner Sturman, Jesus, your silence is deafening. That's all I'm saying. There's a Bruce Springsteen song, and I quote, it says, "You can't break the ties that bind." You're our commissioner. I don't know whether you're representing us or these people back here and the lobbyists that, you seem to have an affection for. So for you to be representing us in District 4 is pathetic.
Thank you, Mr. Ansara. Susan Peterson, followed by Dane Tullock, followed by Tony Spalding again.
Hello, my name is Susan Peterson. I'm a semi-retired college professor, and I took a night off from my regular job teaching English to immigrants at Hispanic Unity and gave up a night's pay to be here. It was supposed to be a day's pay.
Welcome.
I have this sign here that I have permission to display now. I had to give it to the city employee, but this is my inspiration. I'm also a local history writer, and I've interviewed a lot of old-timers in the marine industry who gave a lot to the city, and one of their commonalities was dignity and public spiritedness. And I really would like to call to mind the generosity and perspicacity of Byron Snyder, the successful businessman who loved Fort Lauderdale and wanted us to have that wonderful park and for us to have the experience. And you talk about the contract, you talk about tortious interference. For your average layperson, they may not know what tortious is. It means interfering with a contract. And I keep hearing about the contract, the contract. I am more worried about interference with tortoises in the park than I am about tortious interference, because the original contract was the deed. And this is the sign. It's got two things. I spent time this morning because I was thinking, what is the most important thing about this issue? Okay, stop the pickleball developer land grab, save our Snyder Park, on one side. The other is honor Mr. Snyder's park deed. No commercial use ever in that park. That was clear. It's very clear. His great-great-grandniece has confirmed that from the deed. In teaching public speaking to college students who are English language learners, I was emphasized that you have to pick a couple of ideas and punch them, all right? One of them is the article from the New York Times, shattered nerves, sleepless nights. Pickleball noise is driving everyone nuts. But that's not the main point. You want to set up a big commercial operation in our neighborhood. The other point I want to make is stress. Everybody is so stressed. We had the floods in April. My neighbor was flooded out and lost her home. I came close to that. How do people de-stress? One way is to go to a beautiful nature park. Sitting here, I've been here since noon. Sitting here was very stressful. I went out and I heard the birds chirping in the trees. It calmed me right down. The pickleball court noise is equivalent to torture, according to the research in sound design.
Ma'am, can you just please conclude your remarks?
Yes, I will. Please give us a chance to continue this process. I was here at the budget meeting and I heard an emphasis on we want citizen participation in this town. We are looking for citizen participation. The way we've been treated here today, there's people in their late 80s and 90s here. It's a slap in the face to the citizens. And
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you,
I
ma'am.
commend you for standing up to these bullies, toxic masculinity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dane Tulloch, followed by Tony Spalding, followed by Brad Tuckman, I think it says. Oh, that's just for questions only, Brad. Okay.
Good to go, Mayor?
Are you Dane?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you tonight?
I'm hanging in there after being here since 1:30 and
Well,
taking
we were
my
here since
afternoon off of work.
1:32, so
yeah,
we-
I
actually, we've
understand
been
that,
here
but you
since
get paid to do so.
11:30.
I paid to do so. So anyway, commissioners, mayor, attorney, I appreciate you giving those of us who live in Edgewood. I live at 1215 Southwest 31st Street. I am 5 months out of my house after the flood. Shortly after the flood, Commissioner Sturman came to one of our Civic Association meetings and promised us he would support us in any way possible. I don't believe he's doing that right now. And there's a lot of emotion in this room. I'm getting a little emotional. I actually had to go meet some contractors at my home that I can't live in currently, and then come back to this meeting, luckily to find out you guys just started this discussion 4.5, 5 hours after I arrived for this meeting. Who has the ability to do that as a private citizen? I'm lucky my employer was gracious enough to give me this time. Most people don't have that luxury. And so that's my first comment. My second comment to Commissioner Sturman is most of us in Edgewood are still out of our homes. And this is what you guys are doing with that free time. I don't feel like you're addressing the drainage issues. I don't feel like you're addressing all the issues that our community is facing. You're addressing issues where you want to make some money off of some pickleball. Nobody, not one resident I've talked to in our neighborhood, Edgewood specifically, is in favor of this pickleball facility. Not one. So I don't know who this is for. Now, I haven't been following this religiously as some of the folks here have, but it's my understanding that at the last meeting where they had a lot of support for the pickleball constituents, a lot of those folks weren't even from our county, much less our neighborhood. That's people trucking in other people to make a point and to make a big impression. All right, is that how the city works? I hope not. So I want to thank you for your time. I'm going to stick to my 2 minutes. Everybody's much more eloquent than me, but Commissioner Sturman, stand by your promise.
Thank you. Tony Spalding, followed by Ann McHorney.
Excuse me, Mayor. I actually would like to use my time. You called my name.
You do? Okay,
Yeah, please.
sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Brad Tuckman. I'm actually the guy behind this project. We started this about over 2 years ago. We presented an unsolicited proposal to you guys. And, we chose Snyder Park because we actually thought it was the best location for this. The park's beautiful, but we would never touch the part of the park that is beautiful. I wouldn't do that. I'm from Fort Lauderdale. I have a family. I respect people. I respect everybody here. I respect all of your opinions. And I expect some respect back from some of these people who have been saying some nasty things to me. But in the end, we chose this part of the park to present to you guys because it was noisy, it was seaweed, and that seaweed pile there is 15 years old. You guys are storing trucks there. And because of the noise, we're a third of a mile away from the closest house. We're next to the highway. It was truly the perfect location to put a pickleball facility. While they have 1,000 signatures, there's over 150,000 people in Fort Lauderdale. We can make a contest of who can bring more people in here. I didn't bring anybody today. They're saying that we brought in people on trucks and buses last time. I think we had a couple hundred people there. Maybe a quarter of them were from out of Fort Lauderdale. So still 3/4 of a couple hundred were here last time. But we went through all these questions. You guys asked us, we proved no animal issues, no lighting issues, no noise issues. We've modified our plans. We took everything off the sand on the beach and left it completely open. We've made changes because while nobody has wanted to engage us from this group, we've heard, because honestly, I'm obsessed. I look at their posts. I know everybody's posting every day. And, I'm a marketing background person. I'm not trying to market this. I'm trying to be honest. What people are talking about tonight is what they're reading on social media without facts. So I'm just here to tell you guys, we're going to do the right thing by the community. We're taking an area of the park. We're going to put $20 million into the project that in the end, people won't hear it. They won't see it. It won't be noisy. We're putting a berm in. No animals. We've had studies done. We've done everything we possibly could. So except for the fact that they don't like it, I don't know what else to say. And I want to say one last thing. When you guys did the park bond study, this park, Holiday Park right next door, had over 1,000 comments I think it was like 3,000 comments of what they wanted. 11 people responded for Snyder Park. 11 people. And nobody in this room was on that list of 11 people who responded. So they didn't care enough about the park to comment what they wanted to use the $6 million for. They didn't have a problem with the seaweed. They didn't have a problem with the lake not being swimmable. They didn't have a problem with any of this. We had a problem with that. We wanted to make it better. Yes, it's beneficial we get pickleball courts. But to them to come here today and say we're ruining the park, when in reality, they didn't actually put any input into it over the last however many years. So District 4, District 1, 2, 3, whatever, we actually are one family. We're not 1,000 people. We're 150,000 in Fort Lauderdale. So I ask you guys, I do believe this is illegal to actually try to vote on this because, again, we have a contract. We did our diligence. You did your diligence with us for years, a year and a half, and we'll deliver. And we're prepared just to deliver. So thank you, and I apologize to you guys for your stress. We're actually normal people. We're good people, and if you get over this, you understand, we'll do the right thing for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you. Okay, Tony Spalding, Ann McHorney, and Adrian Poe.
Tony, welcome once again.
Hello again. I've got some more blue cards to turn in, so I'll be talking some more. So hopefully that's not a problem. So I'm going to try and make this not combative because, oh, sorry. I'm trying not, this shouldn't be a combative issue. From what I've seen, the residents in this that are aware of this are far outnumber the ones that are for it. And as our representatives, it should go that way. And if the city had done the due diligence before all, I don't know what the last person's name was, talking about your due diligence, as far as I've known, there's always been outnumbered, let's keep this green space as opposed to let's develop it. And if it has been such a problem for a developer to develop public space, they could have moved on to some other place. The city was just talking about bringing business into other areas of the city. There is no infrastructure to support the business that this would bring to Snyder Park. There's an airport and residences, but there's other places in the city that already have other businesses where these people that are going to come to play pickleball can go eat, shop, buy clothing, park their cars, and so on and so forth, that wouldn't affect this green space. And by green space being there doesn't mean it needs a ton of foot traffic. We don't all have to just parade through Snyder Park to love it and to realize it's a green space, even though it's got some disc golf posts sticking up every once in a while. It's one of very few green spaces left in our city and should be preserved that way. And I think the due diligence would show you that your constituents wish it to stay that way. And we are the city, us residents, and we'll pay the price for you having to back out of whatever you need to back out of if you choose to back out of it, which I hope you do. Yeah, I had a couple other points, but
I think that you have to conclude your comments. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ann McCorney, followed by Adrian Poe. Hold on. Nancy Long. Ann?
Yeah. Hi. I moved to Fort Lauderdale in 1976, and I've loved this city. I've traveled all over the world. I came back here for my retirement. A year and a half ago, my husband was diagnosed with brain cancer. Our retirement was delayed. I had one place to take him for peace. One place. I put him in the car and we would go to Snyder Park. We would sit and we would enjoy the peace that was there. It was quiet. It was beautiful. I can't take him to Fort Lauderdale Beach. I can't have to park, drive around, find a place. I can't take him to downtown. It's packed full. This is a peaceful place. Why did people not say they wanted things for Snyder Park? Because they love it. They already love it the way it is. You're going to take something away that was deeded to the city. Who is the city? It's the people that live here. And that's a question that I have for Mr. Spence. Who do you work for?
I work for the city of Fort Lauderdale,
Okay.
and its public officials and officers.
And so it's not the people, it's just the officials?
No, ma'am, I do not work for the people.
Okay, so when you advise officials, do you advise them to take a deed that has been written and to change it? Because if somebody did it to the deed, if someone did that to the deed of my property, I would be kind of upset. I think that the city has a deed where it says that they are not to build. Why did somebody want to spend $20 million? Not because they want to help out. There's another reason, and I think that's pretty obvious. And I think that this is a commercial venture, and the building will continue, and we will lose the beautiful place that we have in this city, and it's not fair to any of us.
All right, thank you. Adrian Poe, followed by Nancy Long, followed by Gloria Cashin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm just going to read from this so I don't babble on. As a resident in Edgewood and a taxpayer, I am truly appalled by the possibility of this commercial space in Snyder Park. That's exactly what this is. No matter how many times you try to change the word to concession stand or we're helping out, it is in direct opposition of the signed deed for Snyder Park and the wishes of its seller. What will happen to the residents and wildlife during the construction phase, and what happens post-construction phase to the wildlife that relies on this park for its habitat? This expanse of green space is currently a sanctuary of tranquility teeming with wildlife. You simply must not care what happens to wildlife or the surrounding residents when our homes are filled with racket noises and nighttime floodlights from this venue. The problems extend beyond the issues regarding the perimeter road airport issues, the backups encompassing 4th Avenue, the traffic generated by the courts, tournaments, and the restaurants will prove detrimental to not only travelers at Fort Lauderdale Airport, but the wildlife rehabilitation facility down the road, neighboring homes, and again, the delicate wildlife that inhabits the park. I find it disheartening that it often falls upon the taxpayers themselves to voice their objections against encroachment of unnatural green spaces. It is in fact our elected officials that should be standing up for their constituents from the start. Edgewood has already been through enough this year with the flooding issues, and now we have to battle with our representatives to do what's right and preserve a green space. I suggest reviewing the recent articles in regards to pickleball courts, especially in the New York Times. Articles about lawsuits stemming from communities regarding the heightened traffic, the pollution in their neighborhood, and the noise, and you prepare yourselves for the same. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, followed by Gloria Cashin, followed by Ray. It is Detman. Your penmanship got worse.
Hi, I'm Nancy Long.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm on the board of directors for River Oaks Civic Association. I represent our members and our neighborhood for District 4. As far as the parks bond, everybody came to our, as normal, comes to our meetings and they presented the parks bond to us in person. We went over Snyder Park, we talked about our parks, we talked about before it even came to vote for us to approve the park bond. And there was actually a booklet that had everything in it that was going to be done to the different parks and how much money was going to be approved. Well, we were all sold on it. Snyder Park has a tremendous amount of money that was voted on to keep Snyder Park going. And at that time, it was never no commercial involvement or anything like that. So as far as the pickleball court, for you guys to sign a contract with our parks and not speak to our neighborhoods or come to us like you do everything else and just sign a contract without getting us involved to change our parks. Our neighborhood feels it's improper. We don't want the traffic and we want to keep it the way it is because it's comforting like everybody said. So thank you, and we just wish you would have came and talked to us before we got to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Cashin.
Good evening.
Followed by Ray Detman, followed by Catherine Lalis.
I'm Gloria Cashin. In 1956, my parents and I moved to Coral Ridge in Fort Lauderdale. At that time, there were many natural areas, so you could relax and so on. In 1993, I became a volunteer at Snyder Park. This is my shirt that I was given. And I was leading bird walks and nature walks, as well as participating in various projects throughout the park, so I became very well acquainted with the entire park. An extensive development like the pickleball courts and attendant construction and usage schedule does not fit in a natural area. Problems such as traffic, parking, security, noise and light pollution will damage the natural qualities of Snyder Park. I hope to keep it as a natural area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, followed by Catherine Lelis, followed by Ann Wiley.
My name is Ray Detman. I live at 1900 Miami Road. I wanted to thank the city attorney first for giving the people that are behind this effort to be heard with the process on the petition. I think that's the right thing to do. The years that I've been here, there's been a number of issues, and they've always been able to be heard. Win, lose, at least be heard. And that's what brought me here today when I seen that it was on the conference agenda and not on the regular agenda. You know, you're representing us, and sometimes you got to take a vote, and you got to take a position on this stuff and pay the price for whoever's on one side or the other. And Warren, I feel for you. You know, this deal was done before you even took office. But I think the people have the right to be heard. And on a personal note, as far as the placement of this pickleball, I really feel it is the wrong place. I really, from the beginning, it really was. And I think it's more, if you look at all the parks we have in the city, Snyder Park is really quite different than all the others. It's like a wildlife sanctuary. It really should be left to that. And the pickleball, I think, is more appropriate at a different park. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Catherine, followed by Ann, followed by Dick Ward. Is Catherine here? Okay, is Ann here? Hi, Ann.
I have something I'd like to give to you.
Give it to the clerk, please. Yeah, but he has to distribute it to us.
Thank you very much
Go
for
ahead.
handing that out.
Go ahead.
So 57 years ago, a resident of Fort Lauderdale entered into a deal with the city to have his land transferred from his family to the city under a very strict deed, which we all know and can read. It has been brought back to the city, the deed, by his great niece and by his nephew, both of whom have said to this commission they strongly oppose the use of a commercial enterprise in this pickleball court. This is Mr. Snyder's family. And his great niece said that if he knew what was going on, quote, it's in the Sun Sentinel, he would roll over in his grave. Now, if a decision is made 57 years ago, and 57 years later, a rogue decision is made by a few commissioners, of only 2 are left now, they're out of the 5, only 2 are here now that made that decision. If down the road it can be decided to go against the deed and against the family and against the wishes of the person who gave the land or sold the land to the city, why would anyone ever want to give their land to the city? Why would anyone trust Fort Lauderdale? Many people come to Fort Lauderdale.
Actually, wasn't it sold
Many
to the city? Wasn't it sold?
Many people come to Fort Lauderdale to live and also as tourists. I'm an extremely avid bird watcher, and I go into Snyder Park to bird watch. Florida is in a very unique situation in that it's in 2 flyways, the Atlantic Flyway and the Mississippi Flyway. That means twice a year, migratory birds go through Florida in both of these flyways, going up to eastern Canada and south to South America. So Florida is used for these birds. What they seek out is dark space. Snyder Park is a dark sky park, meaning for the last 57 years, it has closed at 7 p.m. There are no lights throughout the park. Wildlife needs dark space. We are but one animal that we share this planet with. If you look at your brochure, those are screech owls, eastern screech owls. There could be burrowing owls in there. I don't know if they're bonneted, Florida bonneted bat, but if it is, that will stop this whammo. Get in touch with FWC. This is not just a green space, it's a forest. It's a home. It's a home for animals that need it for their life, not for their enjoyment, but to live. It's a home for the migratory birds to refuel, both north and southbound. And I just want to say in closing, there are 4 areas in southern United States that are birding hotspots. Southern California, southern Arizona, South Texas, and South Florida. People come to South Florida from around the world to see the birds. To get rid of the space that provides for them is insane, and it is not green, and we're a green city, supposedly. Please do not give our park away, our green space away, the life-giving land away to something that so many people do not want.
Thank you. Dick Ward, followed by Caitlin Lector, and then Alec Bogdanoff.
Hi, I'm Dick Ward,
And thank you, Ann. That was excellent. You know, right there, I just want to go wrap myself around a tree and stop anyone from moving in there. But, you know, somebody had asked me to see if the city documents all of the emails and phone calls and letters and everything that comes in for and against this particular project. And if so, what department would have that? You guys log down all the emails, postcards, letters, anything like that?
Well, each individual commissioner gets emails. They don't come through the clerk.
But
or
somebody
anything like
has that information to gather, or I guess?
I would imagine, but I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, that was one question somebody asked me to ask. The other thing, have all the environmental studies and the light and the sound and all that been approved by the city of Fort Lauderdale for this project? Do you guys know that?
I didn't understand your question.
Have all the traffic control, the noise, the sound, all that stuff has been approved by the city to go ahead? Because I hear they want to start building or breaking ground in September anyhow. So I'm assuming the city, you guys have heard that and approved that, or?
I believe it's under process right now.
Still under process?
Yeah,
so
under
they're not
review
going to break
process.
ground in September? Or?
I'm not sure those timelines, but I believe it's still under review process.
Okay. The other question was the routing for the new park administration. Have they figured that out, whether it's coming down Southwest 8th Avenue or Floyd Hall?
For the park administration? That's the city.
The traffic, there's going to be like 300 cars coming back and forth. And so
I would
I kind of
ask-
want to know if it's going right next to my door.
I would ask the proposer to talk about those specifics as it's being right now considered for all permits are being considered right now for approval. So they can explain that.
Okay. And then just the last thing, you know, I took a ride up in North Georgia and I went across the sign that said the Trail of Tears, you know, and that's where the U.S. government kind of like reneged on the Indian grants and the Indian, and I'm wondering if this is like Schneider's little Trail of Tears here, you know, where we kind of renege on his deal where he says, whatever, I'll give you this land, but don't screw it up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Lecter, followed by Alec Bogdanoff, followed by Katie O'Reilly.
Good evening. It was supposed to be afternoon, but good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us, and thank you for the opportunity for this to go for a vote, as it seems to have been done without much public awareness. We heard about it afterwards.
Without public awareness?
No.
I think the community's
I'm
aware.
talking about back last year. When
okay.
the commissioners were about to go out, and it was only 2 of you that were still here, that are still here from that vote. So anyway, I'm here as a resident of District 3. And I want to make that point because it is not just affecting District 4. Of course, they have the biggest objection to it because it's their backyard. But District 3 residents love this park as well. My son has grown up going there. He learned to ride his bike there. We love that park, and we have been saddened to see it neglected in the area that we're talking about. But I believe there are better solutions than a pickleball court. And we love sports. Our family loves sports. We go to Mills Pond. We go to Holiday Park right here for that. But there is no other Snyder Park. You can find another pickleball place, but you cannot find another Snyder Park. I also want to speak on behalf of the next generation. And that's why I brought my son here today for a very long civics lesson, much longer than we expected. And we elect you all to represent us. And I'm thankful because I wouldn't want to sit here through every meeting. But I'm asking you, hear the voice of the people over money. Okay? This is a treasure to our community, and we cannot find another one. It is a peaceful place. It was supposed to be natural, and we all love it for that reason. My son really wants to show you a photo he took at Snyder Park. Is that possible?
You've kind of used up your time, but we understand your message, so it's okay.
Here it is.
You can show us the picture.
Can he walk up there?
Could the city clerk have him bring it up? I'd like to see.
What is the picture? Is this of Snyder Park?
Could the city clerk bring the
Yes.
picture up? I'd like to take a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, he took it at Snyder. There's so many activities that we've done there that are in keeping with the nature, the natural beauty of our enchanted forest is what we call it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Alec, did you want to speak?
Oh.
No, you, okay.
Am I out of
Katie
turn?
O'Reilly, are you
Am
Katie?
I out of turn?
I'm sorry?
Am I out of turn?
Are you Katie?
I am.
Well, you can go right
Nice-
ahead.
Nice to see you, Honorable Mayor. It's been a while.
I know.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for letting us speak today. We really appreciate it. I did want to give you some positive input. Number one, because I watch all of your meetings, even though I have been absent because of physical things. Congratulations on attaining and maintaining the AAA bond rating. I just think that that is outstanding. And I just can't say enough good things about that. And congratulations for breaking ground on the police station. I cannot tell you how hard we worked to get those signatures, to get those voters in line, because as you remember, we only won that bond by what, 1,200 votes? 2,000 votes, maybe? And that was because your super voters were out there engaging people in parking lots and going door to door to explain what the bond was and why we needed it. With regard to Snyder Park, pickleball, I could care a SHI. I obviously am not going to be a pickleball player. I'm not going to watch it. I'm really not a sports fan except for football. And diving, Steve, Commissioner Glassman, I love that dive tower because I was in Olympic swimming at one time. But what I was most impressed with is I came in on the tail end of this because, to use your Council of Civic Associations to get your message out is not getting the message out. Some of them, tell their people what's going on. Some keep it to themselves. Some don't get any. Oh, give me a half minute.
Go ahead.
Some don't get any communications at all. Some civic associations are social and they don't really know what's going on in the city. So Vice Mayor, what you're doing with your agenda, your pre-agenda, I think needs to be done in more neighborhoods. And if you want your citizens to be informed, I have a real problem with Snyder Park it's built around a multi-generational neighborhood. We have generations upon generations in there that have, they have stories and they have history. And my last point would be, safety. I'm a stickler for safety. I was an OSHA inspector at one time. And there are lots of safety reports, not lots, but there are safety reports starting to come out about pickleball, about the noise generated at the perimeter of the courts because of the composition of the paddle, the composition of the balls, the camaraderie of the competition of the players. One report I read in the Atlantic, echoed in the New York Times, said it was 45 dBA at the periphery of one court. And you're going to put in how many? 45?
41.
So
Can
that,
let's conclude our comments. if we
okay,
can.
so that's a pong, 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 pong that's going to live in your memory forever.
Okay, thank you. Tom Tuberville, followed
Thanks,
by
Mayor.
Nancy Kimball, followed by Kitty McGowan.
Mr. Mayor, I also wanted to share with you and the
Who's
commission.
talking?
This
Okay,
is
I'm
Greg,
sorry.
that Snyder Park was sold to the city in 1966 for an amount of $375,000 by a corporation that was owned by Mr. Snyder.
Okay, so it wasn't given, it was sold.
It wasn't given away.
It was sold.
Do we have any idea what the market value at the time was, though, so we can value the gift itself? I mean, it's one thing to know that we bought it for $375. It may have been worth $2,375,000.
So it was appraised in excess of 375.
I know that.
And
How much,
I don't have those specifics, and I'll share this email that I have from the prior city attorney. But those covenants for public use and restriction of commercial purposes was something that the city maintained with that that entity that dissolved later on in time. So I'll share this with you all, but this is something I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that it wasn't given, it was bought.
But I really think that's only part of the question. So I think we can ask somebody in the appraisal world to go back and figure out what the value of an acre of land in 1967 would have been. Those records are certainly available. I mean, if we're going to have that discussion about a donation, let's just not talk about what it was sold for. Let's value the donation. So I think that would be important.
It wasn't sold.
Okay. Tom, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff on the dais. Mr. Spence, thanks for allowing me to speak. Tom Tuberville, Vice President of Edgewood Civic Association, but I am speaking tonight on my own behalf. I'll start with acknowledging you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Commissioner Sturman, for your efforts in the aftermath of the April 12th flooding and getting us back on our feet. I know you're very instrumental in working with the logistics of Red Cross. Mr. Mayor, I know you went to bat for us. In fact, you flew to Washington, helped solidify that the event was a national emergency. So we do appreciate that. Probably not going to hear it too much. Now, I do have 4 main points. So what I just said stands. So hopefully what I say thereafter and any exchange thereafter, that still stands. First point is the developer deal, the approved comprehensive agreement. I'm against it. I think it sets a bad precedent. I'll start with my father. He was a Vietnam vet. He was laid to rest at Lauderdale Memorial. And the reason I bring that up is it's Lauderdale Memorial. He's been there for 10 years, 3 months now. One could argue that it's underutilized. He's been there for 10 years. Nothing's moved. Every time I go there, there's not much activity. He's not the only one in that cemetery. There's hundreds of others. So I just worry of the precedent that's being set here. Specifically, it's a public park. 11% of Snyder Park is being handed over to a developer for 44 impervious pickleball courts with a bar, with a restaurant, with cabanas. Additionally, part of that comprehensive agreement is the seaweed mound and transfer station. Mr. Tuckman just said he's going to magically get rid of that seaweed mound with $20 million. I don't have $20 million in my pocket right now, but as part of that comprehensive agreement, that seaweed mound that we all hate, which is used as justification to approve this comprehensive agreement, goes right in the middle of Edgewood, 300 feet away from residents. So along with the seaweed mound is all the trucking, all the machinery, all of the composting of seaweeds, the smell, 300 feet away from our residents. Another point is the intent of Snyder deal, the land acquisition, regardless if it was gifted, however it was. There was 6 decades ago, Byron Snyder had the wherewithal to add in a clause that essentially said the land is to remain a park in perpetuity, not to be commercialized. So I just want you to forget all the loopholes that our Mr. Spence here found in that, all in favor of the developer. It specifically did not say the developer cannot build 44 pickleball courts with a bar and cabanas, but the intent is there. He had the intent to not commercialize it in perpetuity. There's another document, U.S. Constitution, almost 250 years old. Forefathers didn't write everything specific, but we do write laws based on the intent of the forefathers. So I also want you to forget the crafty way the developer has cut and pasted comprehensive agreement, cut the word lease, insert the word license. Somehow that makes it better. I don't know how. Like, I'm going to go to my local Ferrari dealer and say, hey, I want a 49-year license for a new Ferrari. So essentially, I want you to do what's right. You have a chance to reverse this approved comprehensive agreement. I know you're all good people. You're up here. You had good parents. If they were to look at you right now and say, do what's right, I think it's to reverse what was approved and not give away 10 acres of public land to a developer. So I know, and that brings us to the proposed ordinance. I know there's issues with it. I want to thank Spence for pointing those out. I think we're at a point where we can address that. And I don't know the logistics, but I think if we get to a regular meeting, maybe that can be the fourth option. I think is approve as amended on second reading. I may have that wrong, but so that can be fixed. Got that with over 1,000 Fort Lauderdale residents, all of whom you represent. So those 1,000 people are not people that come in with T-shirts that read "I love Cooper City," not from the Boca bus, trying to dictate how we manage our parks and who owns our parks. So all in all, even without the comprehensive agreement that's approved, the proposed ordinance, the developer, with or without that, just like Dorothy, all along, could build 44 pickleball courts. All they had to do was buy 10 acres of land on their own and build 44 pickleball courts, a bar, a restaurant, cabanas. They had that chance. They could do that on their own. They don't need the city's help. Now, I looked up what 10 acres of contiguous city land would be in Fort Lauderdale. It's extremely expensive. I did a lot of research. I asked, why is it so expensive? And the reason why is because it's valuable. No one in the right mind would give 10 acres of city land to a developer.
All right, Tom, can you conclude your remarks?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Kimball, followed by Kitty McGowan, followed by Stephanie Leva. About 5.
Commissioner Hurd, could I have your attention, please? Thank you. I was very pleased.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. I was very pleased when you spoke so well about honoring the $500,000 commitment you made to Stranahan House, and how you feel like you were very concerned that it wasn't going to be fulfilled. Okay? So how can you, as a panel, sit there?
Ma'am, this is not a question and answer period.
What?
This is not a question and answer period.
Okay,
Please
so I am concerned as to how you can not honor the most obvious commitment when the Snyder family deeded this land as a permanent wildlife nature preserve with absolutely no commercial development ever. How you cannot honor that, even if it wasn't written out every single word that would stop these developers from threatening to sue you, basically, if you go back on this contract. The contract should have never been made in the first place, because I don't think you all, even when you made that contract with the developers, even knew about the deed restriction. I honestly don't think you did, because if you did, you would have never entered into this contract that they can now threaten to sue you for breaking it.
I have to interrupt you for 1 second. Please understand, we didn't vote for that. That was voted on by the previous commission. So when you look at me and you say, how could I vote for it? I didn't vote for it.
Okay, true. But also, the people that did vote for it, District 4 Commissioner left the meeting before the vote. which he had done multiple times.
That wasn't me either.
Huh? Not you.
That was not me.
Not you, Sorensen. Sorensen did that repeatedly when he represented us.
All right, can you please summarize?
And when you bring up this, I'm sorry, when you bring up this thing about 11 people, when the bond issue, and you bring up this thing that, gee, only 11 people said anything about Snyder Park as far as park improvements, because it doesn't need to be improved. It is perfect the way it is. Okay. And that's why nobody responded. I mean, I responded in the sense that, how about you take Gorbet's Park, and every time you allow people to remove those heritage oak trees from a River Oaks neighborhood, make them plant an oak tree in Snyder Park. That, I put that in, never heard anything about that. But seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
We get it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Can you conclude your remarks, please?
Okay, thank you. I would love to. I need you to understand that none of the city, I mean, if we got a problem with the petition that was put forward, then show us how to reword it. Give us a chance to collect more than 1,000 signatures, because now that people know about this, because we didn't know about it until that first vote before you were there, when it was Sorensen, that was so tried to jam through before the vote, because they knew they weren't going to have a good chance of passing it with the new commissioners that were going to get voted in. So I'm sorry. You got to stop this. It's like none of you really voted. Maybe 2 of you did vote for it, but voted against it. But why can't we get time? Don't have a break ground in September. Give us time to go out and fix the wording on the petition to be able to do what we were intending to do. And we can probably get a whole lot more than 1,000 signatures. So please give us that time.
All right, thank you. Kitty, are you here still? Oh, there you are. Kitty McGowan, followed by Stephanie, followed by Manette Freyas, and then Judith Wurr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kitty McGowan. I don't live. My house resides in Edgewood at 910 Southwest 30th Street and is still in the process of being repaired from the flood from April. So that is where my house is, and I was living there for many years, but I don't now. I thank you for this opportunity. One clarification. Even though you guys did not vote for the original agreement, you did ratify it, and it was subsequently signed in December. So you did know about it, and you were a party to all of the details in this agreement, just for clarification. I know this is a vastly emotional issue. Clearly, there's positions on either side, but this is not about pickleball. I mean, none of us I could care less about pickleball. It was represented to us at the beginning as a few pickleball courts. Who doesn't love pickleball? It's fun, it's engaging, anybody can do it at any age. But this is about being kept out of the process, being misrepresented. Respectfully, the developer talks about being misrepresented, and everybody in the social media scape is misrepresented. I would like to read for you from the general agreement that was signed in December. Except as otherwise provided in this comprehensive agreement, the city grants to MPI the exclusive year-round right during the term and any renewal term to use, manage, occupy, operate, program, market, broadcast, telecast, grant use to third-party licenses, sponsor, install fixtures, etc. And on top of that, it is the stated goal of the parties to permit and encourage MPI to increase the utilization of the park site for public events other than pickleball, with increase in utilization is acknowledged to be mutually beneficial for the parties, without limiting anything. All non-pickleball events sponsored, operated, or authorized by MPI are authorized by them. They completely benefit, they drive every agenda. We don't have a say in any part of that. So I respectfully have asked multiple times throughout this entire process to put a pause and truly realize that this is not being misrepresented. This is real. We are giving up 60 years of public land for a private entity, and we have to ask permission to use it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Kitty. Number one, congratulations. Congratulations, number one. And number two, not everybody was in favor of signing that agreement. It was not unanimous.
All right, thank you. Stephanie, followed by Manette Freyes, and then concluding with Judith Werr.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Shaw-Leva. I own a house both in Riverland Woods, which is off of Riverland Road, and I also own a home right around the corner from Miss Peterson, which is used as a rental. I am a staunch member of Area District 4. All I can say is, you know, raccoons and possums and turtles, oh my. That is what belongs here. That's what needs to be here. The dog park is perfect. The picnic tables are wonderful. When we all had to go through horrible COVID and go in lines to get COVID shots, where did I get to go? I got to drive through beautiful Snyder Park. And so it took me an hour. It was fabulous. I just kept looking around and saying, you know what, with all the building and all the stuff going on, this is a treat. And I hate shots. But Snyder Park made it a little bit nicer. Now, I have a couple questions. First of all, Edgewood, which is our neighbors across from the River Oaks area, was flooded shamefully. People lost their houses. Pardon my language, but what the hell are you going to do with the infrastructure building this compound? No one has addressed that. These people have not been able to get in their homes. Whidden Rogers lost their entire library. This is a school at risk youth. Many are homeless. They have no library because of the flooding. I did not have electricity in my home for 4 days because the city refused to respond to my calls. And when I just called for the 4th time, because in my street there's still flooding, that seriously a small child or an elderly person, if they tripped, they would drown. Yes, that's true. Okay.
Okay, so let's just focus on
Okay, wait,
not-
just a moment. If you gave people just a second. I just want to remind everybody, in 1989, I don't know if any of you were here, Miss Peterson was here, Multidine. Do you remember Multidine?
Ma'am, please conclude your remarks.
Okay, Multidine was a proposed medical waste incinerator. The ink was dry. Guess what? Susan, is Multidine there? No. This was a gift, no matter how you say it. When I give a gift, I think very, very carefully. Is this person going to regift it? I take a lot of time. I don't care if I spend $1. I don't care if I spend $1,000. This was a gift to us, and you are regifting it.
All right, thank you. Minette Freyes and Judith Werr.
Hi, my name's Minette Fries, and I'm a 25-year voting resident of Crescent Park. And I don't understand why we're even having to fight this issue when the deed, when it was bought by the Schneider family, that it says no commercial development. I don't understand why we're having to fight it. But guess what? This is democracy in action. We're here. I will sign that affidavit. I am on there signing that ordinance. We can fix the language. Help us. You represent us. Once it's gone, it's gone. We are in an extinction crisis right now. We are in a climate crisis. The last thing we want to do is pave over more green space. I cannot even... It is a nature park. I have not been allowed for the last 25 years to walk my dog where you want to build pickleball courts. But I do take her to the dog park. I take her to the water park. I respect the nature. You pave paradise to put up a pickleball court or 44. It's insane. Thank you.
Judith? Is Judith here? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Oh, Judith?
Yes. This is just totally disgusting. So what if it's not manicured? The wildlife don't care. We want it stayed. You can't hear me? This is a disgusting project. complaining that it's not manicured. The wildlife don't care. We don't care. Restaurants come and go. Pickleball will come and go. The tennis isn't as popular anymore. There's plenty of places. What about unused tennis courts? It's going to be 100-degree weather in the summer. They'll want to go inside. What about the racquetball courts that probably aren't being used? You're cementing all of our gorgeous natural places, condos all along the ocean. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the weather. I come from Minneapolis with a magnificent park system. My sister lives in Minneapolis and comes down here, but she doesn't come here to play pickleball, which she does play. She used to play tennis, but when she comes here, she comes to see the natural areas. She doesn't waste her time playing pickleball. Screw pickleball. It'll be gone in a second. The restaurant will be gone. Nobody gives a shit.
Does that conclude your remarks? Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so that concludes the public presentation. There's really no
I signed up.
I thought we called your name.
No.
Jackie Scott.
Oh, here it is.
I was actually sitting at home listening to all the comments that people made regarding Snyder Park. I don't give a damn about pickleball, but I have total compassion, understanding for what's being done to Snyder Park. I believe in my heart of hearts that if everybody had all the information that they have today, when this vote was taken, this would never have passed. And I'm extremely disgusted, and I'm going to call them out right now. Lauderdale tomorrow, the saviors of the city, where are they? They don't even comment on this. So I'm angry because I sat and I listened. I think this is a mistake. I don't know where you're going to go with this, but I had to publicly tell you it's heartbreaking to me to see what's going to happen to Snyder Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I actually signed in to speak, April Young.
Okay, I don't have that, but go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually here not just for Snyder Park, but for the entire 1 through 4 district. I'm actually a resident inside of 3 that we are definitely in an emergency state, and I believe from some of the information that we have gathered today, that South Florida needs an emergency activation, that IG needs to step in, and they need to regulate, because I believe the mismanagement of a lot of the activities that have been ongoing within our city, within Broward County. What I mean by that is not just the parks alone that I believe that right now is in an emergency state, is that the community has witnessed various cycles. The climate change, yes. The changes of the diversity of the climates that has given us crisis. But however, we are definitely still yet having to feel the effects of contamination that is infested on 31st Avenue. To bring it back to your table and not to sidebar from the facts that we voted, and when I say we, meaning the people that we entrusted being you. Without the voice of the people being heard, that, Mayor, we would like to present to you tonight, up to the top, if you guys can hold that box, stand up. This is a unity to stay to the city of Fort Lauderdale. We've sat down long enough. We're standing up. We're ready to fight and take back and declare the lives of family that has gone home from cancer, that has premature births, We know that there has been prominently monies that have been came down from the federal government, bipartisan, directly to Fort Lauderdale for clean water. We do not have clean water, nor do we have clean soil, nor do we have clean quality of life. And with that being said, we would like to leave with you that we need to bring back the attentive measures that seek the dignity of the people that you are serving. Without the people, without the vote, there is no you. And without that, we want to let you know that as of today and moving forward, the city of Fort Lauderdale, the county of Broward County is saying to you that we are not dying, but we are going to multiply. And that means that we're going to bring reverence to every county, every city, every official, every family member, and we're going to say that enough is enough and it has to stop now.
This item? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, there being none. So, Mr. Spence, we just, I guess this will be assigned to an agenda item September 19th, I believe.
If that's your direction.
Well, what is the pleasure
I guess
of
we
the
have
commission?
to speak about it.
What? Okay, yeah. What is the pleasure of the commission? You're the district commissioner, Commissioner Sturman. What's your recommendation?
Okay, I guess so. I guess we're going to speak to each of it. I guess I'll go first.
I'm asking you. Yes.
Okay. Number one is I do want to thank everybody who came out to talk. I know you guys had other things to do. You had family and work that you came out for, and it's a long day. And I want to first of all thank everybody for coming out. You can give yourself a hand because this was awesome. You coming out here. Those who know me know I'm pretty short, just a few words here, and I'll be straight to the point. In December of last year, I did support the community, and there was one vote in December, and I did oppose going ahead with the pickleball project at Snyder Park, and I did vote no to signing the P3 comprehensive agreement at that time. My position now, in opposition to this project, still remains unchanged. Just want to let you know.
Mayor, I would like to speak.
Wait. Does that conclude your remarks?
That concludes my remarks.
Okay. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Can I just get some clarification? What vote was that in December, city attorney or city manager? When did Commissioner Sturman just said he voted against this project in December. What vote was that?
I don't recall a vote. I do recall there was a...
No, to sign the comprehensive agreement. It was a 4-1 vote. I was the only dissenting vote.
We voted to sign the comprehensive
That
agreement?
was presented, and I voted no.
Is that correct?
It's in the video. You could look it up. I looked it up this week.
Okay.
I would just like some clarification on that. I know when we voted, I know when we moved this project forward, but I just want to get some clarification on that vote that Commissioner Sturman is.
All right, while they're looking it up, is there anything else you would like to add?
No, I'll go ahead and.
Okay,
Vice Mayor.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay. What I would like to say, first of all, good evening again to everyone. And to witness the unity in this room this afternoon is truly amazing, and I'm glad to be a witness to it. In regards to the last speaker, it's also from District 3. I want you to know that is a trial that District 3 is actually going through in a comparison to identifying how we recognize things that are going on within the city. The issue that is going to be discussed moving forward, we will bring more information, is regarding the rock pit that's in the city of Fort Lauderdale, regarding contamination to the lake and how it is affecting and has affected the neighbors for decades. So to see everyone to stand as Ms. April Young made her presentation and standing in agreement, I want to say let us continue to be in unity, working together, not only in something that's going on in District 4 or District 3, but let us continue to work overall in our district, in our city, to accomplish the things that you, the city, the neighbors, the constituents desire. That's my comment.
All right, thank you. Is there any further comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I know that, again, I'm going to ask the city attorney for clarity on this, but right now we're still in the conference meeting, and city attorney, you gave us four actions: reject the proposed ordinance, take no action upon the proposed ordinance, pass the proposed ordinance on first reading, or pass the proposed ordinance in amended form upon first reading. So what is your position now with regards to those items that you delineated for us in terms of taking action at this moment?
Our position is still to take no action. However, Mr. Rotstrom has stated on the record that they have not presented to the City Commission. I'm not sure what to describe the process, what we spent these last couple of minutes doing, but presuming that it was a presentation, I would advise that the City Commission takes no action on this petition and ordinance, proposed ordinance.
Okay. And I am in agreement with that in terms of taking no action at this moment, because I'm agreeing with the way you've laid out this case. I do want to say a few things about this, because this issue began so many years ago. First, I want to thank everyone for showing up and speaking, and I think it's important that we always hear the community. But I will be very honest with you when I tell you that I still continue to hear some misinformation. The city manager tried to clarify in terms of the fact that this land was not given to the city, it was purchased. It was actually a rock quarry. I have gone to this site. I love Snyder Park. I too actually got my COVID shots in Snyder Park and said, what a beautiful place. But we are not impacting that beautiful place. In fact, we are bringing back that place that has been used as a rock quarry and a place that's been used to compost the seaweed from the beach. And we are going to actually be returning the lake to the public. That is a lake that decades ago people swam in, they enjoyed. That lake is in no condition now for anyone to go in and swim. That is part of this project. So I do continue to hear misinformation. Beside that, though, I want to remind this commission that over several years, we went through our due diligence on this. I actually will be honest with you and tell you that I have not heard anything new this evening that we did not hear when this project discussion began. And I was looking to hear something new, but I did not. This is a rehashing of everything that we have heard every step of the way on this project. And the commission voted on this project. And the commission entered into an agreement. And I am saying that that word is very important from the commission's standpoint. I listened to all of the evidence before voting on this project. So when I give my word and when I give my vote on a project, and I'm still going to ask for some clarification on Commissioner Sturman's claim that he voted against this project. I just don't remember that, because then I'm saying, did the rest of us on this day is voting for favor of that project? If he's saying last December he voted against it, did Commissioner Herbst, Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman, the mayor, and I all vote in favor of this to move forward and go forward with the comprehensive agreement? I want to get that clarification, because again, facts matter. The truth matters. The information must be correct for the record. So I definitely need to get that information, because that's not my recollection. But again, I think that we have entered into a contract. We are way down the road on this project. Way down the road with a partner on this project. Again, this is a conference meeting, so again, I agree with the city attorney's position that we should take no action because we really can't. And then I will leave it up to the city attorney, the city manager, how they want to move forward from this point on. But I believe that according to what we need to do, it's exactly what the city attorney is saying, and that we should take no action on the proposed ordinance. But again, it is so important to be correct with the facts. It is so important to make sure that the information is correct. I will tell you that we did receive an opinion from the city attorney back in December. That was not this city attorney. That was Mr. Bolo, who gave us a very detailed opinion on the issue that we heard so much about tonight with regards to whether the proposed pickleball project is consistent with and does not violate the restrictive covenant further described, and then he describes the restrictive covenant. And after a very lengthy opinion, it was the city attorney's opinion that we are not doing anything to violate what's being called the restrictive covenant. And he lays it out very clearly because of all the successors to Mr. Snyder over the years and who has standing for that sale of that portion of Snyder Park. Because it's important to remember that that corporation was dissolved in 1986. So it was no longer in existence. So you cannot say that that restrictive covenant has any... Well, I always believe in trying to be civil with people. I'm sorry that not everybody believes that.
Let's move this. Let's make a decision as to what we're going to do. The city attorney has indicated to us.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
If I'm going to be just interrupting, then you're going to interrupt me. I'm not going to accept that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt
I'd like to
you.
finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I'm not going to just be bullied by people that don't know how to behave, or if you're going to cut me off, I'm not going to be bullied.
I don't intend to cut you off.
Well, you just did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I would say that it is very important to follow process. That is exactly what we did over the course of several years. We had how many hours into the night on this issue before we actually decided on the project. This was not done as a fly-by-night action. This was not done in a vacuum. This was done with hundreds of people coming to a meeting and expressing themselves. Many of those people are probably not here today, and I have spoken to those people who said, well, this was approved by the City Commission. So they're not here because, again, they did not think that this City Commission was going to take action today to undo an agreement that we have entered into. And I think that undoing that agreement at this moment would put us in severe jeopardy, and I'm not willing to take that action either. So again, I'm going to concur with the City Attorney's opinion that we take no action upon the proposed ordinance. Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to address the inquiry from Commissioner Glassman. It was on January 10th, 2023, that a discussion at conference on the pickleball design at Snyder Park, a presentation was made, and there was a request on direction, if there was any change on direction. And so there was no vote. It was just a direction on design.
So to add on, the actual comprehensive agreement was approved on November 1st of 2022, and it was a 3-1 vote. Commissioner Moritas, Glassman, Trentalis, yeas, and Commissioner McKenzie being a nay.
So we voted in November of 2022 to agree to the comprehensive agreement on this project.
That's correct.
And then and then 3 months later, 2 months later, we voted on. We didn't vote. 2 months later, at a conference meeting, we discussed design.
There was a presentation made by the applicant, and no vote, no action was taken.
And no vote. So,
No.
Commissioner Sturman, go ahead, because you need to explain your comments, because it doesn't sound like that was correct.
Go back to December 20th, I think it was. It was a walk-on item. In January, we went. It was presented to us in December 20th, whether to instruct the city attorney to go ahead and sign the comprehensive agreement, December 20th. It's not on the agenda. It was a walk-on item. They had a discussion on that, and it was a 4-to-1 vote. In January, once it was signed, and it's a signed deal, and it's a done deal, they went ahead and, according to the agreement, they came by the next month to present the plan to us. So what you're looking on January 10th, I think, is presenting the plan. It was the meeting before. Alan was at that meeting, so it was the old city attorney, and he was looking to us for direction whether or not to sign the comprehensive agreement. So that was in December 20th.
Is that true? On December 20th, gentlemen, if you can go look at the minutes, is Commissioner Sturman correct in saying on December 20th, we voted on whether to, you're saying whether to sign the comprehensive agreement on December 20th?
Correct.
And Commissioner Sturman is saying that he voted no. That would mean that Commissioner Herbst, Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman, the mayor, and I voted yes. That means we all did commit. I mean, I heard earlier tonight that several people are saying I didn't vote. So now, all of a sudden, we did all vote in December?
So I'm looking at that meeting. I see 2 walk-on items, and that is not a walk-on item on the December 20th meeting. So there are 2 walk-on items. One had to do with a resolution appointing an alternate and second alternate, and the other one had to do with the city attorney, Alan Boileau. So there is no walk-on item related to Snyder Park or pickleball that I see in the approved minutes for December 20th of 2022.
Or signing an agreement moving forward with the comprehensive agreement?
It was not an agenda item, nor was it a walk-on item. So, Warren?
No, that was on, it was in conference. It was in conference, a 1:30 conference.
Okay.
Well, you wouldn't be able to vote in conference,
Well, we took a straw vote in conference. It was a 4-to-1.
No, we didn't.
Guess what? I could tell you, you know what?
Okay.
I could tell you the minute it came on.
Go ahead.
It came on twice. And hang on, I need my staff here. I can tell you the exact minute if you want to play the video.
Well, I'm asking the city clerk, I'm asking the city attorney, and I'm asking the city manager just to confirm this, if this is true or not, because I do not have a recollection. Well, first we went from a vote, Commissioner Sturman. Now you're saying it happened at conference, so that would be no vote. So you could not have voted against this project, is what I'm saying. You cannot tell people that you voted against this project when you did not vote against this project.
I believe we should allow a moment for the city manager and the clerk or whomever to identify the documents or the tape, the video that Commissioner is describing, so we don't just dismiss it, because I'm sure if he has a video that he said he watched, he can say for himself and then tell us where to view it.
If I may, I can point you to exactly what happened. It was after Kristen Snyder surfaced the deed restriction after she went into the historical archives. That was presented to the city attorney at the time, Alan Boileau.
Kevin, speak into the mic a little bit.
And then the city commission requested Alan present a formal opinion on the deed restriction before you signed the comprehensive agreement. And so there was a walk-on item on December 20th where Alan Boileau presented the opinion that you highlighted, Commissioner Glassman, and said there's no successor in interest, so the deed doesn't, no one can have legal status to actually contest the signing of the deed. And so as a result of that, then there was a vote to proceed with signing the actual contract.
But we had already approved signing the contract back in November.
In November.
So there was nothing that we could not have approved signing the contract in December when the contract was already approved in November.
It was, I guess there was something with, if you just look back, you hadn't officially, Alan hadn't put his signature on it yet.
There was no wet signature on the document.
There was no wet signature from Alan specifically, so he wanted authorization from you based on his opinion to put his wet signature on it, and then you authorized Alan after hearing his opinion that he could indeed sign the contract.
Was that a conference meeting or a regular meeting?
It was a conference.
Meeting. It was a conference meeting.
Yeah, well, you just said regular.
It was a
conference.
regular meeting because we were actually all physically present.
And was there a vote?
There was a vote to permit Alan to sign the contract.
And what was that vote total?
You'll have to look that up.
Yeah, again.
4-to-1. 4-to-1.
Again, we need to just, I want the record to be accurate on this, so I'll leave it up. Thank you, though, Kevin. I will leave this up to the city clerk, the city attorney, and the city manager to lay out this timeline, because what I'm hearing so far is that in November, the prior city commission to this commission voted 3-1 to approve the comprehensive agreement. Then I'm hearing in January there was a discussion of site plan, but now I'm also hearing that at some point in time, and I don't have the exact date now at all because people are giving me different dates, sometime in December, there was a discussion of whether Alan should put his signature on the comprehensive agreement, and that was not really a vote because it was a conference meeting. Your signature, Dean's signature. But that was at a conference meeting, not a regular? Well, I'll leave it up to...
It was a conference meeting, and the city attorney has the exact time in the minute. He has, the city attorney has it right now. He can play it.
But Commissioner, you said you voted against it, but if it's a conference meeting, like you just said, we don't vote
It was a
at
consensus, a 4-1 consensus. I was the dissenting.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember a 4-1 consensus, and that's different than a vote, but I don't remember that 4-1 consensus.
Hold on.
So while we're doing that, if I could have an opportunity to speak.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Just because I can't not pass up an opportunity to add my 2 cents. So I'm incapable of that. So I want to give my thoughts on this because I've spoken with a lot of the folks involved and I've thought very deeply about this. And again, I'll echo what everybody else has said. So thank you for participatory government. This is really what it's about, and I appreciate your willingness to sit here through all this. You know, this is our job. It's painful for residents to come and do this. So again, I appreciate what you've gone through, so thank you. On the larger issues, with respect to the deed, I've been very clear to everybody I've talked to, including from the developer and the developer's attorney and to the prior city attorney and current city attorney, that I think we have an ethical and moral obligation to honor any deed restrictions from anybody that donates or sells something to us at below market value. This applies not just to us. We see this across the country right now. There's a lot of case law on this. There are folks who donate, you know, to colleges, and then they see years or decades later their name stripped off the building. There are folks that donate to museums, and they see the artwork that they donated get sold off so that they can buy other things with or build administrative buildings. This is very important to me because we just had a donation of $5 million to put art in Tunnel Top Park, and I'd hate for a future commission come along in 5-10 years and decide they don't like the art and sell it off. DC Alexander Park is another very good example of somebody that's donated to the city, and there's a donor intent as to what that land is to be used for. So I take this very much to heart. There is also case law that says after a certain passage of time, you no longer are obligated to follow that donor intent. But that passage of time, they're talking in 200-300 years, it doesn't make sense anymore. I get that. But when you're talking 50 to 60 years, and some of the folks are still alive, I don't think that applies. So I think we failed as a commission to honor that donor intent. This is nothing about pickleball. It has everything to do with when people donate property to the city or to the state or to anybody else, to a college or whatever it may be. If you accept that gift, it comes with an obligation to honor that intent. And I don't think we did that. The next item I'm concerned about is this legal fiction that we've been practicing now for a couple of years with a license. And so what I'd like the city attorney to do is, and the city commission, to look at an ordinance that says for purposes of evaluating the disposition of public lands, we shall consider the license to be the equivalent of a lease for long-term property. So I don't ever want to see us entering into 50 and 100-year licensing agreements that deviate from what the charter says as to how we dispose of public property for a sale or a lease. I think we have an obligation to follow this.
Well, that's an interesting comment, but I do think that there are legal ramifications with regard to a lease versus a license, which I would at some point maybe have this as an agenda item for discussion, because I think the reason why license has always been used is because it gives the city far more power with regard to the property, as opposed to a lease, which in which the landlord, gives up a lot of its authority over the property. So the license approach has always been favored because the city retains a lot more power over the property. But that's just my opinion. But I think we should hear from
There are some benefits to it, Mayor, I agree, but there are some downsides to it. So we could never have entered into a 100-year lease agreement, which we've done. We've entered into a 100-year license agreement. And so I think that, again, like I said, I'd like to bring this back because I think it's a legal fiction. And I think it's something, first of all, that I want addressed in the charter.
It's not a legal fiction because it does exist as a property right.
So actually, I've seen a lot of case law on this that would disagree with that. So and again, I think we need to clarify it. It's something that the Charter Revision Committee is looking at, but I think we need to codify this now rather than later in our ordinance code, and then if the charter gets amended down the road, then it further solidifies that. But the last thing I'd like to do is, I think when we do this, and what I want to do is honor the spirit and the intent of what this petition and this ordinance wants to accomplish, and that's to protect public land. And so I think anytime we're going to talk about doing something with a park, I think it needs to be a unanimous vote. Okay, I think there's no circumstance where I think we should be converting parkland to any other use without a unanimous vote of the commission, because this is something that I think is momentous. And so I think we all need to be aligned when we do that. I don't want to see a 4-1 vote on converting parkland to anything. Now, this is where I'm going to lose you guys. I'm sorry about this, but I also very strongly understand and agree and appreciate the fact that asking the commission to undo a contract is unconstitutional. I cannot support adopting an ordinance that's unconstitutional. As much as I agree with every single item that you have raised, and I do wholeheartedly, I would never have voted for this was I on the commission at the time it came up. I can promise you that. But I also will not vote for something that is unconstitutional, as has been told to us by my city attorney, who I am obligated to follow. No, ma'am, this is not a question and answer. This is not an interrogatory. I'm sharing with you my perspective about how I feel. I agree with the premise and the principle behind everything that you brought forward. But again, I can't support an ordinance that is unconstitutional. So you're not going to like that part. I get that. But I hope you understand from a principled position where I stand. So thank you very much.
Mr. City Matt, what are we allowed to do?
You got 4 things.
So
No. The 4 things is for, no.
Oh.
Steve, I think you misunderstood. He says if we have another meeting, those are 4 things in the next meeting. What are we allowed to do?
If we decide to move it forward to the next meeting.
But what are we allowed to do with this?
Well, tonight I'm trying to get some sort of either consensus or a majority opinion from the commission as to whether or not to move this item forward to an evening agenda item to consider the proposal by the organization that came tonight with a proposed or a purported ordinance, and whether or not we want to consider the purported ordinance at a later meeting. And so right now we have to make that decision as to whether or not that's going to be a course of action we intend to take. So
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Herbst's final statement that I believe it would be incorrect to undo the contract that we've entered into.
All right, so...
An attorney, Mr. Spence, your thought on that?
On which statement, Commissioner?
On what Herbst and Glassman said.
About undoing the contract.
He essentially said I was right, so I agree with Commissioner Herbst.
He agrees with us.
All right, Vice Mayor, do you have an opinion as to whether or not to move this item forward?
Again, what has been said by both John and Steve, more so with John understanding and agreeing that this is a very passionate conversation in agreement with the things that were said about the park, to preserve the park, but also we have that obligation to be in compliance and not violate the contract that is now in force. So I'm standing with the decision that our city attorney has given to us because of the process, because of what has already been voted on, not being able to undo it.
Okay, so it seems to me that the majority of the commission does not want the item to continue to move forward to determine whether or not the purported ordinances should be voted on. So the item is concluded tonight. Folks on the commission, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I appreciate it. Just as all the other commissioners have said, we thank you for your input, and the decision has been to not continue with the item at a later meeting. We now have commission reports. Do we want to? Are we wanting to move forward on that?
I waive my report.
You waive report. Vice Mayor, do you have anything you want to say? Don't feel inhibited. If you want to, take your time. Take your time. We're going to be here for a while.
Good evening to everyone again. As far as a commission report, acknowledging that we came off a recess, but in that recess there was still opportunities to represent our district and our city on different occasions, and even have an opportunity to meet with different organizations. I would like to take my time right now to share with one conversation that I had with the Carlton B. Moore Foundation. I'm not sure if they're still in the house. Okay, they are here. They have met with me on several occasions, and on October the 7th, they are offering a Carlton B. Moore Day, and they're asking that we as a city support their efforts. They've done this before in the past, and with tonight, with everything that was going on, it wasn't my intention to bring it forward because I wanted to make sure it wasn't buried in also the other conversations that are going on. But I do want it to be known that moving forward, I would bring to the commission a conversation about the Carlton B. Moore Foundation, the day celebrating Mr. Moore. And we all know that Carlton Moore was the city's longest serving commissioner. And this foundation brings awareness to his commitment to the city, as well as giving scholarships to individuals of the city to continue their education. So with that, I want to make that announcement as far as my commission report, and letting it be known that we will have a stronger conversation with the dais discussing the possibility of the things that this foundation has put together and is requesting that we as a city stand with them and support them moving forward. And we have spoke with city manager regarding it, and we need to take it to the next process or the next stage of the process. Okay, Mr. Forrest Moore had signed up to speak in regards to just giving a small synopsis or summary about the foundation. Is that, can I yield some of my time for that?
Go right ahead.
If you would come down, please, Mr. Forrest Moore. Mr. Moore is the son of Mr. Carlton Moore.
This is Carlton Moore's son?
Yes. And the question was asked, is this Carlton Moore's son? It is.
Good evening, Commissioner Mayor. How is everyone?
Tired.
Understood. I thank you so much, Commissioner Beasley, Vice Mayor, and the Commission and the Mayor for allowing me the opportunity to speak. We just came to the Commission to ask if we could have placed on the agenda the opportunity for the Carlton B. Moore Friends and Family Day to be an annual event through the city of Fort Lauderdale. As she spoke on earlier, that my father was the longest tenured commissioner in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and we want to continue to bring forth the acknowledgments of his contributions and commemorate what he has done for the city thus far and what we're continuing to do for the city as far as helping our re-entering or returning citizens to the community, and also providing the opportunity for them to partake in what the city of Fort Lauderdale still has to offer. Thank you.
Well, wait, don't go away. So what exactly is this again?
It's the Friends and Family Day that we put on at Oswald Park. You all
Okay.
have been sponsors with us for the 3 prior events that we've done since 2019.
And what day is this? When
This year will be taking place October 7th, 2023. That is a Saturday.
Okay, so this brings up another point. Your dad served on this commission for 20 years.
Correct.
And I have to say he was the one voice from the Northwest at a time when the Northwest had no voice, that brought so much change to the Northwest. And to this day, we have still never named anything after him.
Correct.
And I feel that we have been totally remiss, and I apologize for not having accomplished that yet. And maybe you can work with the vice mayor to hopefully find something that's appropriate, and that's appropriate in terms of his significance, that we could name after him, because he was truly one of the many founding fathers of the Northwest, having participated in the creation of the CRA, having brought the building department out there, having done so much, was instrumental in the redevelopment of Sistrunk Boulevard. Shame on us that we have not done anything. So please get in touch with the vice mayor, so we can hopefully have something that's appropriate and that truly lives up to the honor that he bestowed on our city.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Well said, Mayor. And also, City Manager, if we could move forward to include that on the agenda, so we can have we can bring it all the way to the table to have the conversation.
Sure, we will make sure we put that. Would that be a conference item, Vice Mayor? To talk or to talk and just.
We just put on a conference, and then if we need to vote on anything, we can do it as a walk-on.
Okay. Yep. We'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then also, there were some neighbors from District 3 that were here, and some of them did stand regarding the rock pit lake in our district that has just caused so much havoc health-wise and contamination to our water and other things in our district. This is something too that we definitely need to have a conversation with. I was invited to a joint HOA or civic association meeting about 2 Saturdays ago, and it was brought to our attention that at that particular lake, there is activity where they began to fill in the lake. It is a privately owned lake, and it was a discussion before with previous commission or the previous commissioner. So this is a concern that we definitely need to have a true conversation about. And what I'm asking is that we do allow the opportunity for all the information pertaining to that rock pit lake to be shared. I did receive a request was honored by Anthony, our assistant attorney, city manager. He did supply information for me, and we're going to have a conversation to move forward where we can do all that we can to begin to rectify that particular situation in our district. And yes, and if I could, just to make sure that they're not still in the room, because I believe I saw them leave, but I want to at least acknowledge them. Sharon Alexander, Johnny Alexander, and Rebecca Jones. Okay.
Are they still here?
No, they're not. I thought I saw them leave, but I wanted to make sure that I did not overlook them. Oh, okay.
Is she coming to speak or something? she coming to speak?
Yes.
Was she coming to speak on Snyder?
No, because they gave me these because it was not an agenda item. But just let me know that they were here. So that's why I had them. Because they wanted me to know that they were here. And they were told it was not an agenda item.
Hi there.
Hello.
Your name?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Jones.
Good evening, Rebecca.
Good evening. My parents bought a house right next door to that lake on Northwest 17th Street off of 31st Avenue about 57 years ago. And whenever it rains hard, the whole street floods, but our house floods because it's at the end of the dead-end street. And I have been asking for many years via email for them to put proper sewage and drainage in that area. And once they sold the lake, we call it a rock pit, once they sold it to a private owner, he then pushed up dirt all along the entrance. So now water can't even run out to the lake. And when April came and October the year before, our house was flooded and nothing was done. And I have been asking for a long time for them to put proper drainage in that area. And now when they say they're closing in the lake, that's going to be a bigger problem for the people on Northwest 17th Street off of 31st Avenue.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, could you look into that?
Yeah, we
please?
definitely will follow up, and I'm going to ask City Manager Fajardo to speak with you to get all specifics. We'll make sure we find a solution for you.
I
He's
will
right there.
resend my email that I sent 2 months ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
also, if I'm not incorrect, Greg, when we spoke, when we were going through some of the budget items, there was a line item where I talked to you about there was funds set aside pertaining to drainage on Northwest 17th Street. And the amount, it was only like, the amount was, I believe, like $350,000. And I asked because of that roadway, it's how many people are living, how many houses are on that street, Ms. Jones?
There may be 20 or
Yes.
25. It's
Okay.
a very short street.
It's a short street. And if you recall the conversation, I was asking, because it's only a short street, why is it that we would need to wait till 2025 if the money is already, in a sense, identified and allocated? So that was a conversation we can go back and have as well. But I did bring that up as a conversation.
Okay, I will resend the emails. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Do you have any further comments?
That's it. I'll get here. Thank you for this time for my report.
Great. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, I first wanted to say that welcome back, everybody. It's been 7 weeks. Didn't you miss this? So I will start off by saying that it was an absolute pleasure to welcome Leo Messi to Fort Lauderdale on Sunday, July 16th. And obviously, congratulations to the team for winning the League's Cup just a few days ago. Quite a series, quite a lot of positive attention for Fort Lauderdale in the process. Right after that, also on Thursday, August 10th, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Pan American Aquatics Artistic Swimming Championship athletes to our beautiful aquatic center. Over 220 athletes from 12 countries all through the Americas were here. And it was really quite exciting. Mayor, you and I both greeted Shirley Smith on her 90th birthday on that exact date. And then that evening, I had the pleasure of meeting with the Lake Ridge community for a wonderful community get-together. Coming up, we have International Swimming Hall of Fame board meeting. Also, tomorrow will be the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association meeting. On Tuesday, August 29th, we have a grand opening of a new business on Federal Highway in District 2, Hatch
restaurant, which specializes in breakfasts and brunches. They originated on Long Island in 2018, actually from a town that I lived in for quite a while. So that'll be great. They're coming to the new Quantum Flagler Village development. Wednesday, August 30th, for the Suit, Stilettos, and Lipstick, they will be honoring, and I'll be happy to be there and speak in honor of Heidi Dennis, who did pass away, who was so instrumental in that organization, and that will be the Scholarship Awards ceremony over at the Pelican Grand. I did want to mention, City Manager, just a couple of things that hopefully we can work on, and I know that I've mentioned this to you already. We've been very successful with Sailboat Bend homeowners in the past, alleviating some of the financial burden in owning a historic property. I'd like to see us continue doing some of those things. We've streamlined the process for them, but I'd like us to look at archaeological testing that some of them have to go through. It's expensive, but there's not that many that do that. This recently came to light with a homeowner who wants to raise her home because of the flooding in Sailboat Bend. So I'd like us to take a look at what we can do in terms of assisting the homeowners a little bit further in Sailboat Bend. That would be greatly appreciated. Also, I know that staff is working on this, and it would be great because we're having some issues with the boardwalk that's located east of the Palms on the Barrier Island. That was a dedicated right-of-way for folks to use as an easement on the beach. It's been a stalled project, and hopefully we can get that going as well. City Manager, will you be giving us an update this evening on the city attorney search?
Yeah, I had that prepared for my comments.
Okay.
So
Then I don't need to.
Okay.
That'll be great. I just wanted to make sure that you were going to do that. Mayor, when we do get to the evening meeting and have a moment of silence, I think there are some folks that we should recognize. One would be Jim Blosser, who passed away. He had so many professional positions in our city, and he helped found and also was involved in so many numerous civic organizations and charitable causes, quite a remarkable contribution to our city. We also lost Jean Lally, a Victoria Park activist for many, many years, and she also worked with Abandoned Pet Rescue. And lastly, we also lost Diane Smart. Diane was one of the founders of the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation, a well-known local historic preservationist who also contributed so much and was very instrumental in the city moving and preserving and saving the Annie Beck House and moving that to Middle River Terrace Park. I also wanted to thank Tomas Vago, who for 13 years was in Fort Lauderdale. He was the general manager of the Hilton Hotel on the beach, was recently transferred to the Waldorf Astoria in Chicago. He gave back a lot also with regards to the Beach Improvement District. We will miss him, and I just wanted to say thank you to him for his service to the community. I've already mentioned tonight the Live Local law, and city staff is obviously aware of that and understanding the major impacts that might have upon the integrity of our neighborhoods. I wanted to mention, and I don't know how much of this is anecdotally because obviously I have not been able to do a thorough study, but I want you to know that I'm hearing this over and over and over now, individually from owners of beach properties, hotels. Also, this came up at a recent beach council meeting, but occupancy rates are falling. And this is very concerning to us as a city because of how invested we are in tourism. I even have heard of one instance on the beach of a hotel that said this was the worst August and July that he can remember. He was even forced to close the restaurant in his hotel. Again, anecdotally, I am hearing that people are starting to believe that there is a little bit of traction happening out there with the travel bans that have been issued for the state of Florida, the fact that we are losing conferences and conventions, not just in Broward County, but throughout the state, due to what many people are seeing as an unfriendly political climate in our state. I might want to recommend to the city manager that perhaps our economic development arm of his office get together with businesses in the city in particular those that are working in the tourism industry, and see if perhaps we cannot address this as a city, contacting our elected officials at the state level, contacting the governor's office, and just maybe saying a few things about this, because I'm, again, just hearing it more and more and more, and I don't think that we want to get to the point where we're taking a look at our businesses that are involved in tourism and really seeing a precipitous decline. So I'd like to see us perhaps nip this one in the bud and do all that we can. And I think that that might be it for me, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sturman.
Okay, Steve, Commissioner Glassman, could you add one more name to that tonight, that moment of silence? Joanne Smith from the Women's Club, again, a solid pillar of the community. Two quick things. First of all, I didn't realize this, Vice Mayor, Mills Pond is in your district, correct?
It is.
Okay, not to open a can of worms now. What an awesome event you had there. Great location, and don't shoot me, but we really should have more events in Mills Pond. It was an awesome event. Okay, yes. Anybody was there? Thank you for having us there. Myself and the mayor joined you,
Yes.
Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. I do want to just say one quick thing, and it's like almost midnight, so I'll be very quick. I want to thank everybody that participated in our Hurricane Expo. About a week and a half ago on a Saturday, we had our annual Hurricane Expo. As a president of a neighborhood, I did it with our neighborhood. We opened it up to the city. I just want to thank a few people, people, awesome. Neighborhood support, Parks and Recreation, Police Department, Fire Rescue, Public Works, Department of Sustainability. In the public sector, in the non-city, we had United Way, Department of Health, the Red Cross, Home Depot, Walgreens. Well attended, thank you everybody. And one last reminder, hurricane season, remember 3 days of water, medicines, food, trim your trees now and get any projectiles out of your yard. And don't wait till a hurricane comes. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a few things I'd like to add. As the Vice Mayor said, while we were on break from our meetings, we certainly were not on break of our responsibilities during the July and August. July 7th, I flew out to Norfolk, Virginia to participate in the change of command of the U.S. Fort Lauderdale. I was there with the city manager, and it was a great opportunity for us to reconnect with the command staff and the Secretary of the Navy, who also participated, and we got to once again show our support for the ship that's named after us. Number of ribbon cuttings, Coppola's Bistro. We had an exhibit a new exhibit for children at the Museum of Discovery and Science, a new restaurant called Olive and Sea, another restaurant called Pumarola, that's right behind the Performing Arts Center, New River Cafe and Bakery, which is next to the Riverside Hotel. A lot of new businesses opened during the summer. We had a reception for visiting German exchange students at Shooters, which was hosted by the Sister City organization. On July 23rd, I had the honor and privilege of throwing the first pitch at the Marlins game to initiate, which was an initiative of the Brightline organization. They invited me to take the Brightline to the Marlins game to show how easy it is to go to a Marlins game by using the Brightline.
Did you pitch a strike?
Is there video of you throwing out that first pitch?
Did you hit anyone?
Thank you for your support.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Let's see. I gave a talk at a locality bank, a state of the city, explaining to its board the progress that we're making as a city within the last year. And I also participated in the Pan American Artistic Swimming event, also known as synchronized swimming, here at the Aquatic Center. Over 200 athletes were there, mostly women, and it was a great use of our facility. people from all over the world participated, and everyone just loves the facility that we now have here in our backyard. So a couple things I just want to mention. On August 30th, I will be presenting finally Key to the City to Leo Messi at a home game that's going to be taking place at the Inter Miami Drive Pink Stadium. So I invite anybody anyone from the commission who is interested in participating in this presentation. It's August 30th.
Are we allowed to go?
Yeah.
City Attorney, just want to make sure. I won't eat the chicken fingers, I promise.
So attending the game would be a gift. You can go to provide the key and
then have to leave.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it before the game, Mayor, or is it during intermission?
I have no idea. It's probably at the end of the game, so you have to.
No, I mean it could be intermission.
It could be intermission. Yeah. I don't know. It has. We haven't figured out the schedule.
Okay, you'll let us know.
But I'll let you know.
Thank you.
August 30th. Yeah. Couple of issues. I attended the Lofts at Palmer Neighborhood Association a couple of weeks ago, and one of the issues that was brought up was the idea of the possibility of lead contamination on the smaller aircraft that still use leaded gasoline. They're concerned about the deposits that the particulate matter that may have dropped from those airplanes over the years off the runway that is adjacent to their neighborhood. So we have asked the director of the airport to initiate a study, and he has indicated to us that he will begin that process. So those in the neighborhood that are listening will certainly convey that information to your neighborhood president, but I just want the community to know that we are moving forward to determine whether or not there has been any lead contamination in the ground soil. We had a meeting this past week with a number of stakeholders, including the chief judge, the county, including the county administrator, the city manager, myself, to discuss problems of homelessness in our city. It was really a robust discussion. Clearly, it ended too soon, and we need to continue with that discussion, and future meetings will continue to figure out ways to try to limit the amount of homelessness that we have here in our city, and best steps forward in trying to work towards that end. And finally, Mr. Spence, I did ask you to see if you could give us any feedback with regard to the issue of trucks that are appearing in our downtown and also in the North Beach Village area regarding mobile marijuana that's being sold from the streets on the curbs. Is there a requirement to get a permit for that? Is that legal? Are we still investigating that? Have you had a chance to look into that yet?
We have. So I've coordinated with staff, and not to jump the city manager, but I'll invite Anthony Farrar to come forward to illuminate the commission on this issue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. Anthony Fajardo, Assistant City Manager, formerly Assistant City Attorney. So what we've done is we took a look at the code requirements. Basically, there are two types of mobile vending. There's a mobile vendor that's stationary, and you can only do that in certain parts of the city. That's typically the downtown racks. There's mobile vending that's mobile, and an easy way to think of it is an ice cream truck. So the idea is that the vendor moves about, stops on occasion, does a transaction, and then moves on. What we found is that, and that can happen in most of the city. What we found is that some of these mobile vendors that you're talking about aren't behaving that way. So we asked our manager of code compliance, community enhancement and compliance. She got together with the police department as well as parking enforcement, and they've come up with a plan for enforcement. Parking's already started issuing tickets to these mobile vendors who are not doing that. Basically, what they have to get from us is a business tax license, business tax receipt, BTR, and it's just for mobile vending. The regulation of the type of products that are sold is governed by the state, and it's my understanding, and this is really more of a nuance, maybe a legal issue that there are two types of marijuana that can be sold. One is highly regulated, one is not. And what they're advertising and what they're generally selling is the one that is not regulated. So they say. So,
well, my concern is that they can get a license to do this, and I don't think we want to encourage that environment in the shopping district. So, giving them a $29 parking ticket is going to be nothing. It's just a cost of doing business for the amount of business that they're able to do on these streets. So is there no other way to try to prevent this from happening?
If we want to change the ordinance, we can definitely take a look at that and come back with some suggestions. I would say that anything we do cannot be, and this is a conversation I'll have with the interim city attorney, can't be targeted to a specific type of vendor. Mm-hmm. So we would run the risk of impacting other types of vendors.
Well, I don't think any vendor should be selling from the street. I mean, the whole idea is to encourage businesses to have brick and mortar presence, especially in the neighborhoods that I discussed, and to have people just sort of running through the city. I just don't think it's appropriate regardless of what they sell. So yes, we don't have to target a specific type of business. We shouldn't be allowing this at all to be happening.
We can take a look at that and bring something back for consideration at a conference meeting if you like.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. That concludes my remarks. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioner. So we had 4 candidates that were being vetted by the Citizens Committee. Now we have 3, 1 dropped off. And so they are going to be interviewed by the Citizens Committee on September 8th. And thereafter, they will provide a recommendation to the City Commission once those interviews have been completed. And so staff advises that the City Commission identify a date on which they would like to interview the finalists for the position, as well as the time they would like to spend with each candidate. So we will be polling you all for that information, and that way we can settle that most likely by the end of September.
Okay, Wayne, hang in there, bud.
All right.
Dwayne, I just called CVS and extended your prescription.
Make sure it's the strong stuff.
Yeah, I upped the dosage.
Oh, they have a van coming by. I could give you some.
Yeah. Wow, he gets witty after 9 o'clock. So, all right. So, does that conclude your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Spence, do you have a report?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay, so that concludes our conference meeting. All right, thank God.
This is the latest conference meeting I have ever had the misfortune to sit through.
Oh, stop. No, it was good. It was good. We heard a lot tonight, so it was good. So, why don't we do the CRA meeting? Because it'll be a little quicker. So, please open the CRA meeting. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst?
Present.
Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Missing.
Here. Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Here. So M1, motion approving the minutes for the July 5th, 2023 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve? It's been moved. Do I hear a second? Been moved and second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1's approved. R1, a resolution approving the final Community Redevelopment Agency operating agreement and community investment plan allocations for fiscal year 2024. Do I hear, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced, but Mayor, I have a question before we vote. Thank you.
Please, don't let me hold you back.
Thank you. Probably this is for Clarence, if he could just come to the podium. This came up at my pre-agenda meeting last evening for District 2. Good evening, Clarence.
Good evening, sir.
So if we look at Exhibit 3, page 1 of 2.
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3, page 1 of 2.
Yes. There's a column that says fiscal year 2023 estimate. And if we look at the second line item, other operating expenses, it says $1,416,431. Now, I just need you to confirm, because I'm being told that that actually should say zero, that we have not spent any of that $1,416,431. Is that correct?
That's for Central City?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That's the Exhibit 3, page 1 of 2.
I'm trying to find that. And it shouldn't say zero. We have spent some of the money.
No, I understand. It says $1,416,431, but I'm being told that we haven't spent any of that money for fiscal year 2023, and there's only another month, 2 months left, a month left.
Yeah.
Well, let's get started.
Well, that's my next question, but let's just get some clarification on that first.
So, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that's a little concerning to me, because if we have that pot of money in there, we could do, I know Middle River Terrace and other neighborhoods in my district there would love sidewalks, why have not we spent anything out of that $1,416,000 and change?
Well, we have a number of things going on. You know, we have the whole rezoning project that's actually happening right now. We've instituted the residential facade and landscaping program. We are actively advertising and trying to get people to get involved. We also have the commercial facade program. We have been advertising and trying to get people involved. It's just been slow. But what we think is once we get one, to participate, then others will come and participate as well.
What's going to happen to those dollars in another month and it's 5 weeks until the new fiscal year starts? What's going to happen to that money? Will that carry over to FY 2024? Because if you look at the FY 2024 tentative budget, that $1,400,000 drops down to $658,000.
No, it will carry over. What happens is we give it back to the city, and the city usually returns it. They give it back to us. And from my perspective, that money, as it carries over, it allows for a larger pot of money to be able to do maybe some more significant type of projects. There are some ideas about a streetscape project that we can get involved in. So there are a number of different things that we can do if we have more money.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just saying that when we get a report like this, we're approving the final Community Redevelopment Agency operating budget. But I just think it needs to be a little bit more accurate to reflect that, so that we know that that's a large pot of money and we haven't spent any of it for the whole fiscal year.
Well, I need to check. Vanessa was here. I just let her go. Obviously, there are administrative expenses that are being spent, but as far as money's being spent with respect to the incentive programs, no, we haven't had anyone to take advantage of those incentive dollars at this point.
Okay, so then maybe I would just ask, and I'm not going to take up any more time on this, and I'm going to be fine with just moving this all forward, but if maybe we could talk offline, or city manager, if you could work with Clarence and work with the Central City, CRA board and the neighborhood folks. I just think that we need to get a little clarity on this and see if somehow we could do something before the end of this fiscal year that might benefit the Central City CRA. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions on the item? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving the final Community Redevelopment Agency operating budget and community investment plan allocations for fiscal year 2024 and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, that meeting is now concluded. Folks, do you want to take a 10-minute break? Okay. That's correct.
with the words in response to Commissioner Glassman's question. However, the ordinance that's attached is different than that. So I'm going to ask the city attorney, do we actually need to do a motion to actually reflect the intention that I had on passing the second reading as amended? Because if so, I would like to amend that item by striking condition 13B from Exhibit C of the ordinance.
So I'm looking at the ordinance, and I think it's, is it 14B? Or
13B.
Is 13B? Yes, sir, you would have to make a motion to do so.
So it's not just enough to amend the minute, I have to actually make a motion to do that as opposed to just a correction to the minutes?
Correct. A motion to amend that exhibit to that ordinance, and then you would amend, and it would be reflected in this minutes that the prior action is amended.
Okay, then, Mayor, I'd like to do what the city attorney just said I should do in this instance, and I would like to move that we amend item OSR 1 CAM 23-0607, passed at the June 20th, 23 agenda by striking condition 13B from Exhibit C of the ordinance.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Also, on June 6th, the regular meeting, page 9, was revised. Eastern was replaced with Western. And June 20th, 2023, in the conference meeting, page 13, was revised. Take over was replaced with take over.
2 words rather than 1. Yes.
Okay. So let's see. Also, changes in tonight's agenda. R7 has been removed at the request of the city manager. R8 also has been removed, but we do have 2 walk-ons regarding a lease agreement with Cypress Corporate Center, and also a walk-on, a motion approving and authorizing the execution of a revocable license with Fat Village Project LLC. Okay, now with
R7 and R8, Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Okay, give me a second. Okay.
So with regard to the minutes as amended and the agenda as amended, do we have a motion to approve both the minutes and the agenda?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, thank you. And right now I have the pleasure and the privilege of presenting a proclamation in recognition of National Forum of Black Public Administrators. Who is here to join me in the presentation? Please come forward to the podium. Good evening, members of the Commission and fellow members in the audience. Tonight, it's my honor to present from the Office of the Mayor of the City of Fort Lauderdale this proclamation in recognition of National Forum of Black Public Administrators. Whereas the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, that's NFBPA, is celebrating 40 years of inspiring excellence. And whereas the NFBPA was incorporated on June 6, 1983, in Fort Lauderdale, serving as a catalyst for linking public, private, and academic institutions into an effective network to support interdisciplinary communications, management, innovation, and professional development among Black professionals in the public service careers. The South Florida chapter has a membership of over 450 leaders from the public sector in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. With over 2,500 members representing more than 350 jurisdictions and 40 local chapters in 37 states, the NFBPA has emerged as the nation's premier association for Black public sector leadership. NFBPA has a growing and proud reputation for strengthening the capacity of state and local government leaders in a multitude of disciplines through intensive training, professional development programs, and a dynamic network of Black peers across the country. Finally, the South Florida chapter is furthering its support to emerging leaders by supporting scholarships for undergraduate and graduate public administration students. These scholarships support professional development for municipal leaders throughout the Tri-County area. Now, therefore, we, as the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby recognize National Forum of Black Public Administrators on their 40th anniversary in the City of Fort Lauderdale and wish the NFBPA continued success as they inspire leadership development in our community. Dated August 22nd, 2023, signed by myself, Mayor Dean Trantalis. Congratulations, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you have a few words you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, sure. Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Commission. This is an honor and pleasure. Over 40 years ago, as you heard today, this organization was started right here in Fort Lauderdale by 12 members across the country, and one of them actually was the first African-American city manager for Fort Lauderdale, Mr. Floyd Johnson. So we definitely want to applaud Mr. Floyd Johnson for his great work, leading as a trailblazer in this community. And I'm proud to say that, I have some of my members that are here today. We recently had our quarterly board meeting this summer that took place here with our national board, and we are so excited and proud. One of our board members, as you have here, Mr. Greg Shavara, your city manager who serves on our local board as our regional representative, did a phenomenal job, and the mayor's support. We actually have won the bid to host a national convention here in Fort Lauderdale in 2028. So thank you so much for this opportunity and pleasure in recognizing our organization.
All right. One right here, yeah. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Hold on one second.
So at this portion of our meeting is what's called the consent agenda. This is an opportunity for the commission to vote collectively on consent agenda items on a single vote. This will be the opportunity also for any member of the commission to pull a consent agenda item, and it will be separately discussed and voted upon. If your consent agenda item has not been pulled and you still wish to speak, before we vote, we'll have an opportunity to allow you to speak on all of them at once. We'll give you a few minutes to do so. And I see where Mr. Spalding has signed up for 3 items on the consent agenda to speak. So if it's not pulled, you'll have the opportunity before we vote to speak on all those items. So Commissioner Herbst, do you have any items you wish to pull? Vice Mayor?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sturman?
CR9.
What is it?
CR9.
CR9. Okay. And Mr. Spalding, Mr. Shine, you don't want to speak. You just are here. Where are you? Mr. Shine, are you here? Questions, oh, there you are. Okay, questions only, right. So, Mr. Spalding, you came to speak on CR 4, 6, and 8. Why don't you step forward, and do you still want to speak on them?
Just very brief thanks. Long night, Mayor and
Welcome
Commissioners.
again.
Sorry, I got quite a migraine right now. CR4.
How do you think we feel?
I'm feeling bad for you guys to put up with a lot, so
It's okay. It's only been 10 hours.
Hopefully
But
it's all good. But CR4, special assessment on liens for lot clearing. I think this is for people that have a lot of stuff around and you're trying to put liens on them, trying to force them to clean it up. And I'm just wondering, it was my latest incursion, whether there's any oversight.
Can you speak into the microphone? I can't really hear you.
Any oversight at all into, where the complaints that initiate these liens are coming from, if it's, residents or neighbors or things like that, before you start going in and a wholesale clearing out of other people's property, personal property, why it's even gotten to that point.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Sorry.
And CR6 and CR8?
CR6.
Consolidated budget amendment?
So, yeah, that was probably what the question was. The main question was, I guess you're making changes to the budget. Is there going to be another hearing that we'll be able to speak on and make more requests to see if you can do more funding in certain areas of the city, or once this comes through, it's done? Or I'm totally off on the budget? You made changes to the budget in the previous meeting, so there's going to be another budget set forth. Is there another chance for us to speak on
There are always
this?
going to be line item changes throughout the course of the year as conditions change, and the commission and the city manager cannot move forward on those until he gets commission approval, and that's what this is about tonight.
Okay.
And then CR8 is regarding boating improvement program.
Boating improvement program, which I'm quite familiar with.
This is to remove derelict vessels that are sitting out
remove
there.
derelict vessels, and I just spent. I don't think that our local code enforcement is qualified to make these moves. My boat was labeled as derelict simply because the code enforcement didn't understand that a Coast Guard registered boat does not have to have FL numbers. It is a Coast Guard registered boat.
I think these are abandoned vessels.
Yes, and mine has been labeled derelict, abandoned, and for no reason. So I'm opposed to giving any, the FWC handles this. It might be slow. Maybe there needs to be some oversight before the city makes move. And as I told Commissioner Sturman, I volunteer to be oversight for any of these massive moves on people's personal property, if need be. And, I think that's one of the other ones I was going to speak on is volunteers for different boards. I think your code enforcement certainly needs some oversight. This is a unstoppable force that just does whatever they want regardless of what's presented to them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Commissioner Sturman, CR9.
City manager, could you explain the need for that? I mean, this is giving you authority to bypass city commission on this. Just give me an overview of this if you can.
So we receive a lot of federal money from the FAA to do a lot of the improvements that you see across FXE. So this is a request from staff so that we can expedite some of these requests and expedite agreements. I understand that there was some concern about providing authority, or full authority. What we can do is also receive your feedback and modify the resolution based on your feedback or constraints or anything else you would like to add.
If I could weigh in on this too as well. So I shared my concerns with the city manager regarding this item. So I'm not comfortable with the delegation of the city's oversight function to staff. As part of governance, it's up to us to make sure that we understand what's being approved. So I think there are certain instances, and it's really only the time when we're on break that this may be an issue, but in all the years I've ever been here, we've never had a problem meeting our deadlines. If there are any grants that need to be approved while we're on break, I think that's something we can authorize the city manager to do at our meeting in July. But I don't think blanket authority across the board for the city manager and or a delegee to execute contracts is appropriate.
Well, is this for spending money or receiving money or both? I mean, receiving money, why should we, why is that an issue? Versus spending money, I get what you're saying. Giving blanket authority for spending money up to a certain, I think the city manager has authority up to a certain dollar amount, but spending money, I do agree, is the prerogative of the commission, but receiving money?
So,
Why is
so
that a
we,
concern?
so thank you, Mayor. So it has always been the posture of the city attorney's office that grant agreements are contracts. There are a number of things that we agree to abide by in terms of deliverables and deadlines and commitments and obligations that are contained within these. And so those are policy issues that the commission ought to be the deciding factor on. Again, I don't think it's appropriate to delegate the authority to execute contracts to anyone on staff. This has nothing to do with Mr. Chavaria or anybody else. This is about putting in the appropriate governance structure. It's an important internal control guideline, and again, as those in charge of governance, it's our responsibility, and I don't think it's something that is appropriate to delegate.
Okay, anyone else have any comments on that? Commissioner Sturman, what are your?
Yeah, I'm inclined to turn this down to vote against it for the same reasons.
Okay, so so it's a resolution. So you would like to introduce a resolution denying the delegation of authority. Is that how it properly phrased, Mr. Spence?
Well, you could have a resolution to approve it, and we could vote it down. That way there's no confusion.
Okay.
No, so
Want to do it that? How should we do it, Mr. Spence?
it's just simply not adopting the resolution. So
A yes is a no, and a no is a yes.
Just pull it? You want us to pull it from the agenda?
you can take no action or
Why don't we just
yeah,
take no, let's just take no action on that. Okay.
And then again, like I said, on those particular instances where it's in the city manager's interests for us to approve something while we may not be available, it's then up to staff to, notice us in advance of those, bring that to us. Again, the time frame that we talked about in my conversations with the manager and Rufus was that time when we're on break when they may need to execute something. And I think they know about that in advance and can bring that to us in July. I don't mind delegating authority for a specific instance. It's the blanket authority that I'm uncomfortable with. So I think they'll have enough notice to bring specific examples to us on an as-needed basis, and I'm okay with that.
Rufus, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. If we can for this evening, if it is amending the verbiage, because they were expecting to have this back by the end of the month, before the end of the month.
So explain that besides the resolution that there's an actual grant agreement attached to this item?
Yes, it's for the design of our runway 927 rehab. And so this is the design grant we're receiving, about $511,000. And then next summer, we should be receiving a grant for the rehab of runway 927, which would be about another $6 million in grant money.
So what the charter provides is that the mayor signs or is to execute all agreements in the city unless there is a resolution that designates that authority to someone else. We can have this resolution amended to be specific to this agreement, if that's the pleasure of the commission.
Could I introduce it in that fashion?
Yes, you can.
So introduced.
So you're introducing the resolution as amended to include those specific...
to authorize the city manager to execute
the specific agreement.
Right. And not a blanket authority.
That is correct.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, so why don't we vote on that separately? This would be...
Thank you.
So, Dwayne, just for clarification, the header that I'm reading is the original one. But we're just saying, I'm just going to say as amended.
As amended, correct.
Okay.
Excuse me.
As amended, as a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, delegating authority of the city manager to approve and execute all federal aviation administrative grant agreements, contracts, modifications, and amendments to grant agreements, extensions to grant agreements, and all documents associated with federal aviation administrating grant agreements, and authorizing the city manager to accept grant funds on behalf of the city, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes. Wait. This is not for this one.
As amended.
As amended.
But as amended meaning just for this one.
Just for this agreement. That's correct.
You don't have to read that part into it, though.
Right. No, it's been read into the record.
Okay.
Yes. Still yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and that item is now approved as amended. We also have Paul Reinison, who signed up to speak on CP5. Are you here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. Good evening.
Paul Vernyson, District 1. And this is regarding CR-6, CP-5. They're related. And if you got a minute to take a look at those.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. It does designate a police helicopter. However, it's not accurate. It should read a helicopter acquired by the city following a police action. I don't know those details. You could ask staff. Number 2, the helicopter is not airworthy. FAA airworthiness certificate has expired years ago. The piggyback contract provides for restoring the helicopter. However, the intention of the commission is to, quote, where is / as is, unquote, sale of the aircraft, 8-person helicopter. 3, the auction date is absent or date range for the auction. Number 4, the resolution is to allow 1.5 years to auction a helicopter that is not going to be worked on. This is my understanding from city staff upon inquiry. Why does the Ron Mondale contractor need over a year city recommendation to March 2025 to auction that property? I don't know, but to conclude, the RM contract shows as such a $7 million cost to restore this. That line item is in the exhibits for that helicopter, not the $110,000 in the resolution, which is arguably spent at this point. The language in the city's resolution, exposure needs to be presented in the resolution, specifically auction, quote, as is, unquote, upon passage of the resolution, a specific dollar amount, not an estimate, leaving the city exposed to a multi-million-dollar contract under the piggyback provisions. In short, my sum is that there's not enough protection for the city for the possible liability of the auction. This is an FAA regulated equipment. If it's sold in South America, you could ship it, but it's not airworthy to fly in U.S. airspace. So the auctioneer is going to have some challenges. I think the city needs to protect itself from incurring additional liability on this item. That's my comments. Thank you for your time. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Susan, you want to comment on this?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This was a typical piggyback contract. The date the gentleman refers to was just the date that the DOJ contract expires, and that's in 2025. Like any piggyback contract, there are multiple line items on that. We don't have to utilize every line item. So there are line items in the contract for rehabilitation of the helicopter. We only plan on using the line item that refers to disposal. So we do not plan on rehabilitating it. We plan on auctioning it as is and as soon as possible if the contract is approved. And again, it's our typical piggyback contract that gets just attached to a DOJ contract. And we were very specific in trying to get an auctioneer who specializes in this. Through a recommendation from Rufus, the aircraft is at FXE. Myself, Glenn Marcos, and Lori Platkin from procurement went and visited multiple times and looked at the aircraft. And we hope to proceed so we can get this auctioned off and get some money into the general fund.
Is this 110,000 that we expect to receive?
No, that is what our estimate, again, we won't know what the auction fee is until it's actually auctioned off. There's a range in the contract based on what the actual selling price is. So we expect maybe a fee of 100,000. There's extra 10,000 in there because we are paying monthly for storage of the helicopter, and we have estimates between $1 million and 2.5, but again, we won't know the exact number until it's auctioned off.
So there's really no cost here if we sell it?
Just the auction fee that we would pay.
Yeah, but the auction fee comes off the price.
Correct.
Okay, so there's really no cost to the city if it sells
Correct.
above 110,000.
Correct.
Okay. And what other item did this refer to? It was CP5 and one other
There's
one?
the budget amendment.
That's a budget amendment. That includes the 110 amount.
Oh, okay, okay. Anyone have any questions of Susan? Okay.
Oh, well, how old is the helicopter?
This 2015?
It's 7 years old.
2006, we stand corrected.
Okay. So
Does helicopters have mileage?
No, they have actually flight logs, and I maybe let Rufus talk about that a little.
Yeah, the vendor Risk Mondial was able to get the flight logs for the helicopter. It is not airworthy at this time. Okay. However, when it's auctioned, whoever the winning auction person is, they will have to get it airworthy to fly it. Obviously, there's hangars and mechanics at the airport who will do the airworthiness of the aircraft, or they may just disassemble it, put it on a trailer, and take it to their hometown or wherever they're going to have it as their home base.
Have we, the city, purchased a helicopter in this state before?
No, we do not purchase aircraft. In this scenario, the police department got this through confiscation. Whatever case that was, it was being held under. Once the case was closed, it pretty much became the police department's property.
Or actually the city's property, and it was through a court judgment that provided title to the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? There being none. Okay, Michael Schneider, CP7. This is regarding the Las Olas Mid-Block Crossings project. Are you against it?
Well, surprise, surprise. Again, thank you very much for pursuing it. We and many other people appreciate that. We're just wondering, and I guess I'll speak for myself, but there's a number of us, if it's prudent to spend so much with the Las Olas Mobility project in tow. In other words, if these are lights that are going to be going into the, as crosswalks into the asphalt, and we're going to potentially even be raising Las Olas or certainly changing things. Is it wise to spend so much? I guess we didn't realize it was going to cost so much to put these in. Or are there modifications that could make them, I don't know, if you had overhead traffic lights instead, then no matter what happened to the road, they would still be there. I just wonder if that's being taken into consideration. That's all.
I have a feeling that considering how long it takes for things to get done, that the useful life of this improvement will have long since passed, yes. And we should have no worry about whether or not we got value for the expenditure.
Okay, if you feel you're confident it's going to take a long time.
I just don't want to wait. I personally don't want to wait any longer. I mean, the neighbors have been clamoring for this for many years, justifiably, yes. And I think we need to promote the safety of people who cross Las Olas Boulevard. So.
Right, Mayor, if I could add something to that. Yeah. Michael, I just wanted you to know that this actually was driven by your neighborhood.
Yes.
This actually came out of the Las Olas Mobility Working Group that we worked on for over 2 years. Because I did not want to wait until the commission approved the plan for the east, I did ask the city manager at that time, Chris Lagerboom, if he could put in the $500,000 for the 2 crosswalks. We had a charrette, we had workshops, we talked to the neighborhoods along Las Olas, we showed them what the plan was, we showed them the locations, everybody was on board, and now it's moving forward.
Okay, with the vote that you're now going to be taking.
Correct.
But again, could it be modified so that it could last and not be tore up again and redone if it was done in a different way. That's all I'm asking.
No, and I don't see why it would be torn up, but as the mayor just said, the way things happen and the length of time that things take, I mean, I would leave that up to Mr. Rogers to talk about the durability and the lasting ability of these two crosswalks, but I think we'll be okay, and I think we can certainly go back and do any kind of repairs or any kind of mitigation if there is any kind of disruption. I see Mr. Rogers is standing up, but I think we'll be okay. But again, this didn't just happen overnight. This is something that's been hanging in there for quite a while, ever since we conducted the work and concluded the work of the Las Olas Mobility Working Group.
It's just a lot of money, so I'm just
I understand.
wanting to make sure it's spent well. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
$500,000 for the two
Okay, anybody else wish to speak on any of the consent agenda items? There being none, do I hear a motion to approve all the consent agenda items except CR 9?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the consent agenda items are now approved. Anyone who's here on any of those, you're free to leave or otherwise continue to enjoy the city commission meeting.
Enjoy.
Moving on to M1.
Enjoy.
Motion approving event agreements and related road closures for the Fort Lauderdale Jingle Bell Jog, the 36th Annual Las Olas Art Fair, and the Winterfest Family Fun Day, the 12th Annual Fort Lauderdale Turkey Trot, Step Out Walk and Stop Diabetes, and the Taco and Margarita Festival. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I have a couple people signed up, but only for answering questions. So please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and those items are now approved. Good luck. Let's make it a fun time. Nice to see you, Jody. M2, motion approving event agreements, request for extended road closures beyond 10 a.m. on the Barrier Island, and request for music exemption for the Visit Lauderdale Food and Wine Festival, Seminole Hard Rock Winterfest Boat Parade, Seminole Hard Rock Winterfest Boat Parade Public Viewing Area, and the Seminole Hard Rock Winterfest Boat Parade VIP Viewing Area. Anyone wish to speak on these items? If not, would someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M2 is now approved. M3, motion approving a piggyback agreement utilizing Broward County Sheriff's Office request letters of interest, contract number 23004AP.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, can I have a motion to extend past 10 o'clock? We're getting kind of close.
Yeah, let me just finish this one item, and then we can go to that. For the purchase and installation of emergency equipment for city vehicles, estimated $7.8 million. Any questions on this item? If none, someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M3 is now approved. Do I hear a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. Moving on to M4, motion approving the purchase of water meter boxes from Fortiline Inc. and Core and Main LP. Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? There being none, someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Do I hear a
Second.
second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the item's now approved. M5, approving an agreement, motion approving an agreement for the lead and copper rule revision compliance program. I have no one signed up to speak. Any questions? Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M5 is now approved. M6, motion approving agreement for Flagler Heights Sewer Basin A21 lateral services. I have Ray Jordan signed up to speak. Ray, are you here? Okay. If there are no questions, someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ray was neutral on this anyway. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M6 is now approved. M7, motion approving the final ranking of firms, negotiated fee schedule, and agreements for general water and wastewater professional architectural engineering consulting continuing services, Chen Moore and Associates, Hazen and Sawyer, Arcadis, CDM Smith, and AECom Technical Services. No one signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions? If none, please call the roll.
I need a first and second on that one.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman? Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. M8, motion approving an interlocal agreement with the Village of Lazy Lakes to provide fire rescue services. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. M9, motion appointing honored pioneer for Broward County Historic Preservation Board's 2023 Pioneer Day. Anyone have any questions? There being none, would someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. R1, appointment of board and committee members. I have one person signed up to speak. Mr. Spalding, you want to speak on? Okay. You want to read the nominations into the record, please?
Yeah, before I start with the nominations, I wanted to bring up, and I had sent an email out regarding the Solid Waste Disposal and Recyclable Materials Processing Authority of Broward County, Florida. We need a representative and an alternate for that board, commission members. And
Who's serving on that now?
well, there's no one on this one. There was the Solid Waste Working Group, but now it's become the authority. So now there needs to be a representative and
Well,
alternate.
I think Commissioner Glassman has the experience, and I would nominate him to serve on that board.
Would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Please read the rest of the names before he says anything.
We also need an alternate. They're asking for an alternate as well. We're going to bring it back as a resolution at the next meeting, but I was hoping to get the names tonight if possible.
Anyone wishing to be an alternate? Commissioner Sturman?
Yeah, my spare time, yeah.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
No.
The good news is I've had a pretty good record for the last 2.5 years on this, so.
Anyone else on the commission wish to be an alternate? Okay.
All right.
We'll pass on that right now.
No, he did. He just said.
He said he was kidding.
No.
He was kidding.
What? Are you kidding? Oh, I'm sorry.
He was kidding.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the, all right, for the September 5th, 2023 resolution, we have Board of Adjustment, Patricia Rathburn. She's currently an alternate member, and she'll be moving to a full member. And then Jason Hagapian, nominated by Commissioner Sturman as an alternate. Code Enforcement Board, Alexander Schneider, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Carlos Lang, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Board of Adjustment, Caldwell Cooper. Nuisance Abatement Board, Avigdor Pemper, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Public Art and Placement Advisory Board, Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. And for tonight's resolution, Aviation Advisory Board, Kelly Gordon, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Valerie Vitale, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Budget Advisory Board, William Brown, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. John Rushton III, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Ross Camerata, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Michael Marshall, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Prabhuling Patel, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Cemetery System Board of Trustees, Fred Nesbitt, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Christina Robinson, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Charter Revision Board, Richard Weiss, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Citizens Police Review Board, Antonia Johnson, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Community Appearance Board, James Hawkins, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Community Service Board, Christy Rice, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. William Jason Dunn, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Economic Development Advisory Board, Mark Giarratano, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. And Jacinia Best, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Homeless Advisory Committee, Lily DeLuca, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. And Amy Schimmelfang, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee, Marta Rexo, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Invest Fort Lauderdale, Inc. Board of Directors, Nikki Austin Ship, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Marine Advisory Board, William Walker, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Northwest Progressive Flagler Heights Redevelopment Board, Ginny Bissoneth, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Board, Norby Bells, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And if possible, to be added to the resolution as amended for the Noise Control Advisory Committee, Dev Mutwani, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman, and for Public Art and Placement Advisory Board, Robin Vegas, nominated by Commissioner Sturman, and that rounds it out.
Okay, any other additions or modifications? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
So moved.
And that's as amended.
Yes, as amended.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here and made a part hereof. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is approved. R2, a resolution accepting the 2023-2024 State Housing Initiative Partnership Funds in the amount of $2,168,696 and approving the recommended funding allocation for the SHIP program fiscal year 2023-2024 by authorizing the city manager to use an estimated program income in the amount of $50,000 for a total funding amount of $2,218,696 and apply 10% of the SHIP funds plus 5% of any program income earned for administrative costs. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
No one signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, accepting the 2023-2024 State Housing Initiatives Partnership funding in the amount of $2,168,696 and approving the recommended funding allocation for the SHIP program fiscal year 2023-2024 by authorizing the city manager or his designee to use earned program income in the estimated amount of $50,000 in addition to the SHIP funds for a total estimated funding amount of $2,218,696, authorizing the city manager or his designee to apply 10% of the total allocated SHIP funds plus 5% of any program income earned towards the city's program administrative costs, delegating authority to the city manager to execute all documents necessary or incidental to receive and administer the SHIP funds, and providing for rescission of conflicting resolution provisions and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
So actually, I'd like to talk to this one first. So one of the things that I've raised with respect to this particular item is that I think we should be looking at utilizing more of the funds to help keep people out of homelessness. So the rapid rehousing program, I think, is underfunded relative to some of the other initiatives that we have in there, and I'd like us to think about that. We've got funds in here for new home ownership, and while I think that's a worthwhile goal, the thing that I'm hearing the most in my conversations with folks in the community is about the increasing numbers of homeless people that we're experiencing on our streets. And so I think the rapid rehousing program, which is designed to get people back into housing or to help prevent them from falling into homelessness, is a better use of these funds. So I'd like the commission to consider reallocating some of these dollars around. I think we're going to get a lot more bang for the buck with that ounce of prevention than a pound of cure. And again, as valuable as home ownership is, keeping people from becoming homeless in a community that's already experiencing significant amounts of homelessness, I think is a far more beneficial utilization of the SHIP funds. I'd like to hear what my colleagues have.
Well, I think we can all agree with you, but the question is, can we do that? I understand SHIP funding. There are certain programs within the overall program, and I don't know what we applied, what we represented that we were going to use the money for, and can we just reallocate it because our needs are redefined.
So I believe it's staff that develops the LHAP, and that we as the policymakers have the ultimate discretion as to which categories within the allowable and permissible uses to a certain extent. Go ahead, Chris.
Chris, can you tell us?
I do, yeah.
What can we do here?
Yep, so Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services. So the SHIP program does have certain percentages of what their funds can be used for certain things. The SHIP program does prioritize home ownership at this time, so about 65% is the minimum that we have to allocate towards home ownership activities. We can use some for rapid rehousing, as the Commissioner mentioned, which is in the current LHAP. We can also use program income. That's money that comes back to the SHIP program through the the process and how that money flows back and forth. We can use that program income for different things like rapid rehousing and some of those homeless housing services. We do a lot of our homeless housing through our HOME program, which is a federal entitlement program, and we also do it through our HOPWA program. So we can look at potentially through the AHAC committee and some recommendations there to look at those allocations for more homeless housing type services and amend that LHAP as needed, or we can also look towards some of our home grants that we get as well to look at how we allocate those to the Community Services Board.
So Chris, does this dollar amount for home ownership meet the minimum, or is this a level above the minimum?
You know, that's a good question. I would need to check that calculation and see where that falls within the percentages.
But Commissioner Herbst, I would say one thing though. Rapid rehousing is great because it gets people off the street, but the question is, do we stop there? I would not recommend we provide housing unless we are automatically lining these people up with social services, and I think we lose the opportunity there if we find housing for an individual or a group of individuals and we don't immediately find addiction treatment, mental health, employment services, whatever it is that's brought these folks to homelessness. We should be able to,
Mayor, if I may, I apologize.
Let me just finish my sentence.
Sure.
We should be able to provide the backup services that I think are going to be necessary and appropriate if we're not going to just be throwing good money after bad in rapid rehousing.
So as I understand the rapid rehousing, and Chris, you can correct me if I'm misspeaking on this, the rapid rehousing is for people who are maybe about to fall into homelessness. So this is for somebody who's already in an apartment and they've gotten a medical bill or they've gotten a car repair bill and they're struggling to make their rent. These are folks that we can prevent from falling into homelessness. This is not necessarily for our chronic homeless that you're referring to, and I agree with you. The social service, supportive services for our chronic homeless is critical to success in getting them off the street, but as I understand this program, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is to prevent people from falling into homelessness. And if we can, and sometimes this is like first month, last month, for a new apartment. Security, right. So, $3,000 to somebody who may be falling into homelessness versus, $20,000 of down payment assistance is a lot more impactful, I think, and we can reach a larger number of individuals and keep them from living in their car or something like that. These are families that, are at risk of falling into homelessness, and I think it's a more impactful way of solving a problem before it becomes endemic.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but I'm not sure that's how rapid rehousing works. Can you fill us in a little bit on that, Chris?
Right, so it is to sort of stave off that eviction and to keep people in their rental homes. So I think it's a small amount that we have in SHIP. One thing I want to say is you made a good point about the wraparound services or case management that goes along with homeless prevention or housing. So we actually, through HOME, do fund a couple of organizations that focus on getting homeless individuals in the housing, and what we've recently done is help them with additional case management funds because that was sort of a missing part of that for them to be successful. So we continue to recognize that need and fund appropriately through those other programs as well. I would suggest potentially we come back to you with a presentation, maybe at a conference, to talk about our SHIP and home programs and where we do fund homeless services and initiatives, and potentially where there's some opportunities for us to improve on that and spread that money out in a different way if that's what the commission is
Okay, but in the
interested in
meantime, we
doing.
can accept these funds, right? I mean, they're not earmarked. If we accept them tonight, they're not earmarked for a specific use, right?
So they are, but
They
the
are.
LHAP can be amended from time to time if that's the will of the commission and the advice of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Okay. All right, anyone else have any questions? All right, would someone like to introduce a resolution?
It's already introduced, but I would say this, so I will vote yes on this with an understanding, though, that we bring the LHAB back for potential amendment down the road. And the reason I say this, Mayor, by the way, I was actually the LHAP, the SHIP administrator in Jacksonville, so I ran this program, so I'm kind of familiar with it.
Oh, so
and-
so it does allow money to be spent for people who are already housed and may have to be kicked out of their apartments because they don't have their money?
Yes.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So,
again,
so
we
I'd
have-
like us to revisit this. So let's pass it tonight, because I don't want to hold it up, because it's important that we pass the plan. But with an understanding that we'll consider revisiting some of these allocations at some point in the near future, if that's okay with everybody else. So I'll vote yes with that understanding.
Sure, and like I said, we can bring a presentation back for a conference to kind of run through all of our HCD programs with the focus on our homeless initiatives. And again, the AHAT can certainly have that conversation as well.
Thank you.
Has the resolution been introduced? Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner
So, again, yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Not
Vice
to be
Mayor Beasley
redundant.
Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution's approved. R3, resolution approving the Performing Arts Center Authority budget for fiscal year 2023 and tri-party grant agreement. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Performing Arts Center Authority and a tri-party grant agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County and PACA to authorize cash funding to PACA in the amount not to exceed $300,000 and in-kind services with an estimated value of $54,000 for an estimated total annual funding amount of $354,000 to offset a portion of PACA's operating deficit for the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, with an option to extend said agreement for 2 additional one-year terms and providing for rescission and repeal of conflicting resolution provisions and effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Before I vote, I just wanted to say one thing, Mayor. I want us to do whatever we can to really promote an aspect of this program, which I think is so wonderful. Yet I don't think a lot of people are familiar with the community ticketing policy, where we have that nice chunk of free tickets for folks that otherwise would probably not be able to go to the theater. I think it's a great program, and yet I don't find that a lot of people are aware of that opportunity. So I would just ask staff that whatever we can do to promote that, because I do think that this is a wonderful program, and this is a great grant agreement, and I think it's vital for the city. But I would like to see us do a little bit more to promote that aspect of it. Thank you. And I vote yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the item is now approved. R4, resolution approving an agreement for the installation of required improvements between Broward County and the City of Fort Lauderdale prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the Fort Lauderdale Police Headquarters. Mr. Vondermeulen, you're just here to respond to questions. He's the only one to sign up to speak. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? There being none, someone like to introduce the resolution.
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving an agreement for the installation of required improvements between Broward County and the City of Fort Lauderdale relating to installation of required improvements for the police headquarters plat, authorizing expenditure of necessary funds to provide for the required improvements currently estimated to cost $66,000, which shall serve as security for the improvements associated with the agreement, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to take the next necessary actions to effectuate the intent of this resolution, authorizing the proper city officials to execute the grant agreement and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R4 is now approved. R5, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a reimbursable grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the Dorsey Riverbend Stormwater Improvement Projects in an amount up to $10,482,997. Mr. Spalding, you asked to speak. Are you okay? You want to speak on this?
Thank you, Commissioners, and Mr. Mayor again. So this is more like a question, but it's going to have to come in the statement because we're not supposed to ask questions. Every part of this city needs to not flood, and I'm not sure what this is going to entail in Dorsey River.
This is accepting state money to help us to pay for the stormwater improvement project.
Right, so that they don't flood.
Right.
So I'm hoping that in consideration when they make these improvements, that if they're going to dump this storm water that's not being taken care of into the river, that be considered that the river has already been proven not to be able to handle the amount of storm water that is being dumped into it currently, which, you know, every time it rains, whether it's 30 inches or 10 inches or not, you're overtopping my seawall, which leads to other issues. So I'm hoping that there might be some thought process on how to remove this water from the neighborhoods without overburdening the river system where everything seems to be being dumped to right now anyway.
Where would you recommend that the water go?
You know, if I had a chance to study it, I would study it and make some recommendations. If you want to give me information on it, I would love to help out.
Okay, thank you.
So, just a consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else have any questions? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, authorizing city manager to execute any and all documents for a reimbursable grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for construction costs for the Dorsey Riverbend Stormwater Improvement Projects in the amount up to $10,482,997 and providing an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the the item is approved. R6, resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a reimbursable grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the Progresso Stormwater Improvements Project in an amount up to $13,495,743. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, authorizing city manager to execute any and all documents for a reimbursable grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for construction costs for the Progresso Stormwater Improvements Project in the amount of $13,495,743 and providing an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. R7 has been removed from the agenda. R8, resolution urging the Florida legislature. That was the item we did this afternoon regarding reserve funds. Does anyone have any questions regarding it?
We
said you were gonna pull it.
we
Tweak
removed that
it.
one as well.
What?
That was pulled. To tweak it.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Moving on, R9, resolution authorizing the city manager to execute Florida Power and Light easements over city-owned property for utilities at Bahia Mar Marina Village. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? There being none, someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Second.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, granting an easement over city-owned property in favor of Florida Power and Light Company, authorizing the city manager to execute the easement in any and all documents necessary and incidental thereto, providing for severability, repealing any and all resolutions in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R9 is now approved. R10, resolution approving the sublease agreement between West Marine Products and the City of Fort Lauderdale in substantially the form provided, subject to post-condition approvals, and authorizing the city manager to execute the sublease and related agreements. We have one person who signed up to speak, which is Brooke. It's just for questions? Yeah, okay. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a question for the city manager,
Go
yes.
ahead.
City manager, I noticed that this is a 64-month term, which is 5 years and 4 months. if by some reason we find ourselves ready to move into a new city hall before 5 years and 4 months, do we have any recourse, or are we committed for the full 5 years and 4 months?
I thought it was a couple years with some, I mean, this is if we took all of the extensions, is that correct?
You're committed for that time.
This is a 5-year commitment? I thought it was.
And I just want to reconfirm that with Brooke, 64 months.
Keep in mind,
Brooke, can you come to the mic?
Keep in mind, we could always sublease it ourselves.
That was my next question, but thank you. Because I know that if you look at the history here, there's been lots of that going on.
Yeah.
But are we able to do that, Brooke, as the mayor just mentioned, that if we find ourselves in a situation where we don't need to be there for 5 years and 4 months, that we will be able to sublease?
Could you push the button? Push the button.
No.
Push the button.
Push the button.
Ah, okay, it was on. Yes, I believe we can sublease it, but it is a 64-month term.
When you say I believe, we
So-
can we?
So it would be subject to the approval of the
Landlord.
other subleasors.
Which cannot be unreasonably withheld.
Okay.
Correct.
But I thought this was a 2-year with extensions. This is a solid 64 months?
Yes, this one is 64 months.
Really?
The lease on the 4th floor is a 2-year one.
A 2-year with
Yeah,
extensions?
and that's directly with the landlord of the building.
Yes. This is for the other 32,000 and change square feet.
With the chambers and all, with the chambers.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Okay. Someone like to introduce a resolution? Someone like to introduce a resolution? Well?
Introduced.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a sublease subject to conditions between the City of Fort Lauderdale and West Marine Products, Inc., authorizing the city manager to execute the sublease and any and all related instruments subject to certain conditions, delegating authority to the city manager to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
As stated before, I think this is a bad deal, so no.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
I'm going to say no because of the 64 months.
Commissioner Sturman?
I'm going to say yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R10 is approved. PH1, public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution approving the historic designation of the property commonly known as Castro Convertibles, requesting deferment to December 5th, 2023. Do we need a motion for that, Mr. Spence?
Yes, please. Motion to defer.
To defer. Would someone like to make a motion to defer to December 5th?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH1 is deferred to December 5th, 2023. Excuse me. PH2, public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 515 Seabreeze Boulevard for the installation of 1 marginal dock, 13 finger piers, and 25 boat lifts. Is this in connection with the Marina Village?
No.
Okay.
This is, I believe this is with Swimming Hall of Fame.
Oh, Swimming Hall of Fame. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Jenna Robbins and Catherine, you both are supportive of this. Are you still here? I can't hear you. Okay, they're not here. Okay, no one else has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduce. Please call the roll.
Mayor, if you can provide disclosures, please.
I'm sorry?
If you would provide disclosures on this item.
Oh, doesn't it usually ask for it?
It does, but.
It does usually, but we didn't now. Okay. Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures? None. Vice Mayor?
None.
I have none. Commissioners,
Glassman.
Glassman.
That's okay, Mayor Seiler. Thank you.
Thank you.
None. Thank you.
And I'm Sturman.
And Commissioner Sturman.
And the
Thank
answer is
you.
none.
It's getting late. Okay, all disclosures. Do I have to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So, okay, there's someone has moved to close public hearing. It's been seconded. Please call the roll on closing public hearing.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed on PH2. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
And that's for approval?
That's for approval, yeah.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida pursuant to Section 47-19.3 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations granting a waiver of limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C to permit Hall of Fame SMI West Trek LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, enhancement of an existing marina, including the installation of a 651-foot plus or minus by 6-foot plus or minus concrete marginal dock extending a maximum distance of 580 feet plus or minus, measured westward from applicant's property line into the adjacent waters, 1350-foot plus or minus by 4-foot plus or minus finger piers extending a maximum distance of 561 feet plus or minus, measured westward from the applicant's property line into the adjacent waters, and 25 8-post boat lifts extending westward a maximum distance of 571 feet plus or minus from the applicant's property line into the adjacent waters, such property being located at 515 Seabreeze Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH2 is now approved. PH3, public hearing, amending a quasi-judicial ordinance vacating a 50-foot wide by 300-foot long right-of-way for the portion of Southeast 4th Avenue between the Tarpon River and Southeast 11th Street. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures?
I do not.
Vice Mayor?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sturman?
None.
Okay, no one has signed up to speak. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing on PH3 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
So moved.
The ordinance has now been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending ordinance number C-2226 to modify Exhibit B, conditions of approval relative to vacation of that certain 50-foot wide southeast 4th Avenue right-of-way adjacent to the east line of lots 7 through 12, Block 2, Lauderdale, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 2 at page 9 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, also adjacent to the west line of Parcel A, remanded plot of Block 3, Lauderdale, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 49 at page 39 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of Southeast 11th Street, south of Tarpon River, west of South Federal Highway, and east of Southeast 3rd Avenue, all said land situate, lying, and being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved. We move on to, that was PH4, correct?
That was PH3.
PH3, rather, I'm sorry.
We're on PH4 now.
Public hearing, amended quasi-judicial ordinance, vacation of right-of-way identified as a 25-foot wide by 303.92-foot long portion of Southeast 10th Court between Southeast 3rd Avenue and Southeast 4th Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sturman?
None.
Okay. One person signed up to speak, but only for questions, I assume. And so, someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
So moved.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending ordinance number C-22-27 to modify Exhibit B, conditions of approval relative to vacation of that certain 20-foot right-of-way of known as Southeast 10th Court, being the portion of lots 9 and 16, Block 2, Lauderdale, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 2 at page 9 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located north of Southeast 11th Street, south of Tarpon River, west of Southeast 4th Avenue, and east of Southeast 3rd Avenue, all said land situate, lying, and being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And the ordinance is now approved. PH5, public hearing.
Before we begin on PH5.
Yes, sir.
Mr. City Attorney, could you just give me advice how I proceed with this?
What was your question?
No, Mr. City Attorney, could you give me advice how I proceed with this?
So you need to announce your voting conflict of interest, mainly that the applicant is your principal by whom you're employed, and that you will be abstaining from voting on this item.
Okay, do I have to fill out a form or something too?
Yes, you will fill out a form and submit it within 15 days.
Okay, and you could provide me with that, I would hope.
The city clerk can provide you with that.
I'll provide it to you.
And am I allowed to participate in the discussion?
No.
He is
says I
permitted.
can.
He is permitted to participate in the discussion. Advisory board members cannot participate in discussions or vote.
Okay, so now I publicly, okay, so right now, Mr. Mayor.
Wait a minute, I thought if there was a conflict, the commissioner cannot participate. That's the first time I've ever heard of this.
Yeah, a commissioner can participate, but they cannot vote on the item.
Really?
Seriously?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm making
Advisory board members cannot participate or vote.
Okay, so just, Mr. Mayor, I do have a conflict here. I am employed by the applicant, so.
Okay.
For the record.
Okay, so let us proceed. PH5, this is an ordinance amending the spectrum development of regional impact development order to allow up to 15,361 square feet of senior citizen center use and update the authorized agent, conditions of approval, and process for changes to the development order. Does anyone have any disclosures with regard to this item?
Yes, I met with Stephanie Toothaker on June 28th.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
None.
I don't think I have any either. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And of course, Commissioner Sturman has,
as noted above, right?
He has he has made his disclosures. Ms. Toothaker, you've signed up to speak only with regard to questions. So, having said that, did
questions only, Mayor.
Okay.
Questions only. I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, great. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll on closing public hearing.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
He can't vote.
Oh, abstain. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending ordinance number C-84-55 as amended by ordinance number C-86-13, ordinance number C-8924, ordinance number C-90-97, ordinance number C-93-70, ordinance C-98-24, and ordinance C-0340 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which ordinances approved and amended the development order for the spectrum development of regional impact located in a portion of Section 16, Township 49 South, Range 42 East, south of Commercial Boulevard between Northwest 15th Avenue and Northwest 21st Avenue within the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, amending the authorized agents for the developer, approving a senior citizen center use, removing the requirement to provide bus shelters, modifying the requirements for the approval of changes to the development order, and finding that the proposed changes to the spectrum development of regional impact do not constitute substantial deviations from the requirements in the development order, providing for findings of fact and conclusions of law, and providing for recordation, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman? Abstains. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. So PH5 is now approved. Moving on to, thank you. Moving on to OFR 1, this is an ordinance of first reading, An ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, Chapter 9, Building and Construction, Article 2, Permits and Inspections, Division 2 Fees, and Chapter 25, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 13, Fees, Division 1 Fees, to adjust permit fees for services related to land development and permitting. Mr. Spalding, you've signed up to speak. Do you have any are you good? Okay. Anyone have any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 9 Buildings and Construction, Section 9-48 through Section 9-54 and Section 23-325 Engineering Permit Fees by amending building permit fees related to land development and permitting of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 1 is now approved on first reading. These are ordinances on second reading. OSR 1, a quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from residential mid-rise multifamily medium high-density district to community facility district. It's regarding the Holy Cross Hospital. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any additional disclosures?
None other than the ones that I did at the last meeting, at the first read.
Vice Mayor?
None.
And I have no additional ones. Commissioner Glassman?
No additional.
And Commissioner Sturman?
No additional.
Okay. Steve Tilbrook, only for questions, correct? Correct. All right. So, someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance amending Section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A, revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from residential, multifamily, and mid-rise, medium high-density district to community facility district, all of lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, Block 12, Coral Hills, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 37, page 20 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of Northeast 46th Street, west of Northeast 20th Avenue, east of Northeast 18th Terrace, and south of Northeast 47th Street, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that ordinance is now approved on its second reading. OSR 2, second reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 11, Code Enforcement, Article 2, Section 11-3, Jurisdiction of Board and Special Magistrate of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale to establish a lien amnesty program and to provide for temporary suspension of Section 11-3, parens C, during periods of lien amnesty. Do we have to do disclosures on this, Mr. Spence?
No.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, again, you signed up. Are you okay? Okay. I guess we don't have to move to close public hearing. So, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 11, Code Enforcement, Article 2, Code Enforcement Board, Special Magistrate Procedures, Section 11-3, Jurisdiction of Board and Special Magistrate of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to establish a lien amnesty program and to establish the authority of the Special Magistrate to ratify fines and liens reduced as a result of lien amnesty, and to provide for temporary suspension of Section 11-3C during periods of lien amnesty and providing an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OSR 2 is now approved on second reading. OSR 3, second reading, an ordinance repealing Section 28-172, meter for temporary use. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 28 Water and Wastewater and Stormwater of Article 3 Municipal Water Supply System, Division 3 Water Meters of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida by repealing Section 28-172, meter for temporary use in its entirety, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that ordinance is now approved on second reading. We now have 2 walk-ons, and that should conclude our meeting. We have the walk-on, a motion approving and authorizing the execution of a revocable license with Fat Village Project for temporary right-of-way closures on Northwest 5th Street, Northwest 1st Avenue, and Northwest 6th Street, also Sistrunk Boulevard, in association with Fat Village Development. Staff recommends approving the authorizing execution of the revocable license. No one has signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions? If none, would someone like to, is this a motion or is this?
It is a motion.
It's a motion. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that item is now approved. And the last item, this is regarding a motion approving the lease agreement between Cypress Corporate Center and the City of Fort Lauderdale in substantially the form provided. Staff recommends that the City Commission approve the lease agreement between Cypress Corporate Center and the City of Fort Lauderdale. Mr. City Manager, do you have any presentation you'd like to make? A couple people have signed up to speak.
Sure, I'd like to call up Ms. Brooke from Colliers. She was part of the due diligence and can explain the effort that was made to attain this temporary office space. As you know, we had a need to evacuate the police headquarters so that we could have a more comfortable setting for police staff. As a result, we found this office Class A environment that's on Cypress Creek Road. And so Ms. Brooke will share more details about what the proposal on hand is. And also, I know that some of you were asking and inquiring about 1515 West Cypress Creek Road. We also have some details and would like to ask Ms. Brooke to share any updates since 5 o'clock yesterday, if we received any.
Sure,
Brooke
Mosier with Colliers.
Before you begin, Brooke, so the police personnel have now completely vacated the site?
There are no police personnel on the existing police headquarters site.
Okay.
And they're operating out of the hut, right?
Different places, right?
Yeah.
There are different places, and on the CAM, it's listed where they are operating now from.
Okay, great. Brooke, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. So the past month or so, we have been looking for additional options for the police relocation. A lot of the issues that we ran across when we were looking into spaces was that some of the locations didn't want officers in uniforms there, so that kind of narrowed down our search a little bit. So we ended up looking at 1901 West Cypress Creek, which the lease is in front of you today. There, the rate, that's a 24-month term with $27.75 gross rent for 25,775 square feet on the 6th floor. You'll have a full floor to yourself. There's also additional space on the 5th floor available if you needed that. We also looked at 1515 West Cypress Creek, the Kaplan building. As you know, and back to 1901, they would allow the police there with uniforms, and if they have to interrogate people, they were okay having a designated area for the police to bring some people to have some interrogations or witness questioning. Then at 1515 West Cypress Creek, this total space is for 46,591 square feet on the 1st and 2nd floor of the building for 24 months as well. The rate is $31 a square foot gross rent. As of today and last night at 5 o'clock, they did allow us to have police in uniforms there and would have a designated entrance for police to bring suspects that they needed to question as well. This building, though, they do require a 24-hour armed security guard at the front desk. Option C was 701 West Cypress Creek. This space was 22,000 square feet on 2 floors for 24 months as well. This one, the parking ratio was very low, so we thought we should not move that one forward. And then option D was 200 West Cypress Creek. This is 20,400 square feet on the 6th floor for 24 months as well. They also had an issue with bringing uniformed officers and suspects in the building. So,
Ms. Brooke, can you share on, for the members of the commission, you said that for 1515, armed security guard is required for front desk. Is that going to be provided by them at additional cost, or is that something that we would be required to fulfill?
that would be required by the city to fulfill.
If we're using it for a police station, don't we have armed officers all over the place?
Correct. I think
Okay. I just want to be sure.
I think-
Everybody is armed in the police station.
Yeah, I think currently,
Except the prisoners.
right now at the front desk, I don't think the reception is an armed guard.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you, how for the current police headquarters, that's not 24/7. That's the front desk is only open at business hours. Is that what it is?
So the front desk was open at one point 24 hours, but we scaled back and only opened it during certain hours because there was a challenge in fulfilling having a front desk person.
Okay.
So in the existing scenario today, without moving out, we did have a challenge fulfilling that spot.
Okay.
Brooke, would I ask you a question? I had heard that there was also, with regard to 1515, there was a $50,000 separation fee. Is that still an issue?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. All right. So does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have a few people who signed up to speak.
Well, if I could too, before Brooke step away. Did you want to speak, Pam? Go ahead.
Yes, I was going to ask about access to the building for both 1901 and 1515, being familiar with access and bringing in suspects into the building. Do both buildings have isolated, designated what can be considered a sally port where the prisoners will be able to be brought in
Yes.
without?
Both buildings appear to have areas, they're not currently used as that, but they have areas that you can make into that.
Okay, and also in regards to hurricane category requirements on both buildings?
1901 Cypress is not hurricane rated. I do believe 1515 West Cypress does have impact windows.
Okay, and one other question. With the 1901, you said additional floor if needed. Is the amount included in this proposal? Is that an additional fee for the additional floor?
Correct.
How much more?
Would it be at the same rate, we're asking?
I think, yes, it would be at the same rate. I actually believe it may be 50 cents less. I'm not sure, but I couldn't find out.
Well, we're voting on it now, so we kind of need to know that information.
The owner is here. He can.
Okay, Mr. Spitzer? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, he can answer that question. Mr. Spitzer, you want to come to the podium?
While he's walking up, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, go ahead.
What is the process? We have a resolution in front of us. In addition, now we have a comparison in front of us. Are we voting on the resolution? Are we giving you direction on which way to go? Are we picking one versus the other? What are we actually doing?
We're
now?
actually, the staff is recommending that we move forward on the 1901 West Cypress Creek space according to the terms that are defined in this attachment.
Okay, so the fact that we have a second one here, that's something that we're going to talk about too.
We can.
Okay,
Sure.
good.
Mr. Spitzer, if we were to take additional, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your patience in waiting tonight. If we were to take additional space, at what rate would that be? Would it be the same square footage?
It's actually going to be 50 cents less, so it's going to be $27.25 all in gross rate versus the $27.75 that Brooke mentioned before for the 6th floor.
Okay. And And do we have an option to renew if we exceed 24 months?
As many options as you'd like.
Okay. Can we renew on a yearly basis, or does it have to be 24
That is
months?
totally
Whatever
fine.
it is we need?
Even 6 months notice is fine.
Okay, all righty. Anyone else have any, so you signed up to speak.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, I should have let you speak first. Go ahead.
Sure. So Brooke basically outlined everything. Just to talk about the building here and a couple of points that were mentioned in the last few minutes. The building does not have impact windows, but I share the FEMA information that the building is in a location with a very, very minimal risk of flooding. 1% chance, and if it does flood, it's anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. Previous ownership in 2016 did extensive renovations to the building. I took over the building in 2020. I also continued doing extensive capital improvements to the building. This particular space was occupied by a private aviation company in 2019. So they put a lot of money into space, and like we said, I'm designating an elevator for PD. I'm going to go above and beyond to accommodate whatever it takes, to make the space and the building work. And we have 760 parking spaces, which is more than what other properties have nearby this building, so that's going to be very beneficial for PD as well.
Well, are those parking spaces for everybody in the building, though?
They're shared, but the parking ratio will be 6 per 1,000, so you can have roughly 270 parking spaces designated for PD.
Okay. All right.
A question about that. So this is surface parking, right? Not covered parking?
Correct.
So our vehicles are basically out there, they're exposed. Okay.
Correct.
So it's not a secured area either. We can't.
Secured, we have cameras, lighting and all, but it's not covered parking, no.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, let me just back up. When you say it's secured, but if it's shared parking, it's not secured. So I could park next to a police car.
Secured as a couple of points. In the lease, we designated a specific area that's going to be totally blocked off for PD. So we're designating one part of the parking lot. It's going to be totally isolated just for PD parking. And when I say it's secured, we have CCTV footage, things of that nature. We have security from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and they patrol the parking lots. But it's just not covered. We have a couple of areas that have awnings. If that's something you would want to pursue, I can facilitate that potentially as well. But it's not conventional covered parking. Like a Class A building has covered parking.
So let me just ask, and this is really a question more for PD. So I believe our current parking at the police station is gated and secured, so nobody has access to it. So Chief, could you come down and talk to that, please? I have a concern about our cars being out there. CCTV is nice, but
sure.
that doesn't prevent somebody from doing something to one of our vehicles. So I'd like to understand how our vehicles are currently secured and how we propose to secure them for the next 2 to 3 years.
And again, if a gate is needed, I'm very happy to install that on my dime. That's not an issue to do it, man. I can get it done in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Just to clarify one point also, neither facility actually has a sally port. A sally port is an area you can drive a vehicle into. It's enclosed, and gates come down on both sides. So neither facility has that. However, both facilities have made accommodations that we can go in a separate entrance for the police officers with the prisoner. The difference between the two buildings, just in that respect, is in the 1515 building, you walk in almost directly into an interview room, and in the 1901 building, you had to bring them into a public area, past a building cafeteria, and then onto the elevator. As far as the parking at the PD is concerned, the parking lot is a secured area with the police vehicles behind the fencing.
Have you had a chance to visit either of these buildings?
Yes, both of them 2 times.
And do you have a recommendation as to which you prefer?
Well, we look at it from the standpoint of total square footage and the limitations on our operations. And as was pointed out, Kaplan made some changes with their offer Friday, and I guess apparently today also. If our understanding is correct of what they're offering, Kaplan would work better than the 1901 building because of the configuration. We had the first floor on the Kaplan building where the public can access our personnel and records and interact with the officers. The 6th floor of the 1901 building, while not an insurmountable problem, it does, it's not quite as efficient.
Well, does it being on the sixth floor provide more security insofar that it has, there's less public access, less vulnerability to the public? I mean,
No, I don't think so. Either way, police are stationed there, the first floor, second floor. Either way, if someone has some malintent, it's an issue for us.
okay.
It's my understanding also that when this process first began with some of the conversation and the touring of the Kaplan building, there was an opportunity where there was a layout and there was a strategic plan of how the police department would be laid out and be able to have operational procedures and access to the floors. Is that something that anyone here is able to expound on, to tell us if, with what was planning, how that works for you versus one building versus the other?
With the Kaplan building?
Yes.
We put a transition team in place. It was our understanding that we'd be moving to the Kaplan building. We went over our personnel, along with our IT personnel, met with the Kaplan representatives. We began assigning workstations. With the Kaplan building, there's a dedicated IT space, there's space for property, there's a front desk area. So we began making plans with the assumption that we'd be proceeding there, but then at some point thereafter it was changed.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor, if I may add.
1050, 1050.
One second.
If I may add to that comment. So, yes, initially we were looking at Kaplan with the prospect of getting 24 months. We had to look for other space when we were presented with a minimum of 38 months. We also, in that layout, also looked at accommodating another department as part of that configuration as well. So I just want to note that if that is the path that the commission selects, there's already a plan to also accommodate another division outside of police into that area.
Well, let me ask you this: what are the space requirements for the police department? Is it 25,000 square feet or is it 46,000 square feet?
Well, Mr. Mayor, could we extend this to midnight? We're getting kind of close to 11.
Yeah. Can you just answer that question?
So yeah, I wanna add that the chief, can you elaborate on the spreadsheet you provided for 30,000 square feet requirement?
The challenge for us is how many people do we need to put in there into whatever facility we go to? Keep in mind we're an 85,000 square foot building now, which is obviously not adequate. That's why we're having a new building constructed. So to go from 85,000 square feet to whatever we're looking at, either 40,000 or 25,000, it's not going to be adequate for our needs. So what we looked at is, if with people still working from home, with skeleton crews working on different shifts, what could we fit into what would be the actual minimum that we would need to try to keep operations going to some extent? And that's where the 30,000 square foot number came up. We came up with a 30,000 square foot number. But obviously, as I stated, for us, we would look to maximize the amount of square footage and minimize the number of restrictions on our uses of the facility.
Chief, is that also taking into account what we have in the CAM in terms of a little over 19,000 square feet with you going to 8 different locations that are mentioned in the CAM?
Well, depending on what we get facility-wise, we would have to adjust our plans according to that. Ideally, I would like to move as many people into the facility as possible and reduce the number of people that we have spread across the county.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, 2 things.
Wait. Let's move to.
First up, move to number 2 things. Number 1, move to extend to midnight.
Well, no.
Well,
Let's
take it.
move
I mean,
to
hey, at this rate,
11:30.
hopefully, wishful thinking. Okay, 11:30.
We're gonna vote on this quickly.
Okay, let's move to 11:30.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Okay.
Okay, and now, Mr. Mayor, can
Yes, go ahead.
I
Please,
take the floor?
please.
Chief, could you do me, I don't want to break rank and chain of command, but a couple quick things. First of all, would it be appropriate if I could have the Assistant Chief, Dana, and I don't know if Major Schultz, I don't want to step on your toes. Could they come up to the podium?
They're here if you'd like to speak to them, sure.
Number 2, is there a representative from Kaplan here?
Yeah, Mr. Gross is here.
Okay. While they're going up, I'll wait for a few minutes. We did, Chief or Dana or Bill, we met several times. We did tours, we looked at all of the buildings, and I just want to make a couple very quick thoughts. Number one, you're at 87,000 square feet, give or take, currently.
Okay.
Number two, the new building is going to be over 100,000 square feet. You've said over and over again, and I do thank you for your, you said that you'll make do with whatever we have. And that theme has come through time and time again, and I do thank you, and I know you will, and you guys are so dedicated, you'll make do with whatever we give you. But we don't want to make do. We want to do what you need. And from 87 to 25, in my opinion, and we spoke about this, and if you're allowed to speak your mind, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, 87 to 47, where Kaplan is, seems to be a bit more of a compromise. We decided that we wanted everything downtown, Mr. City Manager, because we didn't want people working remotely, and certain things we wanted to have right here, right in your backyard. You don't want to know with personnel or HR and things like that. There was the advantage of being right there. I can't think of anything more important than public safety, in particular police, having everybody right there, be it evidence, witnesses going back and forth, having everybody in one building, not scattered around. If you wanted to, I have a few questions, but starting with that thought, what's your thought on, if any one of you want to just chime on in?
If you're ideally, we're going to go from 85,000 square feet to 85,000 square feet. I know that's not on the option.
Correct.
So anything that we do
going
is
to
going to require
25 is going to
compromise on our part.
be, 25 is a lot of compromises.
Mr. Spitzer, is there additional square footage in your building?
Yes, we have another 15,000.
Well, let me ask you this.
How much?
Just
15.
1.5?
1.5, and then December I'm going to have another 5.
Okay, let's backtrack to Mr. Spitzer, if you could come right. Okay, let's talk about first of all, hurricane. You do not have hurricane windows. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, number two, you do have generators, and there's
Correct.
several sets of generators. By the way, thank you very much for. However this turns out, I do want to thank you for your time and showing me. You know, and we've toured it together, and I've seen it actually twice. Once with you coming through here. You do have a generator for the common areas. Number one. In addition, you have a separate generator for, I believe, it's the 6th floor, the floor we're going into. If we go to another floor, is there a generator for that floor too, or just for the 6th floor?
I believe it's going to be just for that floor.
Just for the 6th floor.
Just for the 6th floor,
where did Kaplan go? Okay, if this, you have a first of all, the same two questions. Are you hurricane rated, hurricane windows? Please.
Can we have Mr. Gross on the microphone,
please? Oh my goodness, he's injured. I don't want to, you have a doctor?
Is there a doctor in the house?
Okay. But are you hurricane rated? You have hurricane windows.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Yeah.
And yes, we are hurricane
Okay,
rated.
do you have
yes.
generators for just one floor? Or do we have generators for all the
It
floors?
is full building generator occupied, or to run all workstations, all offices, all HVAC, all elevators, all components of the building, 24/7, 365.
Okay, the numbers that we floated around, I believe it's, you're talking square foot, let's talk apples to apples. For about 25,000 square feet, the number comes into somewhere like 700 or 780,000 per year, correct? For your 2 floors that you're opening, 47,000 square feet, that comes into basically 1.48 million per year. $1,480,000.
It's $31 a gross rent versus 27.
Total all in, $1,480,000 per year. Is that about right?
That's about right.
That's the number. You did say that we can have witnesses and things coming back and forth, and that you would reconfigure the front as a, so people can come into the building. Is that correct?
Sheldon Gross from Cypress West. Yes, after working with the police and their layout and their space plan, we isolated, and this was done at the end of July, an area on the east side of the property that has parking spaces directly next to the entrance. It's a limited ingress and egress access, and directly past that entrance is 4 interview rooms. On the west side of the property, there's at least 5 interview rooms and also parking directly off the entrance.
Now you're talking,
This is on the first floor.
Ballpark just under 47,000 square feet, 2 full floors.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. City Manager. We just moments ago. No, it's going back. It's 2 years with options. Is that correct?
2 years, yes, with
and
one-year options.
several options. So,
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, we just a couple hours ago approved West Marine, and I think it was like almost at like $1.38 million or something like that. Somewhere in the same neighborhood to have chambers that we're using, not every day, but sort of on an occasional basis. Is that correct?
Yeah, 32,000, 2 floors, chambers, and a second floor.
And you do the math, it comes out, I did the math, it's about 1.3 something million per year.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
different price in downtown.
Okay, but still, we figured it's important for everybody to be together to flow. Now, I can't imagine with the police being, I mean, that's like a real priority. We're talking about the same number. I mean, in chambers, and they want the same number for the police headquarters. I can't see how, they'll make do. I don't see how making do is good enough. I think we need to give them the tools they need. It seems like bringing everybody together. If Kaplan's a better facility, if it's hurricane-proof, I mean, it goes on and on. I think...
Well, there's a concern about this security person now. If they require a security person at the front desk, that's another $250,000 probably added to the rent. So let's talk about that.
Mr. Mayor.
What does that mean?
When we met with the police, they were looking for 24/7 access to the building. It's beyond our normal working hours. So in order for us to be assured that we weren't going to have anybody coming in the building that was had any could create concerns, the police offered to have a person stationed at this front desk. And as I recall, it would be somebody that's on limited duty that would have other responsibilities, but also be at the front desk.
So did I hear it said earlier that there's a dedicated entrance to this space?
There are 5 entrances to the space. There's an entrance off the north side of the building that accesses 800 parking spaces in the garages, the 4-story garages. There's an entrance off the east side and the west side, which is dedicated for the interview rooms. And but the main entrance is off of Cypress Creek, facing south, and that is where the security desk is.
And that's not staffed right now?
It was staffed by Kaplan's personnel, but with the police taking most of the operation at this point and the hours of operation, when we met with the police, they offered to have somebody there. It was a limited duty person that would have other assignments.
Mr. Mayor,
I have an issue with that.
Who do we have
I
at the
have an
front
issue
right
with
now?
that.
We have somebody in the front already.
No, we don't.
No,
And
we
I have
don't.
an issue with that if the police was offering, because the chief advised that even at the current police station, he had an issue with staffing a non-armed person 24 hours. And for such matters, we had to limit the public access to the front desk. So I just would like, if you're going to enter into this agreement, commission members, I'd like to at least remove that restriction.
So hold on though. To be clear though, we're not currently open 24 hours a day in our current location. Our main police station downtown is not open at the front. The front entrance is not open 24 hours.
No, it's not. And it does not have a staff person there.
Okay. So is it necessary for any additional location, particularly if we're downsizing, to also be 24 hours at the front desk? I want to hear from PD on this one. Do you need it to be 24 hours? If you're not 24 hours right now, is it necessary to be 24 hours at the other location?
No, for the public lobby, no, we don't have it 24 hours anymore now. So,
okay.
So that was my question. I think they're looking for I don't want to speak for you, but if they need a desk officer during the day, business hours, we can accommodate that. Right. I don't know why there would be a need for 24 hours because the building will be
we're not doing
closed
it now.
to the public.
Right. So. It's not a public access. Right. We're not doing it now, so I don't expect we'd be doing it in the future.
I just want to add too, if we are needing to pull a sworn officer to staff at the front desk, I have an issue with that because we need more patrol officers on the street, and I keep hearing that we don't have enough police officers available to make it a requirement to have a front desk sworn officer. I think that's something that we should not accept as a criteria.
Well, let's go back. When you walk into the current, before we had to shut down, you walk into the public-facing area, there's a lobby, you go through there, there's a window, there's somebody sitting there now, is that correct?
Not a sworn officer.
No, but there is a person there now.
Yeah.
There's a receptionist, if you will, or a clerical person, right?
There's 2 different issues.
Yeah.
The staffing where we were at in the past, in a current building, and what we're doing now and what we would do in a leased facility moving forward.
Okay.
In the past, we were staffed at the front desk 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, you were?
We had with a civilian person working the front desk. We had a grievance from the union complaining that the people staffing the front desk were working outside their job description. So we had to, with one person that made the complaint, we made that a combination, and we had other people from the property unit agree to staff the front desk. Then the union filed another complaint saying that those civilian personnel, they don't want them working the front desk unless we agreed to pay them in addition for doing their property work plus the front desk work. And that's something that the city manager and I are still in the midst of discussing. Since then, we've had to move out of that building and into the facility that we're at now. We can no longer do this 24 hours a day with the skeleton crew that we have, but in any events during the day, we have a desk sergeant and we have police officers who are on light duty that address that front desk issue. We would do the same thing in whatever building we go to now.
Okay, Mr. Kaplan, when I went through that and took the tour, Mr. Kaplan, sorry about that. Mr. Gross, right? I call you Mr. Kaplan. You forgive me, please?
That's okay. It's an honor.
You had mentioned, Your Honor. You're not talking to the mayor, just lowering me. You were talking about you were going to put a physical barrier there that we would be behind. And you had mentioned that you would cover the cost of putting that. If you have that, why would you need an officer there?
The officer that we were referring to at the security desk, also the records area and the data collection area is right behind the security desk. So there was two purposes for that. The public would come in during public hours, make their data requests, or want to make an appointment with somebody to speak to them. So when we were doing the touring with the various different people from the police department, we thought that it was a multitask responsibility for somebody to be there. We were also under the impression it was a 24/7 operation, but we can secure the building. The building is secured right now off hours. We don't have anybody there other than our security systems, which we have these remote cameras all throughout the building and the parking lot. So we don't need to have the front desk manned if there's nobody there. If the doors are locked and there's no access to the front lobby. We were told originally it was going to be a 24/7, 365 operation. So that was the purpose of it.
Well, that's access versus public access, two different issues.
It was the public access.
Okay.
Not all the other doors have fob protection on there, so you can't access the other doors without a badge or a fob system, which is already in place.
Chief, could you come back for a second? So, you know, I'm familiar, I guess, with a different kind of an operation. So, again, we were talking a little bit earlier about precincts. Every precinct I've ever gone to in my life always has a desk sergeant, like you're talking to. Is that how you staff?
Correct.
Because you just mentioned a desk sergeant, so there's always a desk sergeant.
Correct. I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
So, my understanding and what we're doing now is the lobby would be open Monday through Friday, essentially 9 to 5, staffed by a desk sergeant, armed sergeant, who is assisted by light duty officers who would be facilitating the walk-in reports. They could access records. The records people could come out and provide copies of records. And then after business hours, that's all closed. So that's why I'm saying I don't see the need for any kind of armed person at that desk because that portion of it is closed. The remainder would be open 24 hours with detectives coming and going and officers coming and going, but not open to the public.
All right, so we're not taking patrol officers off the street. These are just normal administrative staff people.
Correct.
Okay.
I have one other question too. As I was looking at the cam here, I noticed that, and I just want to confirm this. So, Mr. Spitzer, talk to me about furniture because I see it says unfurnished. So help me understand what I'm looking at. So what part's furnished? What part's unfurnished?
So no, the entire space, the 26,000 square feet, is actually impeccably furnished.
But the additional floor is unfurnished. So if following along with Dr. Sturman. And I agree with him on this, by the way. This is not a reflection on either building, but I do think regardless of which building we're going to go in, I think it would be my strong preference that we take, and again, this is not about which building, either building, I think we need to occupy the appropriate amount of space for the department to operate without being hampered, without being constrained, without people being dispersed throughout the city. So I agree with you, Dr. Sturman, about
Sounds like we
taking-
need both spaces.
You've never called me
know
doctor
what?
before. I should be.
Maybe
If you add
that's
them
it
up,
as
it's
well, you know?
80,000 square feet.
You know, this is my district. I'd love to fill both of my buildings up. So please, Mayor, I think that's a great idea. Make that as a motion, and I will happily second it. You know, you can hand the gavel over to Pam and make the motion.
The fifth floor, if I may, the fifth floor is partially furnished, and if it has to be furnished, I can get it done in a week.
Okay. And Mr. Gross, I believe from my tour of your building that that all 3 floors are furnished. Is that
All 4 floors.
All
are
4
full-
floors,
All
sorry.
4 floors have complete office.
Okay.
All workstations are wired. All offices are wired.
Mm-hmm.
The first, second, and third floor has 73,000 square feet, so it's readily available if the police needed to expand into the third floor.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Gross, if we needed to add another 6 months or a year to the lease, would it be at the same rate?
Yes. No, actually, I'm sorry. It's 3% increase in the option.
CPI.
Yes. No, it's not CPI because CPI is like 7 or 8%.
Right, okay, so it'd be 3%.
3%, but it's 3% across the board, 3% per annum increases.
Right, but 3% of the gross.
Yes.
Okay. No play on words there, but. Okay. All right, so any further questions from
I
the
do,
commission?
Mayor. I have
Yes,
some
go ahead,
questions.
Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you. So I want to get back to the CAM originally, and I want to ask the city manager, why is staff recommending that we approve the lease between Cypress Corporate Center? Why has this been your choice? And that's my first question.
So as of yesterday, when this was released at around 6 o'clock, what we had before us, we shared with the commission the latest proposal. The latest proposal from 1515, which is referred to as the Kaplan Building, had restrictions that would hinder the police department from being able to do their operations with restrictions. And so as of yesterday, we had 1919 as 1901 as the building that did not have any restrictions for their space with the ability to expand from 25,000 square feet. I want to make everyone note that 85,000 square feet is the total square footage of the police department. The police department was not using all of the 85,000 square feet. In order for us to determine the accurate amount for square feet, a space study is required. We have not had a chance to do a space study. We just went on the requirement of the police chief that he gave us a spreadsheet that provided square footage per personnel that was moving over, and that amounted to 30,000 square feet. And that was the requirements that we worked with. And again, we provided our due diligence in this CAM. If now a different proposal is being made with, if it's the desire of the commission to commit to greater amount of square footage without not knowing the exact requirement with the ability to expand, I mean, those are options you all have today to decide.
So, City Manager, here's why I'm uncomfortable right now. Because, first of all, did you give any kind of deadlines to the buildings? I guess you looked at, there were 3 options, A, B, and C. No, actually 4. There were 4 addresses. So did everyone have an opportunity to respond to the request in a timely manner, and was there a deadline given?
I'm going to ask Brooke from Colliers to provide details of what transpired because I was not involved in the day-to-day due diligence.
And I also you just said something. So you're also saying that the square footage that's being offered by 1901 is adequate for the space needs that we have for this 2-year period?
It's 25,000. The police chief said that that would be adequate. They have an opportunity to scale up. And again, basing on the requirements, we could scale up and add more space as needed.
In 1901, I think we did just hear that we could get more. And the price differential?
Brooke can talk about that.
Before you get into that, because I think that's a good question. So the 30,000 square foot that was done as the analysis by PD, Dr. Campbell did that? Okay, so Dr. Campbell did the space analysis, came up with 30,000 square feet. I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, that we didn't do a more detailed space analysis to find out how much space we need. I think that would have been useful for us as a commission in the decision-making process. But Did that include the, what do we have, 14 new personnel that we've got in the budget for next year, right? So we've got 11 patrol and 3 more homeless outreach individuals, and any other, because we talked a little bit earlier today about the need for adding more personnel going forward. So, you know, from a growth perspective, is that, if we did that 30,000 square foot, was that based on current complement or complement plus the new 14 people ready?
That's the chief to elaborate on that.
That was based upon the minimum number of people that we felt necessary to try to keep operations moving as efficiently as possible. That includes people working from home and people working at off-site locations.
Are we going to be able then, with 25,000 square feet, are we still going to have detectives working from home?
In all likelihood, yes.
Okay. I'm going to state for the record that's unacceptable.
Okay. All right, so
Well, I still like to get those questions answered, and
sure.
Well, I'm still waiting for Brooke to talk to me about how was this presented to the 4
Sure.
ABCD options? Was deadlines given? Because I want to just understand the process, how we got to where we are now. Because all of a sudden now, in the last 24 hours, people are changing their mind. There's a lot of moving parts. I don't know if everyone still had that opportunity to move their parts. So I just want to know what is this process right
Correct.
now?
So we had given 1515 a deadline, I believe on July 25th, we had heard back from them that they would only allow us to lease 2 floors. And we were at that point asking for the 1 floor, the 21,000 square feet. So at that point, we moved on to looking at other locations that would allow us to lease just 1 floor. So we went to 1901, 701, and 200 West Cypress Creek to see what they had available. We didn't get proposals from 701 West Cypress Creek and 200 West Cypress Creek because they were determined that those spaces, 200 West Cypress Creek wouldn't allow people to come in and out of the building, and 701 Cypress Creek lacked the parking that the police needed.
So when you said that you gave the Kaplan building a date to tell
Yes.
you an answer, that did not happen?
They said we could not do 21,000 square feet, but then they came back to us and the terms changed multiple times.
When did the terms change in terms of 3 years to 2 years, which is what we always wanted?
That was July 12th, I believe, and as well as the pricing had changed as well.
So there just seems to be, and again, city manager, if you can help me with this, there seems to be a lot of change, a lot of, you know, okay, we can do this after we said we couldn't do this, and that just makes me nervous. I don't know how much you have in writing. I don't know, you know, obviously I'm going here by what you are recommending. That carries some weight with me. I'm just a little bit nervous. I know that I read in the Sun Sentinel that, and gentlemen, you know, the Gross family from Kaplan, I admire your persistence. You've been here many, 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 many times. And I would just say that it just makes me think of some questions, because I have read in the Sun Sentinel that you were giving tours of your building as early as March. I'm not sure exactly why those tours happened. I read of the folks that were on tours of your building back in March. I'd like to ask you, actually, and an honest answer, please. Is anybody working on your behalf? Are you contracted with any kind of lobbyist in the city? Is somebody helping you navigate through this process, or are you doing this all on your own?
We have retained Colliers of South Florida as our broker. We do not have a lobbyist. I'd like to also address 2 other points. On July 26th, we got a text back from the city saying they were going to take 2 floors, and that's what we operated on. We were told to prepare a lease, which we did, and we submitted it on August 1st. From August 1st until today, we still have not gotten any feedback on our lease. The second point I'd like to make a point on is that the proposal that we were given a deadline to submit a proposal by 5 p.m., I think it was yesterday. And I was at the doctor's getting my knee taken care of, but we did submit the proposal at 5 p.m. The points that were in question A through C, were actually, some of it was carryover from a previous proposal. But when Brooke contacted us today, we supplemented that proposal with supplemental information that clarified point A through C. There wasn't restrictions, but the point is that we are willing to do what we gave Brooke today. And finally, well, there's two other points you should consider. We have parking capacity for 1,345 cars. Of that 1,345 cars, we've allocated 300 vehicle spaces in the east garage on floors 2 through 4 for the police vehicle pool that they can use at no additional expense. There's parking spaces for the city vehicles for up to 800 in a protected area in the both garages in an event of a storm. Finally, and probably one of the most important points to consider is that FEMA has a standard for critical operations and facilities. It designates police stations as being one of them. 1515 qualifies under all the standards that are required from FEMA. There wasn't another building that the city was looking at that met those requirements. So with all that said, we are the right choice. We have the capacity, we have the layout, we've worked with the police, we have the access control systems that are in place. The police need to modify a little bit to be able to accommodate their specific requirements, but we're ready to go.
Thank you for that. So city manager and city attorney, Mr. Gross just told us that he's working with Colliers. I thought Colliers was working with us. So is that an issue at all?
If I could speak, this is Brooke with Colliers. So that's a different team of Colliers. That's not working with Ken and myself.
Well, I'm still concerned.
It does propose an issue of a conflict that would need to get details with regards to the subdivisions of the various Colliers groups.
Yes, and then I want to also, besides that question, and this has been told to me, again, I don't have any evidence of this, but let me just ask this question. Of both parties, do both parties for both buildings pay property taxes on their buildings?
We purchased the building in 2019. In 2019, there was even today, there's an exemption that Kaplan has on the property. And as far as the property real estate taxes are concerned, that exemption is in place. We have nothing to do with that. That's between the county and Kaplan.
So the exemption is because a school or has someone there? So
I have no documentation on it.
So who owns the building?
We own the building. But the building was owned by the Alter Group until we bought it in 2019. There's been no change in the structure.
Okay. So how long is that exemption good? I mean, my question would be, how long is that exemption good? In other words, again, this has been told to me. I have no proof. I have no evidence. But I have been told that that's why we see this constant push to get the government into that building to keep that exemption in place for the real estate taxes. Is there any truth to that?
No truth at all. As far as that, we're not involved with the exemption at all. We have nothing to do with the exemption. We pay all our bills and all our taxes.
But not property taxes on the building?
We've never been billed for property taxes.
Okay, no property taxes on the building. And Kaplan doesn't own the building. Why would they be paying? They have an exemption as what? Not as the owner.
No, they have, I don't, you're asking me to draw an opinion on why they have an exemption. I had nothing to do with the exemption. The exemption was in place when we bought the building, and it's still in place as far as I know. I never got a bill for real estate taxes.
So you benefit by Kaplan's exemption. I guess that's because it's a school or...
Kaplan's exemption benefits them. It doesn't benefit us because it's a pass-through.
I understand, but you are the owner of the building.
That is
the
correct.
owner of the building typically pays property taxes on a structure.
Yes, but it's passed through to the tenant.
I understand, but I would like this also to be looked at as well. I just have too many questions, City Manager. Again, I want to see what the relationship is with Colliers. I think that's really vital. City Manager, I want to ask you,
Just for clarification, there are two separate entities at Colliers that we do that are involved with this. One is the one that Ken Krasnow is in charge of, and the other one is Jonathan Kinsley. They're unrelated other than it's Colliers.
Are they Colliers International Florida, both entities?
No, the one that Ken is the vice chairman of is Colliers International of Florida. The one that Jonathan Kinsley is vice chairman of is Colliers International of South Florida.
And Mr. Spence, is that a clear distinction?
Again, I'd have to see actual documents to make a determination whether or not there's an issue there.
Okay, and for 1901, do you pay property taxes on the building?
We sure do. It's $357,000 a year.
Okay, so you don't need the government to be in that building to give you an exemption on the property taxes? No. Okay. City manager, again, I mean, you're the one who is recommending 1901, and you're the one who has these deadlines. You're the one who has, through Colliers, negotiated the pricing, which obviously is less money. Are there any other concerns that you have, or is there something that you still feel uncomfortable with in terms of things that now have just been said? We have nothing in writing, is what I'm saying. I mean, typically, when you're going to make a decision like this, you give people a deadline, you get information, you weigh that against the information that you get from everyone else, and then you make a decision. I'm not comfortable with the last-minute moving parts and the last-minute changes that I'm hearing that are not in writing, that are not part of the CAM, that are not given to us as testimony, and I'm just not ready to even move forward with anyone at this time until all of this gets squared away. Do we have a sense of urgency that this has to happen right now?
It does. I will say that it does. I've spoken numerous times with the president of the union. I assured him that I would get a proposal before you all so that you can review and approve. And this is what we work very hard for. We follow due diligence. I want to address one of the comments that Mr. Gross mentioned.
Mr. Mayor, you should have listened to me.
Let's extend the meeting
You
another
should have
15
listened to me.
minutes.
It's midnight.
Well, we need to come to a closure on this one way.
We have like 4 minutes.
So let's just someone move to another 15 minutes.
So second.
Please call the roll to 11:45.
Commissioner Herbst?
Reluctantly, I don't want to rush this, Mayor. This is an extremely important decision that's going to impact.
Well, we don't have to decide.
No, I don't want to keep doing this in 10, 15 minutes increments. Look, let's extend it for an hour and let's not use the hour.
Could I suggest midnight? Could you do midnight,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Let's extend it to
Whatever
midnight.
motion
Look, you don't have to take the whole midnight. Like, you don't have to take a whole $100
It's
million.
like money. We don't have to spend it all.
Right.
So your motion is to midnight?
My motion, if it's up to me, yes, I would do it to midnight.
Second.
Do I hear second?
Second.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, Greg.
Now, but before the manager answers that question, though, I want to clarify something because Commissioner Glassman said we don't have an offer in writing. Do we have an offer in writing, or is all this just being orally communicated at this point in time?
Everything has been documented. It's in writing. Brooke has everything. We've taken the lease that was provided as an attachment to today's meeting. We went through that lease that's with 1901, and we can accept the terms of that lease that was offered for 1901, adjusted for the specifics for our property. So basically, we can accept the 1901 lease.
So Commissioner, the city attorney's office only has the lease for 1901. We have not received any term sheets.
Right.
I've heard discussions and changes in terms, but I have not seen any written term sheet.
I only received the 1901 lease this afternoon, and the city has had the lease from us since August the 1st.
Yeah, but the terms were different.
Right.
So don't say we had this
No,
lease.
you had a lease, but we never heard back from anybody.
Well, we did. And we did ask firmly, can you bring down the period? And you said no, because Kaplan, the entity, denied it. We verified it. Kaplan, the entity, said they were never offered that opportunity, and that they did not even know that we were asking for that. So I just want to put that on the record. We did ask for the best term and best pricing, but again, the terms were final, and that's what we thought. So we had to do our due diligence, and as a result of the due diligence, we found these other opportunities.
Can
now,
I clarify that?
Now,
Hold on, wait,
if
no, I want to
the
clarify something you
commission-
just said. No, I want to clarify something you
Yes,
just
go
said.
ahead,
Okay, so you said you went and confirmed it with Kaplan. You didn't confirm it with Mr. Gross. Is that right? Did I hear you right?
I confirmed the statement that was written to me by Mr. Gross. Yes, that Kaplan denied our request.
Okay. I thought I heard you said you went and asked Kaplan, not Mr. Gross. I just want to
I
make sure I
did.
understand.
I did reach out to Kaplan, trying to understand why they denied our request.
So Kaplan denied your request when you were doing your due diligence to put this together in a timely manner to present us with a CAM and a lease. that
They
we
did
have.
not.
No, that's not what he said.
No?
They did not.
Okay.
No. They did not. They actually said we would do anything to work with the police. We are pro-police, pro-government, and we never had any idea that you were looking for space.
Oh, so there was a discrepancy in what we were hearing from Kaplan versus what we were hearing from Mr. Gross.
Yes, and at that time, Mr. Gross said, please funnel anything through Colliers, and that's what we did.
Okay, so that is also problematic to me. It's also problematic to me that we have a lease in front of us that Mr. Spence has drawn up based on the information that was given in a timely manner by deadlines. So we don't have a lease with Kaplan. And here's my question. If you give someone an opportunity to keep moving the goalposts, like up until the very last second, you need to give the other team that opportunity to move the goalposts and say, okay, well, guess what? Now they've come back to you with this. Here's what we can do. And I'm not seeing that right now. If you're only going to let one team continue to change the terms.
Can I speak for 1 second, Commissioner?
Also, if I may interject here, Commissioner, I'm looking at the proposal to lease 1515 West Cypress Creek Road, and it's a proposal prepared by Jonathan Kingsley and Jared Goodstein of Colliers International, Florida. And then I see a letter attached to Ken Krasnow of Colliers International, Florida. So they seem to be coming from the same entity, not two separate entities, if these documents are accurate. Just want to bring that to your attention.
No, and well, yes, and I agree, and that's why I mentioned that I find that problematic too, and I think the city attorney needs to check that out as well.
So what's the pleasure of the commission tonight?
Well, I think we were just going to hear
So
something.
just to speak to my merit, I got my lease turnaround done in a period of 48 hours, and it was a seamless situation. I did everything. I didn't retrade. I didn't do anything. It was all done in 48 hours.
You know, I have to say this, though. I mean, we're not really comparing apples and apples here tonight. I understand that, and I agree. I think that Mr. Gross, you know, has only been, when his feet were put to the fire, it's the only time he's ever really come down on his pricing and all the other terms. But I will say this. It is concerning to me that that his is the only building here that is hurricane rated. And if anything that's important to us in these days is the protection of our staff and overall personnel, records, everything else that we have there. That's one of the reasons why we're building a new city police station is to make it resilient to a Category 5 hurricane. So regardless of all these other issues that that are questionable and suspect, the bottom line is that we have available to us at 1515 West Cypress Creek Road of 45,000 square feet. We can probably up 1901 to 40,000 square feet. Their rent is a little bit less, but they're not hurricane rated, which is really, really concerning to me. Maybe that's why the rent is a little less, because there's less of an investment in the building. So, all right, but given that, we need to make a decision. I think we can make a decision tonight, and I think someone needs to make a motion.
What do we do about no lease in our backup, that we have no lease agreement?
Well, if we can at least agree to terms, we're not agreeing to a lease, but if we can at least agree upon the terms as been presented to us tonight in the backup of our walk-on motion, maybe that might help.
Okay. Question, Mr. City Attorney, we spoke about this also. Time is a factor here. We're meeting again in 2 weeks, and they want to get this done sooner rather than later. I was told, we couldn't get an emergency meeting. However, what we could do here is we could set another brief meeting to handle this 1 week from now. We don't have to wait a full 2 weeks to come to a final decision.
So Commissioner, if you can, so that was in anticipation of adopting an actual lease. Having the fact that if it's a new lease with the 1515 group, I can't commit to my staff, the one attorney that's doing leases for our office, being able to get a lease out within that kind of a short time period. As it is, we're kind of in an unprecedented time period with regards to leases, and we have I'll call it 1.5 attorney that's doing lease agreements, and I can't commit to having that done prior to even the next meeting.
Well, how about September 5th? Could you have it by September 5th, our next meeting coming up? That's 2 weeks from now. And this is an urgent
I just
matter.
need you to realize that, CRA work is suffering and some other work is suffering as well. To add something means something has to be given. I mean, we'll work on it. We'll try our best effort to get it on and get it done within the time frame.
I think this has to be a priority for us.
So I'll make a motion for option B.
For what is it?
Option B.
Option B.
Well,
What
subject
is option B?
Subject to
Subject to review by the city attorney's office. Option B is 1515.
I'll second that.
So it's option B as presented on page 2 of the CAM.
As presented. And also including all the representations that have been made on the record here tonight. So if there's anything that we have any discrepancies on, we have a record of what was stated, so includes the representations.
Now, a final vote will be taken when we have a lease, because this is not a final vote, but this is giving direction to city staff as to the pleasure of the commission. So there's a motion on the floor that's been seconded with regard to asking or directing legal staff to prepare a lease in conjunction with the landlord after 1515 West Cypress Creek, based on the terms that are defined on page 2 of the CAM and the CAM backup. Call the roll. As amended. I'm sorry?
Angela Salmon, City Manager's Office. I just wanted to confirm one more item on this, if that's okay.
Sure.
Mr. Gross, I just want to make sure for the record that the move-in date will be immediately once the agreement's executed.
To tell you how important we thought the police being in that building was, we worked until 7 o'clock tonight, taking the 1901 lease and modifying it for our building. That red line's available to the city for tomorrow, and it incorporates all of the modifications that are required. In that lease, the police can occupy the day after the day immediately after the lease is executed, and for the first month of rent from the day they occupy until October 1st is being abated. We're going to eat the first month of rent so that they can have time to fully assimilate into the building, and that is in the lease, the modified lease that we will provide to the city tomorrow.
If I hear you correctly, you're honoring the price, you're saying? The price of 1901?
No. The lease was modified. The 1901 lease was modified for our terms that's in our proposal. And what we did is we took we knew that lease was acceptable to the city, so we modified that lease in the interest of expediency instead of giving you a different lease, so that Mr. Spence wouldn't be overtaxed or his department wouldn't be overtaxed. And what we have done, what we've included in that lease From the day after the lease is executed, the police can occupy, and the first day of rent is not due until October 1st. So,
And
So
It's
if I-
1.475 per year, correct?
I'm sorry, pardon me?
What's written back here, 1.475 per year for 2 years?
That is correct, yes.
Let me be clear on what you're saying. So you've taken the document that we've drafted and you've redlined it?
Yes.
Okay.
So you should have that, I guess I'll deliver it to the city manager tomorrow, or to Colliers, and Colliers can deliver it to the city manager tomorrow. So you can have the lease, if this has already been approved, the modifications are only adjusting for what's in our property.
So let me ask you one last
So
question.
you've accepted most of the terms that
Yes.
were?
Yes, you'll see it certainly on the red line.
So, Mr. Gross, just one last question. If at some point in time the property appraiser determines that the building becomes taxable, is that the city's responsibility, or?
That is a pass-through expense.
That's a pass-through?
Yes.
Even though it says here it's going to be $31 gross rent?
Yes, but then the gross rent is broken into $21.75, or $21, I'm sorry, plus operating expenses.
Right.
And our operating expenses are less than $11 right now.
Right.
$10, I think. And if there's an increase in operating expenses, we talked about this before, controllable versus uncontrollable. Taxes are an uncontrollable. So your pro rata share of the taxes would be applied to you.
So that could be significant. That could be another $30,000 a month.
I don't think $30,000 a month, but I don't know what the tax would be.
Well, it was my understanding, of course, I don't have that stuff here in front of me. It was my understanding that in 1901, what were the taxes on 1901? I can't hear you.
$357,000 a year.
157,000.
357 a year, and everything has
That's
been factored into
30,000
the
a
camp.
month.
For the whole building.
And everything has been factored into the camp.
Is that for your section or for the whole building?
The entire building.
Okay.
The entire.
Okay, so maybe it's 10,000 a month. Okay.
They're at 141, excuse me, I'm sorry. They're at 141,000 square feet. We're at 190,000 square feet. So you can interpolate if that's the basis we're going to use.
So it would be 25% if we take 46,000. So it would be probably another, well, it would be a sum in excess of what we're considering tonight.
It would probably be somewhere around $2 based on the information.
Yeah, about 9,000 a month.
Thereabouts.
Is there any reason to think it would become taxable?
Well, since it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this, I don't even know why it's untaxable now since it's privately owned. It's a privately owned building. So
Rufus explained that if it's an educational or government facility, there is a tax exemption.
Is that how it works?
So if we continue to use it, then for us, then I guess that the point is moot.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's exactly why anybody would want to keep the government or a school in that building.
Okay, well, that's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
City manager, I just want to hear if there are any other concerns. I guess, there's that expression, speak now or forever hold your peace. I'd like to
Hold
know.
on, we have a motion and a second on the
Oh, I'm
floor. I call
sorry.
the question.
Can I ask one quick question, please? How did they see a copy of my red line?
I can't hear you.
How did the other parties see a copy of the red line of the lease, if you don't mind me asking?
I think it was attached to the motion.
Thank you.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I just want to make sure that while we're having this conversation, all of the questions are asked and answered, and to know what's coming forward to us in terms of all of the terms. And I want to hear from the city manager. Obviously,
Well, we're
this
not
is not
really agreeing to a lease tonight. We're agreeing that a lease should be prepared according to the terms of
Correct.
1515. And we still have a final decision to make with regard to the actual lease when it's presented to us.
I understand, but within those parameters, are there still any kind of red flags or concerns based on prior actions, prior negotiations, any of those terms? I want to hear right now from the city manager if there's anything else that he wants to bring to our attention that he has a concern about. That's
Again,
all.
Mayor, as I said, was a motion and a second on the floor. I call the question.
Well, I don't want to. Yeah,
17 minutes.
But I want to.
17 minutes.
I know. Let's just let everyone have their questions answered. Commissioner, Mr. City Manager, can you answer that question?
I think the questions were addressed and they were answered. The fact that They are flexible with not having restrictions and not requiring to have an armed security person in the front desk. It allows the flexibility that the police department needs. And again, when considering the 1515 building, we were looking at even adding another department there at the site. And that is when we didn't have any other options, when the 1515 was the only options. And we were looking at the building and seeing how we can outfit it and make the most cost-efficient proposal for you all. So again, I just want to put that for you all to know that if this is the path that the commission takes, we will certainly look at maximizing the use of that space.
Okay. All right. So motion has been made.
I think the question's been called.
Let me finish speaking. A motion has been made. It's been seconded. Please call the roll.
And just to confirm, is this as amended, Dwayne?
It's the
No, it's a motion to adopt that option.
Option B. Okay.
As amended based on conversations.
It's not. There's Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You're correct.
based on representations made by
here, yes.
Mr. Gross, and eventually, and the point is to direct staff to prepare these for final approval or final consideration by the commission.
Okay.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
No.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Is there any further business of the City Commission? There being none, meeting adjourned. Thank you.